with Gobineau. Ed. and trans. John Lukács. Garden City, Doubleday Anchor Books, 1959. Tocqueville, Alexis de. The Recollections of Alexis de Tocqueville. Trans. Alexander de Matos. New York, Meridian Books, 1959. John Stuart Mill. 1806 to 1873. A Method in Political Philosophy. John Stuart Mill was plunged into the problem of determining the proper method for the study of politics by the appearance of Macaulay's criticism of Essay on Government by his father, James Mill. Up to that time, J.S. Mill, along with other utilitarians, or philosophical radicals as they called themselves, had accepted the deductive method of Bentham and James Mill as the proper one for political science. According to their conception of deductive method, the principles of political philosophy and the practical rules of political action were to be deduced from a few simple laws of human nature, i.e., psychological axioms. Bentham enunciated these principles, and James Mill worked out the theory of government based on them. Thomas Macaulay presented a brief but devastating criticism of this approach to politics. 1. He argued that the theory of human nature on which it was based was incorrect. Men were guided in their action by more than the desire for their own pleasure. He thus showed that even as a deductive theory, James Mill's view was too narrow. More important, he questioned the possibility of developing a theory which would have relevance to practice from a priori first principles. What we know about politics we learn from observation and from the study of history. With observed and recorded historical events and sequences of events as our data, the fruitful procedure, Macaulay thought, was to classify and generalize in the manner advocated by Francis Bacon. These generalizations, continually tested by comparison with new facts, would constitute political knowledge, both theoretical and practical, and would lead to a science of politics far superior to the barren a priori theories of the philosophical radicals. J.S. Mill was much impressed by these and other criticisms made by Macaulay. 2. However, he believed that the utilitarians were correct in the essentials of their theory, and that the error of his father was one of form and not of content. He held the Essay on Government to be a polemic for parliamentary reform rather than a systematic treatise and regretted that his father did not admit this. Thus, while the essay was correct in its major conclusions, it was inadequate in its method. In his own thinking he tried to formulate a method which would do justice both to the insights of utilitarianism and to the strictures of Macaulay. His own conclusions concerning method rest on distinguishing three kinds of deduction: direct, concrete, and inverse. 3. Thus he recognized four methods, all scientific, but applicable to different subject matters. Induction proper, or, as he called it, the chemical method, establishes causal laws by comparing specifically observed cases using the canons of induction, the methods of agreement, difference, concomitant variations, and residues. While applicable to chemistry and useful to some extent in the study of history, this approach is inapplicable to the science of politics. The direct deductive or geometric method, that used by James Mill, argues by syllogistic reasoning from first principles to less general laws. This method is applicable only in those areas where there are no other causes to impede the operation of the cause being studied. It can therefore be used in mathematics, but not in mechanics or politics. The concrete deductive or physical method infers the laws of effects not from one causal law, but from a number of them taken together, considering all the causes which influence the effect and compounding their laws with one another. The aggregation of causes is possible because the effect which is produced is the sum of the effects which would be produced by the causes taken singly. Simple aggregation is not operative in chemistry but is in mechanics and social science, since men remain men even when they act on or in conjunction with other men. Thus the concrete deductive method is proper for that part of social science which is concerned with determining the effect of a given cause, example a new law, in a given condition of society. On the other hand, to ascertain how conditions, or states of society, themselves are determined, we must invoke the inverse deductive, or historical method. The procedure here is to develop empirical laws of society on the basis of induction and then to verify those laws by deducing them from the a priori laws of human nature. The inductive approach in itself is not sufficient because we have too few cases to use as data. Any generalization we develop gains plausibility only by its deductive connection with a general theory. It was from Kant that Mill drew the general theory he believed to be necessary for bringing human progress itself within the scope of science. Usually, and for practical purposes, the physical method is serviceable. It breaks down when progress becomes a factor in political action, that is, when the circumstances which are the background for an action cannot be assumed to remain constant. Thus there are two branches of social science, one which supposes that conditions remain the same but that new or different factors or agencies are introduced, example political economy, and one which attempts to determine how it is that conditions themselves change, i.e., philosophy of history. In Mill's view, no social science is complete without both branches, and the latter historical branch is basic. As will appear, both are directly applicable to political studies, the physical when considering the value of a specific legislative proposal in a particular stage of society, the historical when considering the effects of particular proposals on the progress of society to the next stage. 2. Philosophy of history. The content of Mill's philosophy of history was strongly influenced by 18th-century French thought, by the movement for reform in England to which he contributed, and by his study of 19th-century French philosophies of reform, especially those of the Saint-Simonians and Kant. 4. He believed in the possibility and desirability of social progress, but not in its inevitability. Mankind, we know from history, is capable of moving from barbarism to civilization, and this forward movement takes different forms and occurs at various paces in different societies, although, he admits, there is a certain order of human progress. By the use of the proper historical method we can determine the stages through which any people must pass in its progress, and this understanding of the pattern of historical change provides the coordinates within which it is possible to determine what steps must be taken to advance to the next stage. Thus the philosophy of history, understood as the philosophy of the progress of society, is basic for the practical science of politics and gives that science an added dimension. It is not merely necessary to know what must be done in the present situation to achieve the ends of the presently existing government in the present society. It is also necessary to know how that should be done so as to enable mankind to move to the next higher stage of civilization. Even this must be done in such a way as to pave the way for the stage of civilization beyond the next. Such a theory, it may be pointed out, is satisfactory as long as we are looking at less advanced societies from the point of view of the more advanced. We ask, what do such societies require to achieve the level of civilization that we have already reached? This is the kind of question that Mill raises about primitive societies. It is more difficult to determine what our society, a highly civilized one, requires to move on to its next stages of which we at present have no example and no clear conception. The gap in the philosophy of history is filled by the ideal derived in a deductive fashion from a theory of human nature and a theory of ethics. When he was still a young man, Mill formulated a suggestive approach to this problem. 5. He distinguished two basic states of society, the natural and the transitional. The natural state of society was that in which those best fitted to govern were actually the governors. In the transitional state, on the other hand, individuals other than those best fitted were in power. Natural states tend to be undermined by the rise of new leaders. The struggle between them and the old leaders produces the state of transition which is eventually replaced by a new natural state. While Mill later seems to have abandoned this type of analysis, there remained a residue of it in his thinking, namely, that no state of society is satisfactory unless those who are best fitted to rule exercise the major authority in society. Mill was also impressed by the three-stage analysis of Kant. That the intellectual development of mankind has had a theological and a metaphysical stage, and is now in a positive, or as Mill would prefer to call it experimental, stage, he thought quite correct, and his acceptance of this doctrine survived his disillusionment with Kant's later social philosophy. If we ask Mill what is the efficient cause of social progress, we find that he has no simple answer. At each stage of civilization certain conditions may be produced which make possible the next stage. Example, he points out that the first lesson that must be learned before any social progress is possible is the lesson of obedience. Yet the existence of the conditions of progress does not guarantee that progress will occur. The forward movement of society is actually produced by the ideas, example, and moral and intellectual leadership of superior individuals. Superior individuals have flourished chiefly under conditions of liberty, so that liberty becomes a necessary condition for progress. The argument is fairly simple: progress depends on the emergence of new ideas. New ideas emerge only as challenges to old and accepted ideas, and then only if there is freedom to challenge the existing beliefs and to suggest alternatives. That the existing beliefs provide a basis for the stability of society Mill recognized. That the challenging of those beliefs was a threat to society he also recognized. The implicit tension between the demands of stability and the demands for reform is considered at length by Mill in his Representative Government, to be discussed below. Another question that must be considered by any philosophy of history if it wishes to contribute to the study of politics is the place of the existing society in the pattern of history. Mill had no doubt that the societies of Western Europe and the United States were civilized. There were also areas in the world which were uncivilized, and others at various stages of civilization below the levels achieved in Western Europe. The signs of civilization are the existence of responsible government and the emergence of scientific knowledge. Mill seems to believe that the measure of a society's advance is the state of the intellect, and he seems to have little doubt that the future progress of mankind is tied to the continued development of scientific knowledge, especially in the area of social science, since he believed that the physical sciences were on the verge of becoming complete. That further progress remains to be achieved is a foundation stone of his whole system of political thinking, and that it can only be achieved deliberately through a science of society is a corollary for which he is indebted to Comte and the French socialists. To understand Mill's philosophy of history in its relation to his political science, one must appreciate the influence upon him of Tocqueville. 6 Mill accepted Tocqueville's thesis that the movement toward more and more democracy, that is, toward greater and greater equality of status, was almost inevitable. Like Tocqueville, he felt not that this movement was in itself progress, but rather that it indicated the problem to be faced by those who wished to promote progress. Equality carried too far interferes with justice and can undermine both the liberty and the respect for intellectual and moral excellence that is the condition for further progress. It is from this analysis that Mill was led to qualify in his own theory the faith in radical democracy of the earlier utilitarians. 3 Moral considerations. The philosophy of history adopted by Mill required a revision of the ethical theory of utilitarianism insofar as it was applied to politics. 7 The end of the state, for the earlier utilitarians, was the good of the individuals who composed the state, and that good was defined in hedonistic terms as the maximum of pleasure attainable with the minimum of pain. Thus government was looked upon as an agency for increasing pleasure and decreasing pain. That Mill accepted this view in principle is true without a doubt, but he found it inadequate, both in neglecting one aspect of human nature and in misunderstanding the aspects it included. The burden of Mill's argument in utilitarianism is directed against the intuitionists who, he believed, claimed that the distinction between right acts and wrong acts, or between correct moral principles and incorrect ones, could be known a priori. He rejected this view and claimed that the fundamental principle of morality is known by experience, and he even goes so far as to offer a sort of inductive proof for the greatest happiness principle. Mill revises the theory of Bentham in the course of his attempt to answer specific objections to the earlier version of utilitarianism. The objection that seemed to concern him most was that utilitarianism took a low view of human life, not distinguishing a life fit for animals from what is fit for men. In reply to this, Mill introduced a qualitative distinction among pleasures to supplement the merely quantitative distinctions of Bentham, and he traces this qualitative distinction back to ancient Epicureanism. Some pleasures, specifically the mental and spiritual ones, are in themselves superior to the bodily pleasures, regardless of quantitative or circumstantial considerations. Thus happiness would require not only a life of pleasure without pain, but the achievement of the superior pleasures even at the cost of pain and the sacrifice of the inferior pleasures. This point is significant for Mill's political philosophy in three ways. First, it is connected with his theory of human progress. A society in which people pursue the superior pleasures is more advanced in civilization than one in which they do not. Thus the promotion of the pursuit of the higher pleasures is at the same time the promotion of the advancement of society. In the second place, the cultivation of the higher pleasures requires social freedom, so that only a free society can be truly civilized in Mill's sense. Finally, men can live together more justly and with higher human achievements to the extent that they pursue the higher pleasures rather than the lower. Thus the problem of government is partly solved by the pursuit of the higher pleasures, because those traits of character which are developed from that pursuit are the very traits of character which are necessary to achieve the best form of political organization. Science, the highest achievement of the intellectual life, requires just that objectivity and disinterestedness that man requires to be a truly moral being, and hence to be a citizen in the best type of state. Thus, while the core of utilitarianism is present in Mill's assertion that those actions, individual or social, are right which produce the greatest happiness of the greatest number, that core has been so modified and expanded that the resultant theory has a cast different from that of original utilitarianism. Government does not exist merely to produce the maximum of that kind of pleasure which the citizens happen to prefer. Rather, some types of pleasure are better than others, and the government has the responsibility for having its citizens educated to pursue the higher pleasures in place of the lower pleasures. Moral education, whether it is actually carried on by the government or by private individuals, and Mill seems to prefer the latter, is thus one of the responsibilities of the good society, and moral education must be directed at man not simply as a pleasure-seeking animal, but as a progressive being. Some further distinctions are important for the politically relevant portion of Mill's ethical theory. For Mill, the individual is prior to the state, but not the individual as he is, rather the individual as he may become with proper education in a well-organized society. This does not mean that Mill conceives of one pattern of human life which should serve as a model for all men, but rather that there is a great variety of potentials in men, and society should provide the conditions in which each man can develop his special talents and make them available to the community. He can do this best by having the opportunity actively to use his talents. Mill sees the active life as morally superior to one of passive obedience at almost all levels of human achievement. From this it follows that the government which encourages active participation in its operation by all its citizens is better, in spite of the problems which may arise as a consequence, than one which is more orderly but encourages its citizens to be passively obedient to the commands of a ruling group, whatever the morality and justice of those commands. For the end of the state. Mill commences his most extended single treatment of political philosophy, Considerations on Representative Government 8, with the reworking of the old question as to whether governments exist by nature or by convention. He takes this as a question concerning the range of choice as regards forms of government. If government is entirely a matter of convention, then choice is unlimited. If governments exist entirely by nature, then no choice is possible. He rejects both positions and tries to show the element of truth in each by pointing to three conditions that any people must satisfy in order that a particular system of government may succeed among them. They must be willing to accept it, willing to do what is necessary to keep it standing, and willing to do what is necessary to enable it to fulfill its purpose. The conditions favorable to the establishing and maintaining of particular systems of government may be to some extent the result of the education of the people, and within the limits set by these conditions, the specific form of government is a matter of choice. The choice of one form of government from among the ones whose conditions are present should be guided by an understanding of the purpose or purposes of government. After canvassing some current views on the subject, Mill finds that the most widely held view, even among the utilitarians, is that governments exist to preserve order and to achieve progress in society. He finds this redundant since the achievement of progress presupposes order, i.e., security in what has been achieved. Mill would thus be willing to say that progress is the whole end of government, but somewhat reluctantly, since saying this does not place sufficient emphasis on the equally important need to guard against the danger of retrogression. A more appropriate way to get at the requisites of a form of government is to recognize that the supposed antithesis between order and progress is merely a reflection of a deeper psychological antithesis between two types of human character, the type in which caution predominates and that in which boldness is dominant. Good government, that which achieves progress on a basis of order, requires men of both types to provide a balance, though no special provision in the Constitution is necessary to assure this. All that is necessary is to be sure that neither type is systematically eliminated. What is fundamental is the qualities of the human beings over whom the government is exercised, and this is seen in two perspectives. One test of good government is the extent to which the virtue and intelligence of the people themselves are promoted. The other is the extent to which the machinery of government takes advantage of the good qualities of the populace. Thus, the end of government is to make the people better, and the means are to educate the people and to put to use the highest qualities which they have achieved. Thus Mill's moral theory provides the basis for his political theory, and both of these are supported by his account of the stages of social progress. While Mill recognizes that the government must take care of the affairs of the community, its responsibility for developing the people is more important. The criterion of its effectiveness in the former is its efficiency, and the standards of efficiency are the same for all forms of government. The criteria of its effectiveness in the education of the people are more complicated and depend on the stage of development in which the people find themselves. Just as there is a natural order in the education of an individual, so there is a natural order in the education of a people. Easiest lessons are learned first, those which presuppose others cannot be learned until those others have been mastered. If the pre-civilized condition is barbarism, obedience is the first lesson, labor is the next, and self-government is the final step. Mill sees a continuous line of development from slavery to self-government, with each stage prepared by the learning of a specific lesson, that is, by the acquiring of a new character trait on the part of the population as a whole. Apart from the business side of government, the criterion of the best form of government for any particular people is that it provide what is necessary to teach them the lesson they must learn in order to move to the next more advanced state of society, and that it not hinder them from moving on, after suitable training, to the step beyond. It is in this context that we can understand Mill's view that despotism is a legitimate mode of government for barbarians, if the end be their improvement. 9. For Mill, this sequence of steps implies a culmination in the best form of government altogether, one which, if the necessary conditions existed, would promote more than any other, not one form of human improvement, but all forms and degrees of it. This, he says, is some variety of the representative system. V. The argument for representative government. Representative government has only one rival for its place as the ideally best polity, and that is benevolent despotism. 10. After considering carefully the benefits to be derived by the absolute rule of an intellectually and morally superior individual, Mill finds several arguments decisive against its claim. 1. Which comes from the earlier Benthamite theory, rests on the principle that the rights and interests of any person are only secure from being disregarded when he is able and disposed to stand up for them. In a benevolent despotism, however, the rights of individuals, those limitations on the power of others to interfere with a man's actions which can be justified on the principle of utility, are not secure because they depend on the guarantee of the despot. While specific despots may in some cases protect these rights, human nature being what it is, despotism is not reliable in that respect. Historical evidence, which shows that free people have prospered more than those under despotisms, supports this argument. The other argument goes to the root of what is distinctive in Mill's theory. Despotism requires obedience on the part of the citizen body, that is, passivity. Intellectual, practical, and moral excellence, the highest aims which the state ought to strive to cultivate among its citizens, are all the products of an active character. Thus, while despotism may be suitable where a people has to learn obedience to progress to higher stages of civilization, once it has learned that lesson, it ought to be encouraged to active participation, which is possible only in a popular government. Popular government therefore appears to be the ideal polity for two reasons: it protects the rights of individuals, and it promotes their highest moral and intellectual development. However, Mill has one more step in his argument: the highest development of individuals rests also on an advanced civilization, which is only possible in a large state. Popular government is only possible in small states. The closest approximation to popular government which is feasible in large states is representative government, i.e., representative democracy. Representative government is not only the ideally best polity, all things considered, but is also a form of government that can be established in the modern world. Its existence depends on the three conditions already mentioned, together with a degree of maturity which makes possible this form of self-government. Where the people have some lessons still to learn, some other form of government will be more suitable for them. Example, they may learn obedience more easily from a military leader, or a king may teach them to overcome that spirit of locality which prevents them from joining with other localities to set up the central authority which representative government presupposes. Barring such defects as these, and they were certainly, Mill felt, not problems in the England of his time, a properly constituted representative government could do most to aid the people to achieve progress to the next stage of society. 6. The analysis of representative government. The proper constitution of a representative democracy is not a simple matter, however, and no government of Mill's time exhibited it, chiefly because the role of the representative in government had not been understood correctly. The usual error in conceiving of representative government, Mill believed, was in holding that the representatives of the people should actually govern. The functions of government, executive, legislative, and judicial, are highly skilled activities which require experienced, well-trained individuals whom the populace is not qualified to select. Thus it may be said that Mill believes in government by experts. However, every constitution has an ultimate controlling power, and this power must in a democracy reside in the people themselves. Not being able to exercise this power themselves, the people exercise it in effect, can control the operations of government in the public interest, through periodically elected deputies. Thus, for Mill, the representatives are not the government, but act for the people to control the government. A parliament of elected representatives would serve as the controller of the government in the interest of the people. Mill sees this parliament as chiefly a deliberative body, at once a committee on grievances and a congress of opinions. Containing a fair sample of every grade of intellect which is at all entitled to a voice in public affairs, its function would be to indicate wants, to be an organ for popular demands, and a place of adverse discussion for all opinions relating to public matters. 11. The point of interest here is that Mill's representative democracy is 2 stages removed from democracy in the literal sense of the term, rule by the people. Rule by the representatives of the people is 1 stage removed, and rule by experts controlled by the representatives of the people is another stage removed. Mill comes to this view not only on the basis of considerations of practicality, but on the basis of his belief that while justice requires democracy, an uncontrolled democracy can be just as much a tyranny as absolute monarchy. The effective operation of representative democracy requires the presence of conditions not required of other systems of government. A nice balance must be preserved between the representative body and the actually governing bodies. Too strong a representative body will hinder the government from carrying out its functions. One that is too weak will be unable to control the government. The representative body might not have the mental qualifications needed for its work. Sinister interests, interests not identical with the interest of the community as a whole, may gain predominance. These latter defects tend to be present in all constitutions. They are inherent in the nature of monarchy and aristocracy, but by suitable institutions their danger may be reduced to a minimum in a representative system. Mill devoted considerable attention to designing specific arrangements for the representative democracy he favors, to enable it to overcome its possible defects. The technique of the better monarchies and aristocracies for securing talents of a sufficiently high order for governmental functions is the establishment of a bureaucracy. But bureaucracy relapses into routine, which represses the individuality of its members and becomes a system governed by trained mediocrity. Only popular government, and Mill considers his system of representative democracy the most feasible type of popular government, keeps alive antagonistic interests in the community, and thus stimulates individual thought and initiative, enabling the man of original genius to pierce the barrier of trained mediocrity. However, the freedom produced by the representative system must be combined with trained skill. The distinction between governing and controlling, which is at the basis of Mill's system, produces the combination. The experts govern, but they are controlled by the representatives of the people. Mill's specific proposals for the reform of existing representative government can be understood as attempts to secure the establishment of a skilled democracy. Without skill, the complex problems of the government of a free society cannot be solved. Without democracy, there is no security for good government, that is, for the protection of the rights of citizens. Mill finds that the current conception of democracy is based on an inadequate understanding of majority rule. If democracy means government of the whole by a majority which alone has representation, the ends of democracy are bound to be frustrated, for the minority, having no representatives, has no assurance that its rights will be protected, and the majority will be in a position to pursue its sinister interest. Mill fears, for example, that a representative body representing the interests of the working class will jeopardize the property rights of the wealthy, and thus undermine the economy of the nation. Rule by the majority in its own interest is as much a government of inequality and privilege as rule by a privileged minority in its interest. True democracy, on the other hand, is government of the whole by the whole equally represented. The existing system of false democracy involves both misrepresentation, of those of the majority party who opposed the candidate chosen, and non-representation, of those who vote for the party which loses. The absence of an effective voice in opposition to the majority in the representative body tends to produce a mediocre and incompetent ruling group. Point 12. Mill believed that Thomas Hare's scheme for personal representation provided means for giving representation to each voter. In Hare's variant of proportional representation, each voter votes for a series of candidates, marking them as his first choice, his second choice, his third choice, etc. When a sufficient number of ballots to elect is credited to a candidate, the remainder for him go to second, third, and subsequent choices so that each vote counts for someone who is elected. Every voter has at least one candidate who may be said to represent him. Mill believed that in the existing system in which a majority in a geographic district determines the representation for that district, the voters for the losing candidates are disenfranchised. Under Hare's system, every vote counts. On Mill's theory of representation, the elected representative had the responsibility of thinking and discussing public issues in the interest of the whole, not merely reflecting the views of his constituency. He argued against pledges on the part of candidates for office and refused to give any when he himself stood for Parliament in 1865. While the earlier utilitarians had assumed that the extension of the suffrage alone would guarantee that the interests of all would be defended, Mill felt that without personal representation universal suffrage would lead to the tyranny of the majority. The earlier reformers also assumed that the lower classes would choose their betters to represent them. Mill was by no means as sanguine. He believed that special measures had to be taken to prevent the views of the instructed classes from being drowned in a flood of votes from the uninstructed classes. The system of personal representation would obviate the rule of the uninstructed by enabling the instructed from all parts of the nation to pool their votes to secure the election of the candidates they preferred. But this was not enough for Mill. To give the instructed an even greater weight than their mere numbers would merit, he advocated plural voting for the professional and other classes that carried greater responsibility in the community. While personal representation has an ambiguous effect on democracy, being democratic in the sense that it gives everyone a voice, and contrary to democracy in that it increases the strength of the minorities in relation to the majority, The system of plural voting is definitely a curb on democracy and indicates the strength of Mill's conviction of the dangers of unlimited democracy. He placed his reliance on a representative body in which the interests of the two major classes in society, the working class and the upper class, were evenly balanced, on the expectation that most of the representatives would vote in accordance with their class interest, while a minority of each group, carrying the balance of power, would vote in the public interest. 7. Theory of Liberty. The essay on liberty was held by Mill to be his most carefully composed work and the one which was most likely to be of enduring value. We can appreciate why Mill felt this way and judge more adequately of the significance of the book if we consider it in the context of his philosophy of history and his theory of the state. Believing in the progress of society from lower to higher stages of civilization, Mill saw the political culmination of this development as the emergence of a system of representative democracy. Thus he judged representative democracy to be the ideally best polity, i.e., that form of government toward which mankind was progressing. Nevertheless, Mill did not see the emergence of representative democracy as the emergence of utopia. Not only was there an ever-present tendency toward retrogression which society had continually to struggle against, but equally dangerous was the tendency of the most idealistic and high-minded reform movements to harden into dogmatic systems which forced conformity and thereby inhibited future progress. Just as obedience and work were the main conditions of human progress at earlier stages of man's development, so in the civilized period, obedience and industriousness having been ingrained, liberty becomes the condition for subsequent progress. Evidently, Mill's theory of liberty is far from a universal doctrine which applies to all peoples at all times. Rather, it is practically relevant only when society becomes more important than the state. As long as there is a recognized opposition of interest between the governors and the governed, the progress of mankind requires that men work to achieve the conditions of representative government. Once these conditions are achieved, a representative democracy can emerge in which the opposition between governors and governed disappears, for the governors then represent the interests of the governed. This condition, which makes possible the liberty of the individual, does not guarantee it. The very emancipation of society from the constraint of a government in the interests of a few creates in society itself, in the great mass of the people, a new and more dangerous threat to the liberty of the individual. In dealing with this newly emerging problem, Mill believes that he is thinking for the future. The problem of subsequent stages of progress is to prevent the individual from being oppressed by the ever more powerful and confident mass of mankind. Progress toward civilization requires curbs on individual liberty. Progress in civilization requires the emancipation of the individual from those restrictions. What is required, Mill believes, is a practical principle which will so define the area of individual liberty as not to prevent government from meeting its obligation to promote the progress of society. Mill grounds this principle in his moral theory: the only thing of ultimate value is the happiness of individuals, and individuals can best achieve their happiness in a civilized society when they are left free to pursue their own interests with their own talents as these have come to be understood and developed by them under an adequate system of education. Underlying all this is the assumption of the ultimate value of individuality, of individual development, both for the individual himself and for the future progress of society for the individual, once the conditions of free development, namely, civilization and representative government, are achieved, for the society, because the progress of civilization depends on the contributions that can be made only by individuals who think for themselves. The civilized man, for Mill, is the one who acts on what he understands, and who exerts every effort to understand. This Socratic model is not meant for the few who have the philosophic bent, but is intended as a model for all men in so far as they are capable of achieving it. The question then arises as to the conditions under which society can progress toward this goal. The principal condition is self-restraint on the part of the individuals in society, and Mill's theory of liberty is an attempt to spell out in practical terms what that self-restraint requires. It requires as a foundation that each individual, groups of individuals, the government, and the mass of the people refrain from interfering with the thought, expression, and action of any individual. This is the basic principle of liberty. Radical non-interference with individuals, applied abstractly and absolutely, would of course make government and an orderly society impossible. It is in effect an anarchistic principle. Mill qualifies it in its practical application by recognizing that while thought must be absolutely free, the freedom of action of individuals must be limited for the safety of society. Mill argues that the individual belongs to himself and is subject to social control only for the purpose of preventing him from harming others. The individual is sovereign over himself, and the society is sovereign over the acts of the individual that impinge on others. The thoughts of the individual are part of himself, and therefore the principle requires that society exert no control over them. Here we must bear in mind that Mill is not talking about any collection of individuals anywhere, but about a mature body of citizens who have been educated to a sense of public responsibility. He explicitly excludes children and savages. The public expression of one's private thoughts might be supposed to fall into a different category, that of action. Mill admits that it does so, in some isolated cases, but generally speaking he believes that expression requires the same absolute liberty as thought for the following reasons. First, expression is so closely related to thought that the control of expression would become in effect a control on thought. Second, he asserts that the claim to the right to limit freedom of expression, that is, the claim to the right to silence the expression of opinions in society, presupposes infallibility on the part of those who make the claim. Mill's belief is that no one can legitimately claim infallibility, and hence no one can legitimately claim the right to suppress any opinion. On the contrary, society has everything to gain and nothing to lose by absolute freedom of discussion. An unpopular opinion may be true, in which case the rest of mankind can learn something from the dissident view. This would hold even if it were partly true and partly false. Even if the dissident opinion were entirely false, society would be the gainer by allowing it to be expressed. Society would be kept alert as to the grounds of its own, true, view, which would become a dead dogma if it went forever unchallenged, and the instruction of the mistaken dissident would always remain as a possibility. Mill's approach to the problem of the limits, if any, to freedom of public discussion in society assumes, it must be recalled, a mature public carrying on its discussion in a restrained and civilized way. Those who do not live up to the rules of the game have no such rights, they must be restrained in the same way as those whose actions harm others in society. The implicit principle here is that as long as discussion remains discussion, it ought to be permitted absolute freedom, but once it passes beyond discussion to action, it ought to be treated as action. The illustrations that Mill gives of the latter, example telling an excited mob that corn dealers are starvers of the poor in front of the house of a corn dealer, suggest that it is not the opinion alone which determines to which category, thought or action, expressing the opinion belongs, but rather the circumstances in which the opinion is expressed. It is generally agreed that actions cannot be as free as opinions. Actions must be limited to the extent that they result in harm to others. Mill is very careful to make sure that this rule is not made the basis for a general restriction of liberty of action. When men consent to the action by which they are harmed, that action is of no concern to society. In general, the burden of proof is on society to show that the individual's action is harmful, rather than on the individual to prove that it is harmless. Danger of harm to oneself, once one is a mature individual, is no ground for interference by government. Under that circumstance the individual may be remonstrated with, but not coerced. The ultimate aim of social action should be to secure to all persons complete independence and freedom of action. This includes especially freedom to gratify tastes and engage in pursuits, as well as freedom of association, all to the extent that other individuals are not harmed. By education in the self-regarding virtues, the individuals in society should be encouraged to use their freedom to advance themselves morally and intellectually. If they succeed, they become suitable objects of admiration and emulation; if they fail, they become objects of distaste and perhaps even contempt. However, they are not to be interfered with by society or by government unless they fail in some social obligation which is ultimately grounded in the utilitarian principle of the greatest happiness of the greatest number. To the objection that it is difficult, if not impossible, to distinguish between that part of a person's life which concerns only himself and that part which concerns society, Mill offers a partial answer in practical terms. If the basis of the objection is that many apparently self-regarding actions do harm to others, Mill replies that to the extent that they do harm to others they should be punished. Definite damage or harm to others should be punished, but merely contingent injury, that which does not violate a specific duty, ought to be tolerated for the sake of greater freedom. In these terms Mill discusses spending income, drinking fermented beverages, sale of poisons, polygamy, gambling, and other acts which have been objects of legal restriction. He admits that there is no mechanical application of his basic principles, but insists that they are the only proper guides to correct social policy. Point 13. He concludes by restating the arguments for individual initiative in preference to social control. Most things tend to be done better when done by individuals than when done by the government. Individual action promotes the mental education of the individual, which governmental action does not, and increased governmental action is a threat to liberty. While Mill does not rule out the interference of government in the economic life of the community as either impossible or undesirable in principle, he would restrict those interferences to the area of the distribution of goods, exempting the area of the production of goods as being governed by laws of nature. Though in later life he came to consider himself something of a socialist, he also expressed fears of the extension of social control over economic life. Using individuality, liberty, and the progress of society as his standards, he recognized the advantage of non-authoritative governmental interference in the form of supplying advice and information and in competing with private enterprise where there was danger of monopoly. Recognizing that the organization of society on a communistic basis might raise the standard of living of the laboring classes, he did not believe that the increased standard of living would be worth the price of restrictions on liberty if these should be the outcome. Point 14. Readings. A. Mill, John Stewart. On Liberty in Utilitarianism, Liberty and Representative Government. New York, Dutton, 1951. Mill, John Stewart. Representative Government, in Ibid. Cropsey, 7. B. Mill, John Stewart. Utilitarianism, in Ibid. Mill, John Stewart. Representative Government, in Ibid. Chaps 8, 18. Mill, John Stewart. A System of Logic. New York, Longmans, 1949. BK 6. Mill, John Stewart. Principles of Political Economy. Ed. W. J. Ashley. New York, Longmans, various dates. BKV. Karl Marx. 1818–1883. Marxism presents itself as a comprehensive account of human life, and not only of human life but of nature as well. It offers an account of man's present, and of his past and future, educing its teaching from the premise that a full and final account of things is impossible except as an account of the transitoriness or endless flux of things. The definitive description of the present is given in Marx's economic writings, i.e., in his critical analysis of capitalism. The account of past and future, or of the evolution of society, is given in Marx's writings on the theory of history and the relation of history to a certain notion of metaphysics. Marx's political philosophy consists of his teaching on economics and his teaching on history and metaphysics on the present society and on the coming into being and passing away of all societies including the present. The reader might wonder whether an economic analysis of capitalism is the same as a full account of the modern time, ignoring for the present the existence of communist countries. It is Marx's contention that the economy is the living kernel of the society, and therefore to grasp the truth about the modern economy is to understand the most potent facts about modern society. But the reader might also wonder whether a full account of society is equivalent to a full account of human life. Marxism takes the two, if society is rightly understood, to be equivalent. Marxism can thus present itself as a comprehensive explanation of the past, present, and future of man. It claims to have discovered that the economy is the true ground of society and therewith of human life. Marx's analysis of the present, i.e., of capitalistic economy, is based upon his labor theory of value. His account of the transition from past to future, i.e., of history, depends on his doctrine of dialectical materialism. Our description of Marx's political philosophy will therefore have this outline: 1. Dialectical materialism, or Marx's theory of history and of the priority of the economic conditions. 2. The labor theory of value and Marx's account of the capitalistic present. 3. The convergence of dialectical materialism and the labor theory of value. In what follows we shall speak of Marxism and the doctrines of Marx. It should be understood that from 1844 on, Marx had as his collaborator Friedrich Engels, who gracefully and without doubt justly declared that Marx's was the genius of the movement, although he, Engels, had made his contributions to it. We shall not try in every case, even were it possible, to distinguish Engels' work from Marx's. Marx repeatedly asserts that the study of man must concern itself with real men, not with men as imagined or hoped for or believed to be. Marx means by this that the foundation of social science is not a notion of some wished-for human good, or some reconstruction of pristine natural man, but rather empirical man as anyone could at any time observe him. Empirical man is primarily a living organism consuming food, clothing, shelter, fuel, and so on, and compelled to find or to produce those things. Men might once upon a time have survived by using materials which they simply found and gathered, but the increase in population at some point forced them to produce their necessities and thereby to become distinguished from the beasts. The singular sign of humanity is conscious production, not rationality, or political life, or the power of laughter, for example, as some have maintained. There is, to be sure, an element of unclarity in Marx's teaching on this point, since he concedes that human production differs from production by beasts in that the human being plans or conceives in advance the completed object of his labor while the bee or insect toils by mere instinct. In other words, only human production is characterized by rational intention, and human production could thus be said to be unique because it is the doing of the rational animal. Then, however, it would be more exact to assert that man's singular characteristic is rationality rather than productiveness, but Marx is prevented from saying so because the implications of that assertion would interfere with his materialism, which argues that man's rationality or rather consciousness is not fundamental but derivative. The Marxist doctrine of the primacy of production in human life rests upon the belief that it was the pressure of his needs that first forced man upward into his humanity and then continues to press him onward and upward, and that the content of his reason must be determined by conditions external to his reason, conditions which are strictly material. In what ways, more exactly, do the material conditions determine life and thought, according to Marx? He begins by observing that, in every epoch, men have access to certain productive forces, which they apply by making use of the objects, animals, tools, machines, and so on in which those forces are embodied. But the forces of production, say, roughly, the bare technology, compel men to adapt themselves and their institutions to the requirements of the technology. Nomads, for example, who suddenly gained access to steam power and mechanically drawn agricultural implements would be forced to give up their nomadism and to adopt instead the sedentary habits, division of labor, trading practices, and property institutions which are determined by factory production, and also to take up the practices and institutions correlate to agriculture. That this is true in a general sense is self-evident. It surely was well understood in Greek antiquity. As stated above, however, it is insufficiently comprehensive to express Marx's meaning. Marx asserts repeatedly that to a given set of forces of production there corresponds a certain mode of production, such as the Asiatic, the ancient, the feudal, and the modern bourgeois or capitalist. According to the feudal mode of production, for example, the possessors of the means of production and the men who labored with or upon those means were connected by a personal relation of mutual responsibility. Under the capitalist mode, employers and employees are, as the terms imply, users and used, free of duty to each other, with only the payment of money connecting them. With each such mode of production, there goes, as an effect, one form of social organization. A compact formulation of this view is given by Marx in his letter to Pvnenkov, December 28, 1846, "What is society, whatever its form may be? The product of men's reciprocal action. Are men free to choose this or that form of society for themselves? By no means. Assume a particular state of development in the productive forces of man and you will get a particular form of commerce and consumption. Assume particular stages of development in production, commerce, and consumption and you will have a corresponding social structure, a corresponding organization of the family, of orders, or of classes, in a word, a corresponding civil society. Presuppose a particular civil society and you will get particular political conditions which are only the official expression of civil society." This he compresses further, in the poverty of philosophy in the remark, "The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist." 1. The conditions of production determine the prevailing property relations, meaning by the latter not the abstract definition of property, but rather who in the particular situation has access to property and who is prevented from acquiring it. Under feudalism, there were lords who possessed land and had rights to other property, and serfs who could accumulate no property. Similarly, under the other social circumstances, under capitalism, employers own and accumulate, employees struggle along on the verge of destitution, owning nothing, separated from the means of production. This doctrine is directly connected with the Marxian belief that the conditions of production control distribution of income and consumption of output. They also govern exchange. If production is organized around a commonly occupied arable, for example, there will not even be exchange of the produce of the soil, only sharing. It follows also that money will be in use or not depending on the mode of production. Money is not, in its present meaning or use, intrinsic to every economic situation or to economic life as such. Marx asserts, therefore, that it is a mistake to treat consumption, distribution, exchange, money, and so on as eternal categories having an abstract, permanent content, relevance, or validity. It is one of the defects of the science of political economy, bourgeois economics, that it views these purely historical phenomena as fixed categories, having an objective, essential, natural character, things that can be understood once and for all because they exist once and for all. Not only are the categories historical products, but the science of those categories, namely economics, proves itself to be merely historical or transitory by mistaking the transitory for the eternally true, i.e., by believing itself to consist of laws founded in a changeless nature. Marx denounces Edmund Burke, but through Burke all economists, for his assertion that the laws of commerce are the laws of nature, and consequently the laws of God. 2. Actually, according to Marx, the economic science of the capitalist period is given its categories, wages, interest, exchange, profit, and so on, by the practices prevalent under capitalistic production, and it takes up these categories without recognizing their genesis in the historical conditions. Failing to treat its material as historical and bound to pass away, it of course condemns itself to pass away when its material does so. Marx's doctrine of the dependence of theories on the historic conditions of production takes in far more than economic theory. He asserts that all morality, philosophy, religion, and politics are the result of the conditioning of men by their environment, their man-made environment, which is the expression of the mode of production. The opposite view, that man has an independent intelligence by the light of which he fashions his institutions and forms his convictions, is rejected as ideology, the Marxist term for the doctrine that thought has an independent status. 3. Marx's materialism has been presented thus far as asserting simply that the conditions of production determine the concrete character of human life, which exists as a superstructure on the foundation of the more truly real material conditions. Nothing has been said, however, about the goodness or badness of the actual superstructures that have in fact arisen on the hitherto existing material foundations. Such a judgment is intrinsic to Marx's materialism, however, and to it we now turn. All historic modes of production have had one feature in common, and that feature has in turn affected all the corresponding societies. Control of the means of production has not been shared by all men, but in each age some have been owners or possessors while many more have had to give of themselves, i.e., of their capacity for work, having nothing else to give, in order to have access to the instruments of production, to gain a livelihood. Thus in all previous history the act of production has brought many men into dependence upon the few. The masses have been deprived of the opportunity to become free and self-respecting men because they have always been forced into the position of cringing dependent slaves, serfs, or proletarians subject to men who, although private citizens or subjects like themselves, could yet arbitrarily deprive them of their living by cutting off their connection with the means of production. The dehumanization inevitably resulting from such servile dependence has been compounded by the poverty imposed upon the many by their exploiters. Furthermore, the process of production, from its inception, had a character that Marx calls natural in the sense that certain natural differences among men, of physique, talent, and so on, determined the allotment of special tasks to individuals, and the relations of production were therefore determined, imposed, or involuntary, thus natural in the sense of not resulting from human choice. The prototype of all such allotments is the division of function between male and female in continuing the race. This grew into the more general form of division of labor incorporated in the family. As the forces of production were developed, the division of labor became increasingly elaborated, and the particular occupations became correspondingly restricted. As men are compelled by the conditions of production to become shepherds, plumbers, or violinists, they are deprived of the opportunity to develop to the full their human capacities by turning their minds freely in all directions. They are made into fragments of men, prevented by the stultifying division of labor from growing into whole men for whom labor would become a source of satisfaction rather than pain. While this parcellation is going on within each man, the same process is being repeated among the men. The community comes to be composed of weavers who are set in opposition to bakers, farmers pitted against merchants, townsfolk versus country people, hand workers against brain workers, a war of all against all, fought on the field of material interest, the terms of struggle dictated by the mode of production. Finally, the fracture of society is completed by the coalescence into a class or group of classes of the few who control the means of production, and the parallel coalescence of the many dispossessed into the class or classes that work at the means of production. The fracturing of social life may be epitomized in the existence of civil society or bourgeois society. The German term used by Marx is Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, which may be translated as either civil or bourgeois society. The breakdown of the integrity of human life is symptomatized and presupposed by the split in our common existence between the political and the economic and social. Where the political state has attained its true development, the individual leads not only in thought, in consciousness, but in reality, a double life, a heavenly and an earthly life, a life in the political community, wherein he counts as a member of the community, and a life in bourgeois society, wherein he is active as a private person, regarding other men as a means, degrading himself into a means and becoming a plaything of alien powers. For civil society means for Marx an individualistic enclave in society, the realm of privacy as against community, with the understanding that community finds its corrupt expression in political society under now prevailing conditions. Civil society, far from being synonymous with political society for Marx, is the infrapolitical cognate of political society that is an inevitable part of the capitalistic order. A simple equivalent of civil society in this sense is the economy of a capitalistic state, or even the market. Civil society is the stratum of common life that is given its essential character by the self-assertiveness of men, one against the other, in the name of their inalienable, irreducible rights. The sanctity of those rights, thought by writers like Locke to be the ground for guaranteeing the freedom and thus the humanity of men, is rejected by Marx because he views the assertion of those rights as the source of, surely the expression of man's dehumanization. The war of Marxism against the ruling principles of Western constitutionalism must never be mistaken for a mere skirmish. It is evident, according to Marx, that the many-sided factual negation of all community of interest under capitalism results from the private ownership of the productive resources. Production, a social act in the sense of being by and for all men, cannot be carried on humanely and rationally if the institutions of production are private, particular, and hence antisocial. The modes of production and institutions of property that have existed hitherto have caused fragmentation and conflict within and among men. What has kept the fragments of society from flying apart? Or, more pertinently, what has prevented the many from summarily ridding themselves of the impositions of the few? According to Marx, the state power is precisely the agency devised by the oppressive few to keep the many in order. The state is the organ of class coercion, made necessary by the dividedness of society that is engendered in turn by the private control of the means of production. It goes without saying that the government does not appear in this light to the multitude of men. Marx allows that all classes collaborate in sustaining government by respecting it and its power of coercion, but this means no more than that men, because of the imperfection of their material conditions, are prepared and compelled to erect over themselves their own tyrant, their own creature that must, as it does, assert itself against them. It was Marx's belief that while men remain in the state of constraint, of subjection to want and to one another via the process of production, they will be unable to lead fully human lives, for full humanity would require perfect emancipation from bonds of every sort. If Marx had ever used the term state of nature in his own name, he would have meant by it the state of man's incomplete domination of nature, the alternative to the state of freedom. While men are in bonds, as they have been under government and civil society, they experience as part of their bondage a constraint that compels them to contribute to their own dehumanization through institutions of their own devising. We may conclude the summary of Marx's materialism by explaining the foregoing remark, and at the same time showing how Marx conceives the state of need and the state of political society to coexist as the state of human bondage or what he calls man's alienation. Without a grasp of this element of Marxism it would be impossible to form a sufficient judgment of Marx's political philosophy as a whole. Returning to our point of departure, we note Marx's primary observation that man is a needing being. Each man is condemned to dependence upon external things, say nature, and upon other men to help supply his needs. But in addition to being essentially needy, man is what Marx calls a species being or a social being, which does not mean simply that man must live and act in common with other men, but that man cannot realize his human possibilities except by acting upon and being acted upon by other human beings. That man knows his fellow men to constitute a whole of which he is a part, and that he therefore associates himself with them in thought in a way which is ruled out for all subhuman animals, is part also of Marx's rather diffuse notion of man as a species being. At any rate, it was Marx's belief that man's essential activity, production, has in all previous societies been carried on under institutions that compel men to look upon each other and upon nature itself as alien things, objects, mere means to the end of satisfying the individual's needs. Productive labor itself has always been regarded as a painful necessity because of the conditions under which it has been performed. Thus men's environment and their fellow men have been objects of predation, and the acting men themselves, and their very own essential life activities, have been merely instrumental, means to ends without the intrinsic worth they must have if man is to be fully human, to be at one with himself, or to overcome his estrangement from nature, from himself, and from the fruits of his labor. Marx's contention is no less sweeping than this: until every man simply merges himself in the whole of humanity, producing only because production is the release and cultivation of human energy, and not because production is a way of obtaining subsistence directly or through exchange by exploiting other men's neediness, not until then will men be perfectly free and the perfect, final articulation of man, society, and nature be achieved. Until that time, men will distort each other's natures by treating each other as objects, each being made thus to grow up as at odds with his species, even regarding nature itself, incidentally, not in its beauty and splendor but as a source of gain. The arrangement of the process of production within the institution of common ownership of productive resources, under the formula from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, is thought by Marx to be the condition for causing the absolute translation of human life onto a basis which is in the most literal sense unprecedented. Men have lived hitherto in civil society, i.e., under institutions that have presupposed or positively cultivated self-interest as the principle of productive life and life itself. Marxian materialism leads up to the supersession of all civil society and its replacement by the human species as a universal brotherhood. Marxian materialism, which begins by insisting upon the need to consider empirical man, paradoxically ends in a social prescription with no empirical foundation or precedent. It was stated above that, from the point of view of Marxism, economics or political economy is defective in that it gives an account of economic life in terms of prices, wages, costs, profit, capital, and so on, as if these were transhistoric categories, or eternal elements intrinsic to economic life under all circumstances. The now common definition of economics as the science of the allocation of scarce resources among alternative uses is a better example of what Marx objected to than most economic notions that existed in his own day. This definition implies that there is something that can be called the economic problem for all men in all stages of civilization and technology, and that the rational solution of that problem requires either genuine or simulated markets to produce certain equilibria between commodity and discommodity, a universal law resembling the generalizations of physics. Marx's denial of the truth of political economy was not only a denial that the economists had given an accurate description of free enterprise. It was a denial that the description of a particular economic arrangement was a timelessly true description of the essence of economic life. This in turn is part of Marx's broad doctrine that in general there are no timeless essences and therefore no eternal truths which are not either trivial or purely formal. Marx's political philosophy is mingled with a theory about the nature of all things. Indeed, his political philosophy is to a certain extent governed by a universal scheme or system, a doctrine that things neither have essences nor do they, as fixed things, have existences, but they have histories or careers. Becoming, according to the formula, takes the place of being. Marx followed Hegel in fact, if not in expression, in rejecting as metaphysical the view that there are finished things or objects which have a fixed, given, straightforward constitution. He asserted on the contrary that everything is affected by both change and relation. Thus the various species are forever evolving and the individuals come into being, grow, and then decline. The inanimate things are thrown up by natural processes and then erode, oxidize, or otherwise decay, while internally, they are, like the living beings, constantly in motion. Moreover, each thing is affected, indeed constituted, by the relation in which it stands to other things. For example, a man who is a servant only in virtue of his relation to another being who is the opposite of a servant, namely a master. The nature of a servant is not intelligible by exclusive reference to the servant himself, just as one could not understand employee if there were not employers. In addition, there is an element of contradictoriness that is introduced into the constitution of perfectly motionless, unchanging things independently of their relations with other things. A curved line, everywhere curved, is nevertheless straight between 2 points infinitesimally separated. The best example of this paradox is given not by Marx and Engels but by Democritus. If a cone were cut by a plane parallel to the base, what ought one to think of the surfaces resulting from the section? Are they equal or unequal? 5. The easy answer is both. Further, the lines of distinction between classes of things are not sharp, for there are individuals at the margins that are as much of one class as of another, plant animals and sensitive plants, and even life itself is not simply distinguishable from non-life. The transition from life to death is not instantaneous, example the nails and hair continue to grow after death, and life proper consists of a process by which the living thing continually dies and renews itself through excretion and nutrition, so that life is inseparable from a continuous dying. It goes without saying that if life and death were in no way distinguishable, it would be impossible to distinguish living from dead material, or to say of life that it implied or presupposed or even required death. Yet the Marxist position is that life as a process is not simply life, but it is also necessarily and at the same time death. Life exists as a process in virtue of a contradiction, life is both life and death. And so it is with the other things. All things are in flux, as Marxism asserts following Heraclitus, and all flux is motion. To understand the character of all things, it is necessary to grasp the universal law of motion, the law governing nature, human history, and thought. That law is derived from the Marxist doctrine of the essential contradictoriness of motion itself. Since the time of Zeno the Eleatic, a proof has existed that motion is impossible. Every moving body is at each instant in one and only one place, which is the definition of being at rest. To be in motion is thus to be at rest and also not to be at rest. Each thing is, therefore, by analogy with a body in motion, equally what it is instantaneously and what it is historically, not in spite of, but in virtue of the fact that the two are contradictory. Contradiction is fundamental to development, i.e., to historical change, when change is assimilated to physical motion. Change is generated by contradiction through the mutual opposition of the two contradictory elements present in the thing in question. Consider an example given by Engels: a grain of cereal is planted, and it is annihilated as a grain while the plant grows up. As the plant develops to its own extinction, it produces many grains like the one from which it sprang. The grain is the affirmation, or thesis, the plant the negation, or antithesis, and the many grains the negation of the negation, or synthesis. Let us consider one more example. Select any algebraic quantity, A, as the affirmation. Negate it by multiplying it by 1, to form A. Negate the negation by multiplying it by itself, and the product is a 2, the affirmation on a higher level. The sequence of affirmation, negation, and negation of the negation is called the dialectic, and it is this that Marxism believes to be the universal law of nature, history, and thought. All development occurs on this pattern. In the special case of human history and thought, a cause is assigned to the unfolding of the dialectical process. That cause is the mode of production and its mutations. Because the primary phenomenon is the material conditions of production, the Marxist doctrine of history is called dialectical materialism, to distinguish it from the idealist dialectic of Hegel, which asserted the primary phenomenon to be self-dependent reason as the source of historical change. As a theory of human life, dialectical materialism asserts that the ground of all development in society and understanding is contradiction in the order of production. The most massive of such contradictions is the conflict between classes in society. By subsuming the opposition of class interests under the apparatus of the dialectic, Marxism seeks to show that the conflict cannot be resolved through compromises or mutual accommodations but only by a negation of the negation, i.e., by revolutionary changes in which the existing classes are annihilated and replaced by a synthesis on a higher level. An important element of Marx's political philosophy is his reconstruction of history for the purpose of showing that history has in fact been governed by the materialist dialectic. According to that reconstruction, each epoch inherits a mode of production and a complex of relations among men that is peculiarly fitted to that mode of production. Eventually a change takes place in the mode of production, brought on perhaps by a change in needs that could have been engendered by that very mode of production, and, more immediately, brought on by a fundamental discovery or invention stimulated by those needs. The new mode of production comes into being while the relations among the human beings are still those generated by the previous mode of production. The contradiction between existent social relations and the emergent mode of production, i.e., the clash between the established and the embryonic dominant classes, is the source of all collisions in history. Marx and Engels cite a number of historical developments as evidence of this hypothesis, the most amply treated being the transition from feudal to capitalistic society, and the evolution toward post-capitalism. The former is explained by recurring to the rise of machine manufacture in the Middle Ages, first in the textile industry and then more generally. The spread of machine production broke down the structure of guild masters with journeyman and apprentice labor, replacing it by a relation of bourgeois employers and wage-earning employees between whom no ties existed but that of the wage payment. The manufacturing mode of production was the vehicle by which the most fortunate and most active escaped serfs rose to displace the guild masters as the owners of the new means of production, and to become the progenitors of a new class, the bourgeoisie. Opposed to them, and at the same time indispensable to them, were the proletarian laborers having nothing to live by but the wages from the sale of their labor power. As industry and commerce expanded, the scale of production increased enormously, and as it did, the relations between the owning and non-owning classes underwent a further change, an aggravation. The clash of interests between capitalists and wage earners inevitably sharpened, for the proletarian's condition had to deteriorate because of the contradictions that are intrinsic to capitalism, contradictions that will appear when we consider Marx's critique of capitalist production. For the present it suffices to say that, according to Marx, the full development of machine production, under private ownership, requires the absolute pauperization and dehumanization of the wage earners because of the pressures of capitalist competition. At last the wretchedness of the masses will become unbearable, and the conflict of the classes will break forth into a decisive combat, decisive because the victory of the proletariat will usher in a new age of man. The proletarians have neither the wealth nor the wish to become the owners of the means of production as a class. Unlike every other insurgent class in the past, their purpose is not to take the place of their oppressors but to put an end to oppression. The means of achieving this end is to abolish the private ownership of the means of production and thus to abolish the distinction between owners and non-owners thereof, the distinction which is the condition for the division of human society into classes. Upon the dissolution of classes will necessarily ensue the end of the class struggle and the beginning of strictly human history. When that has occurred, the relations among men will have caught up with the latest great development in the mode of production, the conditions of oppression disappearing, the need for coercion will disappear as well, and the state will wither away to be replaced by the universal brotherhood of man. Marx was well aware that his prognosis for mankind was necessarily linked to a diagnosis of prevailing conditions. He realized that he must investigate the contemporary, European, world in its essentials, which is to say in its economic character, in order to satisfy himself and others that the dialectic of materialism is actually operative in the decisive period, namely the present. It was necessary for him to demonstrate that the law of the nature of capitalism is the law of the transformation of capitalism into something radically different. His enterprise incidentally required him to show that no explanation of capitalism other than his own had grasped the essential character of capitalism, and therefore no other account, at least no other than known, could be made the basis of a prognosis for mankind. This means that ordinary political economy, which did not come to the conclusion that capitalism is self-vitiating, is in various respects unsatisfactory even as a description of how capitalism works. Marx's own economics is almost wholly critical, devoted not to the explanation of how a socialist economy should or would be constituted but to a detailed representation of the self-contradictoriness and transitoriness of capitalist institutions, and to the inadequacy of political economy as known. The inseparability of the two criticisms is implicit in the subtitle of Capital, a critique of political economy. Marx's general criticism of political economy has already been mentioned. We must take up here his critical analysis of capitalism proper, and with it his more specific reflections on political economy. The title of his major economic work, Capital, indicates what seemed to him to be the central economic problem. Capital, according to Marx, does not mean simply the artificial means of production, equally a stone axe in the hand of a primitive, a bow in the hand of a Grecian hunter, or a power loom in 19th century England. Capital is productive wealth in the peculiar form that generates profit. The prevailing system is called capitalism because the means of production, privately owned, are a source of profit to their owners, the capitalists. It is very important to understand the nature of profit with perfect precision, for profit is at the heart of the prevailing social and economic order. Profit is not simply any economic surplus, such as might arise in primitive or feudal economies, any more than capital is simply productive wealth. Profit and capital are uniquely, mutually complementary. Profit appears directly as a part of the price of a commodity, a part which the owner of the means of production, the capitalist, as Marx was not the first to call him, is able to claim. What exactly does his share consist of? How does it originate, and by what right does the capitalist lay claim to it? Classical political economy had provided a certain answer, which was the point of departure for Marx's own analysis. Classical political economy had begun with the assertion that labor is the source of value, that the amount of labor embodied in a good is thus related to the amount of value in the good, and that the relative values of two goods must be in proportion to the relative amounts of labor embodied in them. The accompanying presumption is that the one who has created the value by pouring his labor into the object has the right to be the owner of his product. The classical economists agreed that, when production was carried on by individuals for themselves, using their own hands and the implements fashioned by them or owned by them, each man could claim for himself whatever he produced. But that condition ceased when, in order to carry on production, men required access to land and instruments belonging to others. Thereafter, those others had a right to share in the product. Evidently, profit, to leave aside the problem of rent, is coeval with the accumulation of productive property by some members of society. There was, according to the classic view, a period of human life when every man could produce independently, and then there was and still is a period in which land was made subject to appropriation, and the accumulation of durable property was made feasible. In the earlier period of human life, the labor theory of value applied in its simple and direct form. In the latter period, the product of labor is shared with capitalists and landlords. Readers of the doctrines of Hobbes and Locke, but especially the latter, will be reminded of the division of all human history between a period in the state of nature and a period in the state of civil society. We are now prepared to understand more fully Marx's asseveration that classical political economy assigns to the institutions of capitalism the status of prospectively timeless, natural conditions. Classical political economy and the political philosophy to which it was linked regarded as absolutely epochal the progress of man from the pre-political to the political condition. That same crucial change was perfected or consummated with the replacement of absolute monarchy by constitutional government, for between a subject and an arbitrary master there is only the law of nature. That crucial change in the human state was connected by classical political economy with the accumulation and protection of property in the means of production. The institutions of property thus come to parallel, and to have the same status as, civil society or civilization political life itself. Neither Hobbes and Locke nor the classical political economists looked beyond civil society for a further radical melioration of man's estate. It was left for Rousseau to raise the broad question of the goodness of both civil society and property, and thus to open the way for his successors to search for a horizon beyond that of civil society. Marx, in rejecting the view that property and civil society, or say political life, were the absolute condition for decent human existence in peace and prosperity, denied the natural and permanent status of the laws of commerce. He rejected the implication of classical political economy that profit and the private ownership of the means of production are here to stay, as much as and for the same reasons that political society is here to stay. Surely Marx did not concede that the transition from the state of nature to the state of political society was the absolutely epochal change in human life. Neither did he concede that the parallel change from the pure to the diluted application of the labor theory of value was epochal, or even that it provided a valid ground for understanding the prevailing economic institutions. That a difficulty indeed existed in that mode of explanation was noticed by Ricardo as he examined Adam Smith's theory of value and wages. Ricardo pointed out that if it were true in a simple sense that a commodity which required a day's labor for its production should be said to contain a day's labor worth of value, then when that commodity is exchanged for labor, it should purchase its equal in value, namely a day's labor. The brief formulation would be, labor embodied equals labor commanded, for any commodity. 6 In other words, there would be no profit. A workman could be hired for a week only if his product for the week, or the full value of it, were paid him as his wage. The fact that the wage is not equal to the whole product compelled Ricardo, and Smith, incidentally, to find an alternative formulation, one that ascribed value productivity to capital as congealed labor. Marx rejected the Ricardian and other classical explanations of profit, wages, and value because those explanations, in accounting for the difference between the labor embodied in and the labor commanded by a commodity, did not lead up to a condemnation of profit as resting upon exploitation, which Marx believed it to do. We must now consider his alternative explanation. Marx begins by noting a problem that arises out of the exchange of goods. When one commodity is exchanged for another, a common ground is indicated between two things which appear to have nothing at all in common. Suppose a pair of shoes to be exchanged for 3 shirts. The shoes and the shirts are so perfectly unlike as to be incommensurable. How can the ratio of 3 for 1, or any other ratio, ever be arrived at? To deal with the problem of commensurability, Marx recurs to, but modifies, a distinction which was traditional in political economy, the distinction between value in use and value in exchange. For the distinction use-value exchange-value, regarded by political economy as fundamental, Marx substitutes use-value-value. The reason for this is that he does not regard exchange as a permanent, natural institution but rather as a historic and transitory one. But exchange value is derivative from value proper, and in order to understand capitalism it is necessary to understand exchange value and therefore value simply. Returning now to the two commodities, we notice that they are absolutely unlike so far as we consider their value in use or their qualitative character, each good being designed for a certain purpose that the other could not serve. Now a shoe comes to be a shoe in virtue of having been produced by the peculiar labor of a shoemaker. A shirt is a shirt because it is the product of shirt-making labor. The difference between shoemaking and shirt-making labor is the source of the qualitative difference between shoes and shirts. Marx goes on to assert that, just as the two commodities can, indeed must, be looked at as if they are not only dissimilar but also have commensurable values, so the labor that produced them must be capable of being looked at not only as qualitatively differentiated labor. It must also be seen as homogeneous or undifferentiated human labor, as the generation of a certain amount of motion in a certain mass by a certain expenditure of human energy. As skills, therefore, the kinds of human labor are simply different, but as toil, all labor is the same, and is measurable in units of time, according to the length of its duration. Upon this latter fact depends the mensurability and commensurability of values. The summary formula would be, differentiated human labor produces use values and qualitative differences among commodities, while undifferentiated human labor produces value simply and quantitative commensurability among the commodities. Thus it is in their character as products of undifferentiated human labor, not as products of specific labor aimed at satisfying specific wants, that commodities have commensurable values and can enter into exchange. It should be pointed out that the assignment of labor alone as the source of value is not demonstrated by Marx, but is asserted by him as something self-evident. 7. The foregoing account of value provides support for Marx's definition and elaboration of the notion of a commodity. By a commodity Marx means a good which is privately produced for the sake of exchange, or sale, i.e., exchange against money. Capitalism could thus be described as a system of commodity production and, as such, based upon confusion and distortion. Rationally, the sum of all the individual labor powers in the community is the aggregate of labor power available to the society for the satisfaction of all its wants. If men were to live without distortion in their affairs, their labor power would be directly applied to the satisfaction of their wants rather than to production for exchange. Because the means of production are privately owned, however, production is carried on not directly for its true purpose, the satisfaction of wants, but for the special advantage of the owners of the means of production. The social character of labor is thus mediated and distorted by the mode of production. What Adam Smith regarded as a peculiar virtue of private enterprise, namely, the voluntary performance of a social function under the influence of a desire for private advantage, is regarded by Marx as the ground of the iniquity and instability in the prevailing system. Why he did so conclude can be understood if we look further at the capitalistic mode of production as Marx interpreted it. Indispensable to capitalism are the private ownership of the means of production and the existence of a body of men who both do not own any means of production and are perfectly free, in the sense of being unbound to the owners of the means of production by any personal ties of duty or rights. In order to live, the unpropertied must therefore engage themselves to labor at the machines and on the land of the propertied. The propertyless in effect sell to the propertied a commodity called labor power, not labor. Labor power means the ability to labor for a given period, labor means the actual duration of the labor. For Marx the distinction is crucial. Labor power is a commodity under capitalism, and that means that it is something produced for sale and having a value determined by the amount of labor congealed or incorporated in it. But what could be meant by the amount of labor incorporated in the capacity of a laborer to work for 8 hours? The answer is, that amount of labor that was required to produce the necessities that must be available to the man furnishing the labor power in question. Somewhat more broadly, the value of a day's labor power is determined by the amount of labor necessary to produce the subsistence for the laborer and his family in order to maintain the supply of labor power at its level, not only from day to day but from generation to generation. Let us suppose that in order to provide all the materials of subsistence necessary to support a labor power of 8 hours, 6 hours of labor must be performed. Then the value of a labor power of 8 hours would be equal to the value of 6 hours output. One would then obtain the output of 8 hours by giving for it the output of 6 hours. The value generated by the employed labor power during the 2 hours of its application while it is not paid for is called by Marx surplus value. It is the basis of profit. Profit exists only because a portion of the working man's labor power results in an output for which he is not paid. Yet he is not being cheated, in a certain sense. Marx is at pains to point out that the labor power is bought at its full value, its value understood as being rigidly subject to the labor theory of the value of all commodities including labor power itself. Thus the man is paid in full for his labor power but not for his labor. By this formulation Marx believed he had solved the problem that classical political economy had failed to clarify with consistency, the problem caused by the inequality of the labor embodied in a product and the labor commanded by it. His solution depends on the distinction between labor and labor power. By this radicalization of the labor theory of value that applies it to labor power itself, Marx was enabled to argue that a serious hidden contradiction of capitalism was brought to light. The relation between employer and employee is at one and the same time both cheating and not cheating. In the sense that it is not cheating, no one can individually be blamed. The buying and selling of labor power are done at full value according to the rules of the market. So far as it is cheating, however, it requires rectification. Marx's conclusion is that the abuse demands the abolition of the system rather than a change of the rules within the system. Reform could never suffice, because no mere reform could terminate the buying and selling of labor power. This contradiction is but the ground for many more. For example, from the proposition that profit originates in the consumption of labor power by the capitalist, it follows that profit can be made to increase either by consuming more labor power or by increasing the amount of labor that is produced by a given labor power, say, approximately, increasing the output per working day. But the increase in output per day, increase in productivity, is achieved by increasing the use of machinery. Increasing the use of machinery opposes the increase in consumption of labor power. In order to prevent the introduction of machinery from suppressing the profitable consumption of labor power, the working day must be lengthened. Marx thus arrives at the conclusion that the introduction of machinery leads and will lead to the lengthening of the working day and to the formation of a large population of the chronically, technologically unemployed. 8 Here and elsewhere, Marx's economic analysis led him to make certain grossly incorrect predictions as to conditions in a matured capitalistic economy. Not because his power of prediction is in itself of great interest, but because so much of his revolutionary animus is vindicated by the horrors he professes to foresee in the flowering of capitalism, his mistakes of prediction come to have a singular effect on the credibility of the analysis on which they rest. To continue. The restless struggle for profit causes the capitalistic economy and society to be in a state of endless flux. Under the lash of competition, which tends to reduce profits. Capitalists must constantly revolutionize the process of production in order to cheapen it. Old skills are rendered obsolete and the average level of skill required in the workforce is reduced as the motions of the artisan's hands are analyzed and copied in machinery. Since the fundamental condition of capitalist economic life is a free, propertyless workforce toward which the propertied have no duty, the whole burden of technological change falls upon the wage earners in the form of unemployment and poverty. But technological change as such is not peculiar to capitalism. Only under capitalism does it become a source of misery. In a dialectical manner, Marx argues that in its abuses, capitalism serves to expose a trans-capitalistic human problem that can be resolved only by the transcending of capitalism. Modern industry, through its catastrophes, imposes the necessity of recognizing, as a fundamental law of production, variation of work, consequently fitness of the laborer for varied work, consequently the greatest possible development of his varied aptitudes. It becomes a question of life and death for society to adapt the mode of production to the normal functioning of this law. Modern industry, indeed, compels society, under penalty of death, to replace the detail worker of today, crippled by lifelong repetition of one and the same trivial operation, and thus reduced to the mere fragment of a man, by the fully developed individual, fit for a variety of labors, ready to face any change of production, and to whom the different social functions he performs are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. 9. It must be pointed out that the tendency of technological change has not in fact been to reduce the average level of skill in the workforce or to lead to falling real wages and a growing industrial reserve army of the unemployed. Nor is there any evidence anywhere in the world that modern technology can be made compatible with institutionalized jack-of-all-tradism. Marx takes up many more aspects of capitalistic economic life than we can deal with here. His single-minded purpose throughout is to show that in virtue of what capitalism is, in virtue of its being intrinsically contradictory, its development must be its dissolution. The more it fulfills itself and approaches its peak, the more it destroys itself and approaches its fall. He provides a remarkable summary of his understanding of the case, late in Volume I of Capital. We saw in Part 4, when analyzing the production of relative surplus value, within the capitalist system all methods for raising the social productiveness of labor are brought about at the cost of the individual laborer. All means for the development of production transform themselves into means of domination over, and exploitation of, the producers. They mutilate the laborer into a fragment of a man, degrade him to the level of an appendage of a machine, destroy every remnant of charm in his work and turn it into a hated toil. They estrange him from the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in the same proportion as science is incorporated in it as an independent power. They distort the conditions under which he works, subject him during the labor process to a despotism the more hateful for its meanness. They transform his lifetime into working time, and drag his wife and child beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of capital. But all methods for the production of surplus value are at the same time methods of accumulation, and every extension of accumulation becomes again a means for the development of those methods. It follows therefore that in proportion as capital accumulates, the lot of the laborer, be his payment high or low, must grow worse. The law, finally, that always equilibrates the relative surplus population, or industrial reserve army, to the extent and energy of accumulation. This law rivets the laborer to capital more firmly than the wedges of Vulcan did Prometheus to the rock. It establishes an accumulation of misery, corresponding with accumulation of capital. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality, mental degradation, at the opposite pole, i.e., on the side of the class that produces its own product in the form of capital. 10. Marx believed that when, at last, the bourgeoisie had been reduced for the most part to proletarian by savage competition, and the proletariat had been reduced to stark poverty by the laws of accumulation and profiteering, then the uprising would occur and mankind would stand on the eve of history. 11. It is not going too far to assert that Marx's economics consists of the attempt to show how that fateful transformation is implicit in the labor theory of value as concretized in the practices of capitalism. Whether or how far these doctrines of Marx are sound is a question of more than ordinary interest to the world. It arises in two parts, whether what Marx regarded as inevitable is so, and whether the premises of his system are acceptable. These questions we must now take up. Marx's predictions are on two subjects: the fate of capitalism and the character of socialist society. On the former he is at great length, as we have seen, and to a large extent he predicts incorrectly. A century after he came to his conclusions, it is fair to deny that the introduction of machinery must lead to lengthening of the working day, that there must be massive, growing, technological unemployment, that the bourgeoisie must be proletarianized and the proletariat pauperized, and that socialism is the culmination of capitalism. Marx's predictions were based upon the belief that an economic order has a life and being of its own, that it resembles the articulation of inert parts, and that when it is somehow or other launched on its way, it functions mechanically, as little subject to change of direction as a bullet shot from a gun. Marx had a certain loathing for utilitarianism, but he was as prone as any utilitarian doctrinaire to liken social life to a syllogism. Logic is supremely universal, everywhere and at all times the same. It is expressive of reason, but it has nothing to learn from prudence. Marx made concessions, but absolutely insufficient ones, to such simple and undialectical influences as laws to limit the length of the working day, laws to encourage or compel collective bargaining, to enact workmen's compensation, progressive income taxation, unemployment insurance, old age benefits, laws to regulate securities exchanges, to promote full employment, to protect competition, to control the money supply, to support agriculture, to relieve the sick, to suppress the adulteration of food, to compel the young to submit to be educated, to ensure savings, and 1,000 other laws, not the least of which is the law that puts lawmaking under the influence of the reigning multitudes that he mistook for a pauperized proletariat. Marx was an astute journalistic observer of political things, but in his teaching he conceded nothing significant to politics, i.e., to discretion, which he discounted as mere reform. He postulated the economic man with as much narrow assurance as any political economist, if with a more brilliant rhetoric. Marx's predictions are not only of the baleful kind. Occasionally he alludes to the character of life in the post-capitalistic epoch and gives brief sketches of the communist world. There is no way to test empirically his visions of socialism, because all existing socialist societies claim to be in a state of transition toward communism proper, and every disparity between the expectation and the reality is explained as temporary. Whether all such disparities are in truth temporary, or how many could be temporary, depends upon the soundness of the ground upon which Marx's expectations rested. We turn to that question in conclusion. The ruling principle of Marxian socialist society is, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. This is a maxim fit to serve as the fundamental law among loyal, wise, and incorruptible friends, devoted to one another with an absolutely unselfish benevolence. Among such friends, not only would no individual seek his advantage at the expense of others, but the thought of doing so would never occur to him. In this sense, duty as duty would be transcended. What the mere sense of duty dictates to a man capable of selfishness would be the most spontaneous desire of a man as member of the friendly society. His duty would not appear to him as duty. Marxian society would be a society of billions of friends warmly joined in the rarest and most sensitive union of amity. It is imaginable that there would be a great concourse of men living together without any threat of coercion to restrain them from offending each other, but that their uncoerced sociality would reflect not goodness but utter indifference, the extinction of every animating impulse. Marx emphatically does not have this in mind. His socialists would be alive at the peak of all their powers, each abundantly active. His vision of life for the generality of mankind is what the ancient thinkers conceived as the highest possibility open to the wisest and the best, the mutual love of a few noble spirits, elevated above every petty desire, free from every trace of envy or worldly ambition, willingly sharing that invaluable good which does not pass away from its possessor when he bestows it upon another, and which is multiplied when it is divided, that good being wisdom. The notion of the quintessence of justice materializing among the wise is intelligible, for wisdom excites the admiration that generates love, and wisdom is a good for which men cannot contend invidiously but only harmoniously. The conditions for rational benevolence would be fully met among the few who desire a good the pursuit of which cannot corrupt. The perfect society is the society, then, in which philosophy as the rule of life would become indistinguishable from justice, which also is the rule of life. In the perfect society, justice would administer itself, and it would therefore be perfectly pure because untainted by the need to coerce, to punish, or to deceive. The disappearance of justice into philosophy might be said to be equivalent to the disappearance of the political in the philosophic. The perfect society could not be described except on the premise that there is such a thing as philosophy, that a few men take it to be the greatest good, that more than a few never can or will take it to be so, and that therefore it is in the nature of things that justice and political society or government will not dissolve into philosophy. Marxism dreams of the disappearance of justice and political society not in philosophy, it goes without saying, but in rational economics, and therefore for the mass of humanity, not merely for the infinitesimal few. The economic system that would be approved as rational by Marx would of course not be the liberal economy in which the economic man finds free scope for his rationality. That rationality, which is in fact only self-interested calculation, is thought by Marx to be infected with contradiction. A self-contradicting rationality would appropriately serve as the spring of action in a system that seeks prosperity through poverty, freedom through subordination, and the common good through the emancipation of self-preference. Pre-Marxian, or at any rate pre-Hegelian, political philosophy, both ancient and modern, was characterized by a certain moderation that allowed it to approve regimes which achieve reason through myth, freedom through coercion, or sociality through selfishness. Wayward and unreflective as men are, they may still be made amenable to social life if they can be brought under the guidance either of well-disposed men or of cunning institutions that play men's lower motives off against each other to a salutary outcome. In either case the end or outcome was conceived to be of utmost importance, apart from such considerations as whether the end is given by nature, or whether it justifies the means. How far Marx was affected by the tendency of Kant to depreciate the mere ends we cannot here consider, but it is certain that Marx repudiated the willingness of the ancient and the eagerness of the modern traditions to make peace with, though not to surrender to the weaknesses of human nature, and to be content with society consisting of men as they are. Marx dreamed of that human condition in which good ends would be sought by good men using only good means and responding to, because possessing, only good motives. The basis or presupposition of his dream was the generation of a new man, or the regeneration of man, and the instrument of regeneration would be the rational economy rightly understood. Unexpectedly, we now see coming into view a ground of agreement between ancients and pre-Marxian moderns on this most important point. Political life rests upon the imperfection of man and continues to exist because human nature rules out the elevation of all men to the level of excellence. The connection between civil government and man's imperfection is expressed by Rousseau, for example, in the form of the distinction between state and society. Men can be social while uncorrupted, but in political community they prey and are preyed upon by one another. 12 At the beginning of Common Sense, Thomas Paine wrote, "Society is produced by our wants, and government by our wickedness. The former promotes our happiness positively by uniting our affections, the latter negatively by restraining our vices. The first is a patron, the last a punisher." Rousseau may be said to have suggested, via the doctrine of the perfectibility of man, that government may be more and more replaced by society. In the perfect freedom of self-government, coercion loses most of its sting. But Rousseau did not at all suppose the utter collapse of government into society, for he did not suppose that all men would become philosophic, nor that there is any perfect substitute for the full rationality of men that would render coercion and rhetoric of all kinds, i.e., political life, dispensable. He did not, in brief, expect ordinary selfishness simply to disappear from among the generality of men. What in Rousseau was a limited suggestion, although an emphatic one, came to be the dogmatic core of a confident prognosis, a strident propaganda, and a revolutionary incitation in Marx. The state or political order will wholly wither away, and homogeneous mankind will live socially under the rule of absolute benevolence from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. No longer will duty be performed incidentally to the pursuit of selfish interest. The link between duty and interest, which is to say the subordination of duty to interest, will be broken for once and all by the abolition of the categories duty and interest. They will be abolished by the revision of the property relations, by the inauguration of a new economics which will bring on the full perfection of human nature via the transcendence of production for exchange. In barest outline, Marx's radicalization of Rousseau can be said to rest upon the supersession of philosophic reason by historic reason. Philosophic reason, the intelligence of individual human beings, being unequally present among men, political society with coercion and rhetoric cannot be dispensed with if calamity is to be avoided. So the philosophic tradition believed. Marx's teaching is that there is a reason inherent in the course of history. History abhors a contradiction as profoundly as nature was ever thought to abhor a vacuum. Whether a contradiction means more than a clash of interests, we are not told. In any case, the unviability of every individual contradiction is transformed by the philosophy of history into the unviability of contradiction simply. The philosophy of history tries to communicate its confidence that contradiction must wipe itself out, working through the discontents of men afflicted with the symptoms of the contradictions that exist in society. The progressive resolution of contradictions, and the movement of man toward the condition free of contradiction deserves to be called the expression of historic reason. It supersedes or overcomes the philosophic reason, or the intelligence of individual men, not only in the obvious sense that, through the historic evolution of human nature, the unequal distribution of intelligence will cease to have political relevance. When the new breed of man is generated by the common ownership of the means of production, all the old, natural, categories of right will fall before the logic of history, and sub-philosophic men will live in uncoaxed and myth-free, i.e., perfectly rational, society, as only the rarest of men were thought to be able to do, but even more emancipatedly than the rarest, who never had the benefit of the perfect environment. The multitudes of men will be conditioned to reach the heights by abundance of goods produced and distributed without any opposition of interest. Marx appears to believe that, if men are divided by scarcity, they would be united by abundance. We would be readier to be convinced of this if there were reason to believe that men will someday be indistinguishable from the grazing herbivores. Marxism is famous for looking forward to the end not only of political life but also of religion. Religion is the belief in the existence of a realm of the whole where there is a rectification for every defect in the terrestrial world. Here there is death, there life. Here iniquity goes unseen or unpunished, there it is recorded and retributed, or if it is beyond human punishment, it receives divine punishment even here below. The goodness that is ignored or mocked on earth is accounted and honored in heaven. The belief that the whole is or tends to be good can be maintained even if the visible part of the whole is imperfect, by arguing that the invisible part perfectly makes up the deficiencies present to our view. We would be led far out of our way if we attempted to compare the teachings of the theological and the philosophic traditions with respect to this question, but we may observe that the ancient philosophic tradition also taught that nature as a whole is good. Yet it is not so unequivocally good as to render superfluous the coercion and rhetoric that support political life, thus the goodness of nature as a whole does not permeate all of human life. On this fundamental point there is a ground of agreement between ancient philosophy and revealed religion. For all practical purposes, the goodness of the whole, whether the whole is the sum of the natural and the supernatural, or the complex of form and matter in nature itself, cannot be translated or transformed into the goodness of man's common life. In the case of modern political philosophy, the goodness of nature as a whole was characteristically not asserted, teleology was of course rejected, and the wretchedness of the state of nature strongly argued. Nature required to be rectified, or rather to be governed, and the clue to the government of nature was to be found in the laws of nature, the laws of science and the laws of politics and economics. The belief in the possibility of conquering or governing nature perhaps opened the way to the Marxian notion that the perfection of human life is possible, and not only possible but foreseeable, in the classless society. But as has been seen, that consummation was not explicit in the teaching of pre-Marxian modern political philosophy. Not before Marx asserted the historicity of nature itself. 13. The absolute perfectibility of human nature under the influence of economic conditions, was it supposed that political life and religion must vanish and be replaced by uncooped, rational society. We are led, through the doctrines of Marxism, to reconsider some commonly held views. One is that there is a deep hostility between philosophy and political society because philosophy, by its unconfined questioning, eventually exposes the polity itself to the blasts of skepticism, while the body politic, suspicious of theories and prone to philistinism, always threatens the thinking sort of men with contempt or worse. But however well-founded the mutual suspicions might be, we observe that philosophy, certainly classical political philosophy, argues that man is by his nature political and that political society is the truly human society taking into view the characteristics of men generally. Philosophy has been thought to threaten politics. We see that in fact it defended politics, and that the anticipation of the end of political life had to await the supersession of philosophy by history, that is, by the doctrine of the emendation of nature. Another opinion brought under revision is that between philosophy and religion there is in principle war to the death, the one asserting the supremacy of reason, the other of faith. We have seen that philosophy can have, and did for ages have, a certain common ground with religion. Both had views of nature that did not lead to the expectation of perfect society within the natural order. The theoretical discountenancing of religion in the name of an aspiration toward perfect society had to await the supersession of philosophy by history. We might summarize by saying that the replacement of philosophy by history was the condition for the replacement of politics and religion by society and economics. This is the kernel of Marxism. Marxism is not simply another political system, or one more ideology. It proposes nothing less than the end of the West of political life, philosophy, and religion, as the foregoing summary indicates. Perhaps we should look forward with eager anticipation to the end of the West, but we cannot know whether we should without rationally examining the project for strangling philosophy. That rational examination is part of the philosophic quest itself. We cannot free ourselves of philosophy, if only because we must philosophize to pass judgment on philosophy. We begin to suspect the soundness of the anti-philosophic historicism of Marx. Observing its weakness prepares us to concede that history can make room for spiritually impoverished societies. The viability of Marxist nations is a sign not of the soundness of Marx's prophecy but of the unsoundness of the sanguine historicism on which he based it. We have every right to conclude that history is the opiate of the masses. Readings: A. Marx, Karl, and Engels, Friedrich. The Communist Manifesto. Marx, Karl, and Engels, Friedrich. The German Ideology. Ed R. Pascal. New York, International Publishers, 1939. Part I. Marx, Karl. Theses on Feuerbach. Marx, Karl. Capital. New York, Modern Library, N.D. BKI, Part I, Chapter I, SECS 1, 2, 4. B. Engels, Friedrich. Ludwig Feuerbach and the Outcome of German Classical Philosophy. Ed. C. P. Dude. New York, International Publishers, N.D. Chap 4 Dialectical Materialism. Engels, Friedrich. Herr Eugen Düring's Revolution in Science, Anti-Düring. Transaction E. Burns. Ed. C. P. Dude. New York, International Publishers, 1935. Part I Philosophy. Friedrich Nietzsche. 1844 to 1900. The young Nietzsche thought of the philosopher as a physician of culture. His own philosophy is both a diagnosis of the sickness or crisis of his time, the 19th century, and the search for a cure. In his first published book, The Birth of Tragedy, 1872, Nietzsche placed his hope in a revival of German culture through the music of Richard Wagner. His second book, Untimely Considerations, known in English as Thoughts Out of Season, consists of 4 essays published separately between 1873 and 1876. One of these is again a tribute to Wagner. Nietzsche soon ceased to believe in the cure he had suggested, repudiating Wagner and losing faith in the possibility of a German cultural revival. He thus entered into the second stage of his development, a stage characterized by disillusionment and a turning to Western positivism. Symbolic of this is the dedication of his third book, Human, All Too Human, 1879, to Voltaire. 1 Nietzsche's final position is articulated in Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Its 4 parts were written and published between 1883 and 1885, and the books following it. Nietzsche, however, never repudiated but only deepened the view of his time as sick and critical, a view which is to be found in the writings of his first stage of development, and the problems he raised at this stage are problems with which he never ceased to wrestle. One is, therefore, justified in beginning an exposition of Nietzsche's political philosophy with a discussion of one of his earlier writings, the second essay of Thoughts Out of Season. The title of the essay, which was published in 1874, may be translated as Of the Use and Disadvantage of History for Life. In English it is known as The Use and Abuse of History. 2 Nietzsche's thoughts are out of season because they are meant to be contrary to his time and yet with an influence upon it for the benefit of a coming time. The essay is a critique of a specific fault and defect of the time, historicism, which Nietzsche calls the historical movement, the historical trend, or the historical sense. He believes his time to be suffering from a malignant historical fever. 3. Nietzsche's critique of historicism is also his confrontation with, and criticism of, Hegel. In the latter part of the essay Nietzsche refers to a very celebrated philosophy and continues, I believe there has been no dangerous turning point in the progress of German culture in this century that has not been made more dangerous by the enormous and still living influence of this Hegelian philosophy. Hegel regards contemporary man as the perfection of world history. Hegelianism establishes the sovereignty of history over other spiritual powers such as art or religion. For Hegel, the highest and final stage of the world process came together in his own Berlin existence. For against Hegel's doctrine that the historical process is a rational process which in Hegel's time has ended in an absolute moment at the zenith, Nietzsche asserts that the historical process neither is nor can be finished. That the completion of history is not merely impossible but undesirable because it would lead to a degeneration of man, and that history is not a rational process but is full of blindness, madness, and injustice. It might thus appear that Nietzsche simply affects a return to a pre-Hegelian viewpoint which considers history a realm of chance rather than a dimension of meaning. However, Nietzsche's critique of historicism does not deny the validity of the essential premises of historicism, and his criticism of Hegel is based on a crucial area of agreement with Hegel, as a closer analysis of the use and abuse of history will show. The essay begins with a consideration of the life of animals. Animals forget each moment as soon as it passes. To live entirely in the present, without memory of the past, means to live unhistorically. Man remembers the past and cannot escape from it, man lives historically. He also suffers from the awareness of the past and the passing of time, if only because it brings with it an awareness that man is an imperfectible imperfection. Happiness depends on the ability to forget and to surrender completely to the present. A man who could forget nothing would be a totally unhappy man, for he would see only flux and change and would have no fixed points by which to take his bearings. On the other hand, man would not be man without a memory of the past. Moreover, it is only by developing his historical sense and by virtue of his power of turning the past to the uses of the present that man rises above other animals and becomes man. Man's problem is therefore to find that balance between remembering and forgetting which is most conducive to his life as man. The degree and limits of man's memory of the past must be fixed by the extent to which man can incorporate or absorb the past. A healthy organism is one which instinctively assimilates only as much of the past as it can digest, the rest it simply does not see. The dividing line between the historical and the unhistorical is the organism's horizon. According to Nietzsche, this is a universal law: a living thing can only be healthy, strong, and productive within a certain horizon. 5. Man's horizon is constituted by his fundamental set of assumptions about all things, by what he considers the absolute truth which he cannot question. His historical knowledge must be surrounded by an unhistorical atmosphere of darkness which limits the historical sense of man. The proper sphere of history lies within and under the unhistorical atmosphere which must envelop man if he is to endure. Nietzsche admits that there are uses as well as abuses of history. He speaks of three kinds of history which can serve life. Monumental history provides the man of action with models of greatness by its depiction of the great men and events of the past. Antiquarian history addresses itself to the preserving and revering element in man, imbuing him with a salutary love for tradition. It is of special benefit to less gifted peoples and races because it keeps them safe from a restless and unproductive cosmopolitanism. Critical history places obsolete aspects of the past before the bar of judgment and condemns them. It brings to light injustices surviving from the past so that they can be abolished in the interest of the present. Nietzsche is, however, more concerned with the abuses than with the uses of history. He is quick to point out how easy it is to misuse each of the above-mentioned kinds of history. Monumental history's models of past greatness can be erected to hinder the emergence of present greatness. The reverence for the past which antiquarian history fosters can act to stultify the present. There is always the danger that critical history will uproot more of the past than deserves to be uprooted. Moreover, Nietzsche links the efficacy of each kind of history to its blindness to the whole truth. By paying insufficient attention to the conditions needed for the emergence of greatness, monumental history deludes one into thinking that, because greatness was possible, it is still possible, which need not be the case. In cultivating a general reverence for the past, antiquarian history is necessarily indiscriminate and praises aspects of the past which do not deserve praise. Critical history fails to realize the extent to which men are the results of the past they seek to condemn. The uses of the past for the present depend on a violation of the truth about the past. Useful history cannot be scientific history. Science and the demand that history become a science disrupt the proper relation between history and life. Historical science is motivated by the desire to know rather than the desire to serve life, and it forces on the attention of man more historical knowledge than he can properly absorb or digest. At this point history no longer serves life, it disrupts life. Nietzsche presents the reader with a catalogue of calamities resulting from an excess of history. One of these calamities is that men, confronted with a spectacle of history so vast that it becomes meaningless for them, will come to think of themselves as epigoni, late arrivals on the scene for whom there is nothing whatever to do. If Hegel were right, if history were finished, modern men would indeed be epigoni. Hegel is wrong, but the belief that he is right makes men act as if they were epigoni. Men who have no further task to accomplish or men who believe there is nothing more to be done are bound to degenerate, for what is best in man is his aspiration. But neither the assertion that the historical process is finished nor the assertion that the historical process is rational is the most fundamental assertion of historicism. Historicism asserts the overwhelming importance of history, the determination of man's life and thought by history, and the impossibility of transcending the historical process. Nietzsche accepts this assertion of the omnipotence of history, and his acceptance constitutes a crucial area of agreement with Hegel. The calamities which Nietzsche attributes to an excess of historical knowledge can be summarized by saying that an excess of historical knowledge destroys man's horizon. There is, however, no permanent horizon of man as man. Men's fundamental assumptions about things are unevident, unsupported, historically variable, and historically determined. There are neither eternal things nor eternal truths, there is only flux and change, which Nietzsche calls the finality of becoming. Point 6 While doctrines asserting the finality of becoming are true, they are also fatal. History as the science of universal becoming is true but deadly. If human life can only thrive within a certain horizon which men believe to be the absolute truth, but which in reality is merely one of many possible horizons, then life is in need of illusions, and the truth which exposes the horizon as a mere horizon is deadly. There is, then, a conflict between truth and life, or between life and wisdom. In such a conflict, according to Nietzsche, one must choose the side of life. There can be life without wisdom, but there can be no wisdom without life. It is, however, impossible to accept the illusions which life demands if they are known to be illusions. Myths are useful only so long as they are mistaken for the truth. A man's horizon is his most comprehensive myth, and it enables him to live because he thinks of it as the truth. To see a horizon as horizon is to be beyond that horizon. At the very least, the continued acceptance of a discredited horizon would involve man in a degrading self-deception, but Nietzsche is concerned with the ennoblement of man. If there is a tension between wisdom and life, it cannot be resolved by the preference for life. An impasse has been reached. Yet the use and abuse of history ends on a note of hope, asserting a harmony between life and wisdom. After historicism's exposure of the arbitrary character of all human horizons, man is subjected to the hopeless waves of an infinite skepticism, but Nietzsche professes to cite land, man can recover from the malady of history. 7. Such a recovery is only possible if historicism is proved to be untrue or at least not completely true. Tentatively in the use and abuse of history, and more comprehensively in his later writings, Nietzsche attempts to overcome and transcend the historicist insight. What begins as the questioning of the objective truth of historicism ends as a questioning of the very possibility of objective truth. The kind of history which culminates in historicism is history which understands itself as scientific and objective. Historicism is a theoretical assertion based upon an examination of historical phenomena. Nietzsche questions whether the historical phenomena can be understood by objective and scientific history and historians. He questions whether history will yield its secrets to disinterested inquiry. History is made by historical actors, by great men. History-making men are dedicated men having a commitment to a cause. They act within a horizon of commitment, unhistorically believing the absolute validity of their attempt. The great men of history were the great creators, facing the future and devoting themselves to that which was to be. The greatest creators are those who create horizons within which future men will live. They create these horizons unconsciously and under the illusion that they are merely discovering truth. All previous horizons enveloped a belief in an absolute truth which cannot be created but which may be discovered. Objective history stands or falls by its fidelity to its object, by its ability to present the past as it really was. Nietzsche quotes with approval the old maxim that like can only be understood by like. Only committed men facing the future and only creative men can understand the creations of future-directed and committed men of the past. The language of the past is always oracular. You will only understand it as builders of the future who know the present. 8. The objective historian is not a creative man, and he does not face the future. He may establish the date of Michelangelo's birth, but only an artist can really understand Michelangelo. The objective historian deludes himself into thinking that he does not interpret the past but only describes it. There is, however, an illusion which lurks in the very word objectivity. Any statement about facts is an interpretation of facts. The very selection of data from an infinity of data is already an interpretation. Ultimately there is not a choice between objective and subjective history but only a choice between a noble, rich interpretation of the past and a base, impoverished interpretation of the past. Thus Nietzsche does not deny the validity of the insight that horizons are the creations of men. He attacks historicism as a particular interpretation of that insight. He attempts to transcend the apparent deadliness of the historicist insight by interpreting it nobly. If it is a fact that the values by which men have lived have been their own creations or fictions, it is an ambiguous fact. Nietzsche moves in the direction of viewing this insight as a revelation of man's creativity and therefore of his power. Man is revealed as the animal who is able to create horizons. For the first time he can create his horizon consciously. Could not a consciously created horizon be the most glorious horizon yet created by man? Nietzsche only hints at the possibility of such a solution in the use and abuse of history, and the questions raised by those hints are not resolved in that essay. If horizons are the creations of men, can there in principle not be as many different horizons as there are men? If horizons are free projects, how is one to choose between different horizons? When these questions arise, one must turn from the use and abuse of history to the main body of his work, but with an appreciation of the importance which the historical process has for Nietzsche. Inhuman, all too human, Nietzsche criticizes traditional philosophy for its lack of the historical sense. 9 The importance of the historical process is such that Nietzsche's own political philosophy can almost be said to be couched in terms of a historical analysis. Nietzsche tries to create man's horizon of the future. His creation cannot, of course, be derived, or merely derived, from history, for it is a free project. But the historicist insight into horizons as horizons, for instance, is necessarily a post-Christian insight, as will be seen. And Nietzsche's own project is in some respects meant to be a synthesis of the best projections of the future which have occurred in history. With these considerations in mind, one may turn to Nietzsche's interpretation of man's history, which has led men to the total crisis of Nietzsche's time. The peak of man's history was reached near the beginning of recorded history. The highest culture hitherto was that of the Greeks. To Nietzsche, culture is the perfection of nature, and every culture is characterized by a unity of style which pervades all its activities. A great culture is one which abounds with great, creative men and which elevates men. In Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche writes, "Every enhancement of the type man has so far been the work of an aristocratic society, and it will be so again and again, a society that believes in the long ladder of an order of rank, and that needs slavery in some sense or other. Without that pathos of distance which grows out of the ingrained difference between strata, when the ruling caste constantly looks afar and looks down upon subjects and instruments, and just as constantly practices obedience and command, keeping down and keeping at a distance that other, more mysterious pathos could not have grown up, either the craving for an ever new widening of distances within the soul itself, the development of ever higher, rarer, more remote, further stretching, more comprehensive states, in brief, simply the enhancement of the type man." 10. The pathos of distance existed in Greek society, which was a master-slave society. Nietzsche also notes with approval that the Greeks made a virtue of combat and contests. Even the poets contested each other. If Greece is the peak of recorded history, Greek tragedy is the peak of that peak. Man's fundamental experience is abysmal. He is confronted with an abyss of meaninglessness in a world that is a chaos and not a cosmos. Man is a suffering animal. Optimism is a shallow reaction to man's condition, a self-deception. Pessimism may be a mere weakness of the will, but it can be a courageous confrontation of the abyss. Greek tragedy is a pessimism of strength, an affirmation, and therewith a transfiguration of man's suffering. The Greek culture Nietzsche admires is primarily pre-Socratic, just as the Greek philosophers he praises are mainly pre-Socratics, especially Heraclitus. Socrates is, to Nietzsche, the destroyer of Greek tragedy. A healthy culture is one in which men's creative instincts are maximized. Socrates is the enemy of the instinctive life, a theoretical man who is critical rather than creative, who bizarrely equates both happiness and virtue with reason, who withers nobility and the noble virtues by subjecting them to a ruthless dialectical inquiry they cannot withstand, who imposes his will on posterity so successfully that, since Socrates, rationalism has been the fate of Western man. Socrates and Plato are an anticipation of an even greater calamity for mankind, the appearance of Christianity. Nietzsche labels Christianity as Platonism for the people. 11. Christianity's triumph over Rome is the triumph of slave morality over master morality. For Nietzsche, moralities are creations, but the first creators were individuals rather than herds. Herd morality is the first form of morality, from which both slave and master morality derive. However, there were always strong herds and weak herds. Strong herds impose their will on weak herds and enslave them. Master morality is the affirmation of strength by the strong, a celebration of the vigorous and active life by those who are possessed of vigor and capable of action. The strong do not repress their instincts but glorify them. Masters are cruel, but they are innocently cruel. They identify the good with the powerful, and they dismiss the weak with contempt, calling it bad. Conversely, slave morality is the rejection of strength by the weak. Whereas masters distinguish between good and bad, slaves distinguish between good and evil. What the master affirms as good the slave rejects as evil. Slave morality is essentially negative, being a reaction against, and a revenge upon, the rulers and their values. Its primary concern is with evil. Good becomes a label attached to various kinds of weakness, such as humility and passivity. Eagles cannot help being eagles, and lambs cannot help being lambs, but lambs pretend and must pretend that their weakness is voluntary, just as the strength of the eagles is voluntary and can therefore be condemned. Nietzsche tends to use the term slave morality and priest morality interchangeably. Slave morality is formulated by priests who are members of the ruling herd, but weak and decadent members. They make common cause with the herd, the sick minister to the sick. They develop ascetic ideals which are the revenge which weak life attempts to take on life, but this attempted revenge serves life by keeping the herd from destroying itself. The priestly people are the Jews, who are the inventors of Christianity. Through Christianity they connive to effect a transvaluation of all values. They succeed, humility becomes a virtue and pride a vice, master morality is stood on its head. Christianity makes life soft by sapping its vigor. The instincts are denied their free play and forced to turn back upon themselves. The worst effect of this transvaluation of all values is to preserve what Nietzsche calls a surplus of defective, diseased, degenerating forms of life. In the economy of life, this preservation is necessarily at the expense of higher forms of life. It has made man a sublime miscarriage who is too tame for his own good. 12. Nietzsche conceived of his own labors as an attempt at a transvaluation of all values, but it would be a mistake to assume that he merely attempted to restore a pre-Christian master morality. Such a restoration would be impossible because of the changes in Western man which Christianity has produced, and it would be undesirable because the changes have not all been for the worse. Nietzsche thinks of the abortion as sublime in a very serious way. Christianity has deepened man. Slave morality spiritualizes man by sublimating his instincts until there is a possibility of their expression in ever more delicate forms. The spiritualization of man has produced, among other things, science, which has widened the scope of man's possible future. Furthermore, Christianity has universalized man and has made any restoration of limited goals for peoples or races obsolete. Christianity has superseded the Greeks. Nietzsche's transvaluation of values will replace the false universalism of Christianity with a true universal goal for mankind. It will transcend Christianity rather than merely destroy it. When Nietzsche compares his own time with the great age of the Greeks or even with the eras in which Christianity produced in European man a magnificent tension of the spirit, he finds it wanting in all decisive respects. There are almost no true individuals in the 19th century. Even the rare true selves that do occur in such a paltry time are stunted by the time. The rule of low forms of life at the expense of higher forms is for Nietzsche the meaning of democracy. Democracy is mediocrity. There is no significant difference between democracy and socialism. Both democracy and socialism preach egalitarianism, and both are the true heirs of Christianity and its slave morality. Christianity prepares the way for egalitarianism by holding all men to be equal in decisive respects. They have, in God, a common Father, and they are all sinners. Nietzsche finds that all the governments of his day are inherently democratic. Even states which consider themselves to be monarchies take their bearings by the many and cater to them. All modern states yield to public opinion, Nietzsche equates public opinion with private laziness. The rule of public opinion is the rule of sloth and laziness, breeding conformity. Modern societies are all mass societies which not only mold all men into one shape but also into a very degraded shape. The morning paper replaces the morning prayer. The Time prides itself on its pacificism. The truth is that men no longer believe in anything strongly enough to fight for it. Nietzsche condemns both the modern state and modern society. The state is a powerful, new idol, whereas Nietzsche is concerned with the destruction of idols. The state is a mere superstructure based on the unique quality of a people, but it warps that uniqueness. The state preaches universal doctrines like the rights of man. Its shallow universalism destroys the genius of particular people. Its impersonal machinery depersonalizes man. A false quality pervades society. Success in the marketplace is a sign of worthlessness. One must be an actor, the opposite of a genuine self, to succeed. Modern education no longer molds true individuals but turns out specialists. The corruption of education necessarily produces a corruption of the general level of taste. Symptomatic of this is the debasement of literary style. People cease to speak well and to write well, for excellence as such tends to be rejected. Philosophy, too, has been affected by the total crisis of Nietzsche's time. It is tolerated only because of its impotence. It is no longer sovereign over other disciplines. It is in such a bad state that it almost deserves the disrepute in which it is held. All varieties of philosophy which Nietzsche examines he finds deficient. To begin with, they all tend to be dogmatic. Philosophies turn into philosophic systems. The will to a system is a lack of integrity. Certain varieties of philosophy continue to be instructive. One can learn from cynics the seamy underside of values and to appreciate the animal qualities in man. One can learn from skeptics a necessary kind of detachment, and from pessimists the necessarily great role of suffering and pain in life. In themselves, however, these philosophies offer no solution for the crisis of the time, being themselves symptoms of the crisis. Nor does science offer a solution. It possesses the rare virtue of integrity, but it is involved in the crisis. Science is the last form assumed by the ascetic ideals of slave morality. Science turns against life in the interest of truth. Its very truthfulness, however, disarms it. Science has taken to discrediting itself by revealing its own limitations. Nietzsche has a short saying to express what is at the root of the total crisis of his time, a crisis reflected in thought and in deed, in individuals and in institutions. That saying is, God is dead. With Nietzsche saying that God is dead, one arrives at the core of his philosophical endeavors. In Nietzsche's greatest book, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Zarathustra, who to some extent is the self-idealization of Nietzsche, asserts the death of God near the very beginning of the work. Point 13. He does not at first prove that God is dead but makes it, as it were, a matter of personal honor that God be dead. The belief in God has become an indecency for all men except those who have had no opportunity to hear of the death of God. Later on the meanings of the saying, its basis and its consequences, are articulated. Nietzsche is obviously not the inventor of atheism, but his atheism is nevertheless unique and significant in various ways. First of all, Nietzsche makes no attempt to conceal his atheism but proclaims it again and again with all the eloquence at his command. Many previous atheists had tended to be more reticent about their atheism. Secondly, atheism had been in the 19th century chiefly a preserve of the political left. Nietzsche, who abhorred the politics of the left and who envisioned a new aristocracy, may be said to have invented the atheism of the political right. Aristocracy has traditionally been associated with the preservation of religion. Nietzsche's aristocrats are to be candid atheists. Thirdly, Nietzsche's atheism is historical atheism. The saying that God is dead implies that God once existed. God existed while one could believe in God. God is dead because belief in God has become impossible. Since Nietzsche is concerned with an analysis of his particular time, his teaching of the death of God refers primarily, but not exclusively, to the death of the Christian God. The speeches in Part I of Thus Spoke Zarathustra are to a large extent concerned with Christianity and its effects. It is part of the intention of the whole book to be an imitation and parody of the Bible. Zarathustra wants to create a true universal goal for humanity and must therefore overcome the false universal goals which already exist. Christianity and Buddhism are false universal goals, but since only Christianity is a significant force in Europe, Nietzsche devotes more attention to it. The death of the Christian God leaves European men without a universal goal, but at the same time so universalized by the influence of Christianity that he is beyond any national or ethnic goal. The death of God is the last event in the history of Christianity, but with the death of the Christian God all other gods die also. With the exposure of man's most universal horizon as mere horizon, all belief in eternal truths and beings becomes impossible. At the end of Part I of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Zarathustra proclaims the death of all gods. 14 The death of God is also the death of the Platonic ideas and of metaphysics. Traditional philosophies and traditional religions have shared a belief in a true world which they distinguished from the world known by man through his senses, the apparent world. Both philosophy and religion have been otherworldly. The impossibility of the belief in God is also the impossibility of the belief in a true world, but the abolition of the true world is also the abolition of the apparent world. The world known by man through his senses and feelings and through his whole being is now the only world and not the apparent world. Or, one could say that with the death of God the apparent world becomes the true and real world. The death of God comes about when men realize that God is their own creation. The descendants of the men who created God, men who have been radically changed by the belief in God, now murder God. The Christian God is the anchor of Christian morality. Christian morality, by making man conscious of his weakness, also made him strive to overcome that weakness. Christianity deepened and heightened man's spiritual powers. Christian morality emphasizes the desirability of truthfulness. It not only makes man a tamer but a more subtle and clever animal. The devotion to God evolves into a devotion to truth which may be called science. The strict and tender conscience which the belief in the Christian God creates finally turns against God. The Christian God is killed by intellectual probity, which is the consummation of Christian morality. But with the death of the Christian God at the hands of Christian morality renders itself baseless. Christian morality cannot survive the death of God. Devotion to the truth or devotion to anything now becomes problematical. All visions and aspirations are exposed as arbitrary and unsupported. The death of God is the death not only of Christian morality but of all traditional moralities. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Christianity is considered as a metamorphosis of man's spirit, which by the acceptance of Christianity becomes a camel. It burdens itself with moral obligations which say to the spirit, "Thou shalt." Man burdens himself with the mortification of his pride, with the denigration of his own wisdom, with devotion to lost causes, and with the search for truth. The camel goes into the wilderness, but there a second metamorphosis occurs. The spirit of man becomes a lion. It rebels against its burdens. It slays the dragon of obligation. Instead of listening to the dragon's "thou shalt," it now says, "I will." But while the lion may slay the dragon of values which precede the will of man, he cannot create new values. He is left in a desert. 15. With the death of God man finds himself in a desert, which is the total crisis of Nietzsche's time. It is obviously more than a crisis in the history of ideas. Christian morality may continue to be observed for a while, perhaps out of habit, but such a situation cannot endure. Men are progressively less able to believe in anything. There is no longer a horizon to give life meaning. The crisis is total. The politics of the left are to Nietzsche a symptom of the total crisis and an aggravation of it, so they obviously are not a solution. What about conservatism, or the politics of the political right? Nietzsche rejects the possibility of a conservative solution on various grounds, criticizing both the specific form which German conservatism took under Bismarck and the general assumptions of conservatism. First of all, 19th-century conservatism is forced to make overwhelming concessions to the democratic movement of modern times. Bismarck attempts to preserve a monarchy but at the same time is forced to introduce universal suffrage and extensive welfare legislation and thus to advance the democratic movement. The king is no longer considered the ruler but merely the first servant. Secondly, conservatism embraces the ideals of nationalism. Nationalism is inherently a democratic phenomenon, as is shown by its outgrowth from the French Revolution. It is also an anachronism. The very concessions which all European states must make to democracy and the increasing likeness of all European cultures show that there is already a hidden European unity which cannot be denied. Nietzsche calls himself a good European. The few true individuals of the 19th century, like Napoleon and Goethe, were not national but European events. The superficial conflicts of European nation-states can no longer be tolerated, if only because of the threat to Europe from the sleeping giant Russia. Thirdly, conservatism relies on the old nobility, which is decrepit. What is needed is a new nobility and a new idea of nobility. Finally, conservatism is allied with Christianity, but, as has been seen, Nietzsche advocates a candid atheism. One may summarize Nietzsche's view of conservatism by quoting from an aphorism in one of his late works, The Twilight of the Idols. Whispered to conservatives. What was not known formerly, what is known, or might be known, today, a reversion, a return in any sense or degree is simply not possible. Today there are still parties whose dream it is that all things might walk backwards like crabs. But no one is free to be a crab. Nothing avails, one must go forward step by step further into decadence, that is my definition of modern progress. One can check this development and thus dam up degeneration, gather it and make it more vehement and sudden, one can do no more. 16. Nietzsche rejects both the politics of the right and the left as petty politics, opposing to them his rather vague concept of great politics, the politics of the future. The transvaluation of all values is also the transvaluation of all politics. Nietzsche equates the moral with the political. The total crisis of the time must be resolved, but there is absolutely no necessity for it to be resolved for the benefit of man. With the death of God, man is exposed to the greatest danger, man may become utterly degraded. Both the belief in God and the fight against God improve man. With the death of God, man has no more opportunity to love or to hate God. The death of God may result in man's abandonment of all striving, all aspirations, and all ideals. Such a man, motivated only by the desire for comfortable self-preservation, is called by Nietzsche the last man. The last man is the most despicable man because he is no longer able to despise himself. He neither wants to rule nor be ruled, to become rich or poor, he wants everyone to do and be the same. We have invented happiness, say the last men, and they blink. 17. When Zarathustra describes the last man in order to warn men, his listeners are enthralled by the picture he draws. Contemporary man is not yet the last man, but his ideal is the last man. Nihilism is a protest against the approach of the last man. The formula for nihilism is, nothing is true, everything is permitted. Since all aspirations and ideals have proved meaningless, men cannot devote themselves to a cause, they have no future to will. Nihilists will nothingness rather than to desist from willing. The ascetic ideals of Christianity, being a denial of life, can be seen as an unconscious form of nihilism. Furthermore, nihilism is a necessary consequence of modern science which destroys the validity of values. Nietzsche at times thinks of nihilism as the inescapable future of Europe, at other times he calls himself a nihilist. The creator of new values must be a destroyer of old values. However, the death of God is not only the time of man's greatest danger but of his greatest possibility, because it makes possible the supreme creation of the values of the future. The death of God is the liberation of man from God. Previous horizons have kept man in chains, they have prevented him from being at home in this world which is the only world. Man can now be loyal to the earth, as Zarathustra admonishes him to be. The heart of the earth is gold, there is no hell. The death of God is the liberation of man from guilt, the productive innocence of the blond beast, the finest specimen of prehistoric man, can be recovered on a higher level. The death of God is the discovery of man's creativity. Knowing that horizons are his creations, he also is more aware of his own power. If nothing is true, everything is possible. Man has become man by unconsciously projecting horizons. With the conscious projection of horizons, man can become more than man. At this point it becomes evident that Nietzsche needs a philosophical doctrine to explain man and the situation of man. Previous doctrines are discredited with the dissolution of previous horizons. The new doctrine must explain how man has become man without recourse to teleological principles. The new doctrine must be in harmony with the knowledge of the sovereignty of becoming, of man's animal origins, and of the inherent meaninglessness of all givens. Nietzsche calls this doctrine the doctrine of the will to power. Nietzsche maintains that the will to power is the basic characteristic of all reality. The doctrine of the will to power is a wholly new philosophical doctrine. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra and in Beyond Good and Evil, the presentation of the doctrine is coupled with a rejection of all previous philosophical doctrines. These share the belief in an objective truth. That belief is, according to Nietzsche, a mere prejudice. Philosophers have spoken of a will to truth and have assumed that there is a truth which can be discovered by thinking. In reality, according to Nietzsche, they have merely and unconsciously sought to imprint their interpretation on the world. The thought or reason of philosophers is inseparable from the philosopher's personality. The will to truth is only a form of something more basic, a will to overcome and to master everything, the will to power. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, the fullest exposition of the doctrine of the will to power is given in Zarathustra's speech on self-overcoming. 18 Zarathustra has observed living things and has found that wherever there is life there is obedience. But obedience is always obedience to something, it is relative to commanding. This commanding must not be sought outside of life. The urge to overcome, to command, to master is not a mere characteristic of life but the core of life. Life is will to power. A living thing is one which tries to overcome, it seeks above all to discharge its strength. However, it does not try to overcome and discharge with any view to a given end. Nietzsche denies that the instinct of self-preservation is the cardinal instinct of an organic being. Self-preservation is merely a result of the will to power, not the purpose of life. The instinct of self-preservation is a superfluous teleological principle. The will to power is not peculiar to human beings, though it explains how man has become man. Life consists in overcoming, and some beasts have overcome their beastliness, just as some men may overcome their humanity. The beasts preying in the jungle and the artist's painting of a picture are both forms of the will to power. Finally, the doctrine of the will to power is a cosmological doctrine, explaining the character of all reality. There are no inanimate things. The doctrine refutes not only all idealistic but also all materialistic philosophies. Nietzsche's primary emphasis, however, remains on man's will to power. Man is the horizon-creating animal. For Nietzsche, man has no determined nature or function. Man is the animal which has not yet been defined, festgestellt. Man is a rope over an abyss, an interlude between what is less than man and what is more than man. The will to power explains all of man's activity, from his lowest cravings to his highest creations. Philosophy is the highest and most spiritualized form of the will to power. Reason can then no longer be understood as being of man's essence, as traditionally it had been. Man is not primarily a thinking being. Reason and consciousness are mere surface phenomena. Man's ego is created, it is part of the total organism which is the source of reason and which reason cannot fathom. The highest things are neither accessible to reason nor communicable by reason. Beneath the ego is the self, the ground of the ego, the seat of the will to power, the source of all possible meaning. Nietzsche's concept of the self has some relation to Freud's concept of the id, and Nietzsche once called the self an it. But Nietzsche's self, in contradistinction to Freud's id, is meant to be radically mysterious and itself a creation. Zarathustra calls the self the body. The traditional dualism of mind and matter, of body and soul, is thus abolished. The self is also called the soul. The result is not only a less exalted notion of what had previously been thought to pertain to the soul, but a more spiritualized notion of things previously thought to pertain to the body. For instance, Zarathustra refers to blood as spirit. The doctrine of the will to power necessarily leads to a revision of traditional notions of virtue. To Nietzsche, virtues are sublimated and transfigured passions, dedicated passions. Nietzsche compares traditional virtues with sleep because they were thought to lead to happiness understood as a state of peace and rest, and because traditionally the highest virtue is a wisdom conceived of as the contemplation of the eternal and uncreated. For Nietzsche, virtue is creativity, wisdom is self-conscious creation. With Nietzsche's emphasis on the self comes an increased emphasis on self-realization and on such virtues as sincerity and integrity. Since every self is, however, unique and mysterious, there can be no comprehensive doctrine of virtues for Nietzsche. One man's virtue may be another man's vice. It may also be maintained that Nietzsche attempts to reduce notions of virtue and vice to notions of the sickness and health of the self, which is the body, and these notions in turn to notions of strength and weakness. Nietzsche is aware that the doctrine of the will to power raises difficulties. Is the doctrine of the will to power merely the expression of Nietzsche's will to power, or is it an objectively true doctrine? Nietzsche can neither maintain that it is simply true nor that it is in no way more plausible than the man on the street's opinion about the character of reality. Nietzsche wrestles with this problem in various ways. Previous philosophy had understood itself as simply true. Nietzsche characterizes traditional philosophy as dogmatic philosophy. He therefore takes pains to present his own philosophy differently. The doctrine of the will to power differs from previous doctrines not only in content but in mode. Nietzsche thinks there can be no objective knowledge of reality but only perspectives of reality. At times he therefore not only admits but asserts that the doctrine of the will to power is a perspectivistic interpretation of reality, characterizing it as a hypothesis to be tested. He thinks of his own philosophy and of the philosophy of the future to which his own philosophy is a prelude, as an experiment, an attempt which is also a temptation. Even if there can be only perspectives of reality, there can be more and less comprehensive perspectives. Nietzsche's perspective is the highest perspective yet attained because it embodies the insights of all previous perspectives, and because it is the first perspective aware of the law of perspectivity. Nietzsche's doctrine of the will to power, similarly, represents the first self-consciousness of the will to power. Nietzsche's philosophy is the first creative interpretation of creativity. Nietzsche has reached a peak where there is no difference between creation and contemplation. But this still means that some kind of finality has been reached. Nietzsche is both compelled to affirm and compelled to deny the objective truth of the doctrine of the will to power. The doctrine of the will to power must somehow be both an insight into the truth of things and the creation of Nietzsche's unique, created self. The arguments for the will to power in Beyond Good and Evil are also only Nietzsche's most private thoughts. Thus Spoke Zarathustra is, as its subtitle indicates, a book for all and no one. It is both a new Bible for all mankind and Nietzsche's most personal expression. Nietzsche can only hint to others of what he means. At best he can only demand that others become true, creative selves. Zarathustra wants no disciples. Nietzsche's teaching is a creative call to creativity and can only be understood by creative men. There is a second difficulty. What are the limits of the will to power? Can everything be overcome? If everything can be overcome, then man will finally overcome even the conditions of inequality which, according to Nietzsche, are indispensable for the elevation of man. Finally men will indeed become epigoni, there will be nothing left to overcome. Nietzsche believes in a hierarchical society, in the superiority of men over women, and in the necessity for suffering. But if the will to power is all, and if all is in principle possible, why should not and why will not the difference between the sexes or the rank differences between men be abolished? Traditional political philosophy does not need to face these problems because it takes its bearings by nature. For Nietzsche, man has no determined nature. There can be nature in the sense of the outside world, but this nature is valueless and consists of meaningless data. One cannot live according to nature because nature dictates no course of action. To Nietzsche, nature is a problem, but he cannot do without some concept of nature and a natural principle of ruling and being ruled which would guarantee hierarchy. The gravest question of the limits of the will to power concerns the past. In principle everything can and must be willed, but can the past be willed? Nietzsche's own project of the future is based, if only negatively, on the past. His project is the creation of the self, but the self is also a creation of the past. Do not the passing of time and the past frustrate the will? Nietzsche thinks of previous philosophies as the will's reaction to its own impotence before the passing of time, the revenge of the will to power on time by the creation of fictitious eternal beings. But his own philosophy is not negative but a liberation from the spirit of revenge. It is to be a total affirmation, even of the past. The past could only be willed and affirmed if it were shown to be also the future. If there were an eternal return of all things, then the past would also be the future. Nietzsche's doctrine of the eternal return asserts that all things have already happened an infinite number of times before and will happen an infinite number of times again, exactly as before. The doctrine of the eternal return is a moral as well as a cosmological doctrine. If there is an eternal return, man will be aware of the awful gravity of all his actions, since they will recur an infinite number of times. Furthermore, by willing the eternal return of all things, man wills and affirms a future that will become his past. He can, so to speak, become the cause of himself. Finally, the return of all things guarantees the existence of low things and therefore of things which cannot be overcome by the will to power. By willing the eternal return the will reaches its highest peak, it overcomes itself but survives in the total affirmation of all things. Through the total affirmation of all things man can cease to be man and become Superman. The Superman is Nietzsche's project of man's future. He is meant to be a fulfillment and a transcendence of the highest ideals of man which have been previously conceived. He is part poet, part philosopher, part saint. He is a poet because he is creative, but he is more than the poets of today, whom Nietzsche criticizes for lying. They falsify the meaningless given, and for failing to create new values but rather acting as the servants of traditional morality. The Superman will create new values and in this respect will resemble the traditional philosopher, but his creations will be self-conscious creations. Finally, the Superman will resemble the saint because his soul will contain all the depth which Christianity has given to man. The Superman will be Caesar with the soul of Christ. Ultimately the Christianity which Nietzsche curses plays a larger part in the noble future of man than does the classical antiquity he praises. Zarathustra is the most pious man who never believed in God. The Superman must be willed. There is no necessity for him to emerge, he is merely a possibility of the future, as is the last man. The total crisis means only that man can no longer be man, he must rise to the superhuman or sink to the subhuman. The Superman is Nietzsche's free project of man's future, but its roots in the past ideals of man which it transcends save the project from being arbitrary. The Superman will recapture the innocence of the blonde beast on an infinitely higher, post-Christian level. The Superman represents the third metamorphosis of the spirit. The nihilistic lion who can only say I will and who destroys old values without being able to create new ones is replaced by the child who says I am, who affirms all, and whose creativity resembles the innocence of a child at play. The Superman as a type cannot be fully described because he will be above all a true self. Every Superman will be unique. One cannot describe the values by which he will live, because each Superman will give his own law unto himself. One can, however, say he will be a man who suffers much and who creates much, and that he will be a man of infinite pride and infinite delicacy. For instance, he will not turn his cheek to his enemies, not because he is brutish, but because he does not want to shame his enemies. But the exact forms his delicacy and pride will assume are necessarily undetermined. Nietzsche's concept of the Superman is thus necessarily vague and ambiguous. It is not even certain whether the Superman will be a ruler. Nietzsche does speak of the planetary rule of a new nobility, and the Superman is Nietzsche's new idea of nobility. At other times he speaks of the coexistence of last men and supermen, last men will live in communities that resemble ant heaps and supermen will roam the earth, but the supermen will not rule the last men and will try to avoid having any contact with them. Nor can Nietzsche recommend a way of political action which will make the possibility of the Superman a reality. There is a strong strain of radical individualism in Nietzsche. He counsels men to become true selves. He advises men to seek solitude, to flee from public life, to reject established modes of conduct and thought. From this point of view, it might be maintained that the Superman represents an apolitical solution to the total crisis of modernity. Nietzsche's creative call to creativity accounts in part for the predominant interpretation of Nietzsche, which sees in him a teacher of true individualism. Such an interpretation, however, fails to understand the serious political consequences of a suggested apolitical solution. There is an underside to Nietzsche's advocacy of radical individualism. He teaches men to abdicate their public responsibility, to despise the pettiness of day-to-day politics, and to abstain from the ordinary duties of the citizen. There is always the danger, even from his point of view, that the worst men and not the best men will listen to this advice. Even if only the best men were to heed the advice, there would be the danger of withdrawing from the political arena the men most needed in it. The predominant interpretation of Nietzsche is compelled also to overlook another strain in Nietzsche's writing, a strain which is overtly political. Nietzsche foresees a time of apocalyptic politics. What is more, he sees a necessity for an apocalypse and welcomes it. He looks forward to a time of great wars which will be an important part of the great politics of the future. He speaks approvingly of the need for a eugenics program. He anticipates a time when whole sectors of the earth will be devoted to man's experimentation on man, and he is in favor of the merciless extinction of inferior people and races. Nietzsche thinks of nihilism as knocking on the door of Europe. In his hatred for the degradation of man, which is the last man, he advises that the door be opened to nihilism. Part of the significance of Nietzsche's political philosophy lies in the fact that it is an implicit critique of Marxism. Nietzsche never refers to either Marx or Engels, but he was familiar with various forms of 19th-century socialism. Furthermore, Nietzsche, like Marx, was influenced by Hegel. One may summarize the relationship of Marxism to Nietzsche's political philosophy as follows: the Marxist realm of freedom which is to be secured by the revolution is for Nietzsche the realm of the last man, the utter degradation of man. Nietzsche thought more philosophically, more profoundly, than Marx did about what was to follow the revolution. If Marx is inseparably linked to the growth of communism, it must be admitted that Nietzsche is linked to the emergence of fascism in the 20th century. The relation of fascism to Nietzsche recalls the relation of the French Revolution to Rousseau. The problem of Nietzsche's connection with fascism is unfortunately not resolved by claiming, as many interpreters of Nietzsche are prone to do, that Nietzsche was no fascist, that he was a violent critic of German nationalism, and that he would have loathed Hitler. These things are undoubtedly true, and uttering them shows the absurdity of a crude identification of Nietzsche's doctrines with Hitler's ravings. Nietzsche was a man with a noble vision of man's future. His own delicacy, integrity, and courage shine through his writing. He was also free of the crude racism which was to be an important element of fascism, and he had only contempt for political anti-Semitism. But the fact remains that in various ways Nietzsche influenced fascism. Fascism may have abused the words of Nietzsche, but his words are singularly easy to abuse. Nietzsche was an extremist, and no man was more gifted than he in making an extreme view seem appealing by presenting it with great audacity and eloquence. A man who counsels men to live dangerously must expect to have dangerous men like Mussolini heed his counsel. A man who teaches that a good war justifies any cause must expect to have this teaching, which is presented half in jest but only half in jest, to be abused. Nietzsche praises cruelty and condemns pity without reflecting sufficiently on whether man must really be advised to be more cruel than he is, or what the effect of such a view will be on cruel men. Nietzsche was not a racist, but his writings abound with reflections on race and the possibilities of a biological rejuvenation of man. Nietzsche not only fails to advocate or teach prudence and public responsibility, he slanders prudence and public responsibility. Finally, it must again be repeated that Nietzsche is the inventor of an atheism of the political right. Any exposition of Nietzsche's political philosophy must not only reveal the deep ambiguities, but must point to the grave consequences of that political philosophy. Neither the revelation of ambiguity, however, nor a demonstration of grave consequences constitutes a refutation. Even if one could prove Nietzsche to be in error, one might still ponder what Nietzsche himself wrote about Schopenhauer. The errors of great men are venerable because they are more fruitful than the truths of little men. 19. Readings. A. Nietzsche, Friedrich. The Use and Abuse of History. New York, The Liberal Arts Press, 1949. B. Nietzsche, Friedrich. Beyond Good and Evil. Translated, with commentary by Walter Kaufmann. New York, Vintage Books, 1966. John Dewey. 1859 to 1952. John Dewey has been widely recognized as the foremost American philosopher of democracy of the 20th century. His guiding intention throughout an extraordinarily long and influential career may be summarized as the attempt to further the realization of democracy in every sphere of life. Accordingly, he sought an all-embracing conception of democracy, a comprehensive formulation which he opposed to the understanding of democracy held by all preceding philosophers. Prior political philosophy, he contended, had tended to restrict its attention to such narrowly political concerns as the state and the various institutions of government. Dewey's fundamental objective was rather the development of a democratic philosophy designed not merely to encompass the traditional concerns of politics, but, more importantly, to provide a democratic understanding of ethics, education, logic, aesthetics, and the many other fields of thought and activity with which he was concerned. Every element of his work as a whole was affected decisively by his political intention. Dewey's philosophy is politically programmatic, which is to say that it addresses itself to what it regards as the true end of philosophy, social progress, and it concentrates its attention on the contemporary state of things rather than on any supposedly eternal, fixed conditions. Thus Dewey's rejection of traditional political philosophy springs partly from his belief that it led to little more than a sterile consideration of the logical relationship of various ideas to one another, and away from the facts of human activity, one as if those logical or rational relations were self-sufficient and themselves important. His rejection of traditional political philosophy is also partly inspired by his conviction that its approach and content, governed as they were by historical conditions that no longer existed, required to be modernized. Nevertheless, Dewey consistently refused to join the ranks of those positivists who rejected philosophy as simply meaningless or who insisted that man cannot deal rationally with questions of value, but only with matters of fact. Dewey sought to achieve fresh meaning for philosophy by making it relevant to the solution of the most pressing problems of life. He sought this goal through a thoroughgoing reconstruction in philosophy, an objective expressed most clearly in his well-known work by that title and reiterated in one form or another in virtually all of his major writings. Dewey's democratic political teaching, the primary concern of this essay, must be understood as but one aspect of this reconstruction of philosophy in the interest of democracy. We must, therefore, concern ourselves initially with certain of the fundamental objectives of this reconstruction. 1. Dewey's attempt to make philosophic investigation relevant to the solution of contemporary social problems. 2. His development of the method of intelligence as the chief tool for the solution of these problems, and 3. His development of a political theory based on an evolutionary understanding of man and society, an understanding which is at the root of Dewey's concept of growth as the ultimate human good and true measure of social justice. 1. The beginning of Dewey's reconstruction in philosophy is his contention that the genuine problems and subject matter of philosophy grow out of stresses and strains in the community life in which a given form of philosophy arises. 2. It follows, in Dewey's view, that the initial task of the genuine philosopher is the identification of the most fundamental and pressing problems of his society. Dewey has endeavored to do just this. The subject matter of Dewey's social philosophy is decisively shaped by the observation, forcefully expressed in human nature and conduct, that one class of the community has consistently attempted to secure its future at the expense of another class. Three class divisions are understood by Dewey as symptomatic of a deeper derangement in society, the derangement between production and consumption, which persistently leads to the undermining of sound human relationships. The fervor and scope of Dewey's indictment of this aspect of modern society can be appropriately conveyed only in his own words, when he writes that mere production has been grossly and intensely attended to. Making things is frantically accelerated, and every mechanical device used to swell the senseless bulk. As a result, most workers find no replenishment, no renewal and growth of mind, no fulfillment in work. The fatuity of severing production from consumption, from present enriching of life, is made evident by economic crises, by periods of unemployment alternating with periods of exercise, work, or overproduction. Leisure is not the nourishment of mind in work, nor a recreation, it is a feverish hurry for diversion, excitement, display, otherwise there is no leisure except a sodden torpor. Fatigue due for some to monotony and for others to overstrain in maintaining the pace is inevitable. Socially, the separation of production and consumption, means and ends, is the root of the most profound division of classes. Those who fix the ends for production are in control, those who engage in isolated productive activity are the subject class. But if the latter are oppressed, the former are not truly free. Point 4. One may better understand Dewey's criticism of contemporary, capitalist society by contrasting it, as he himself frequently does, with the Marxist critique. He credits Marxism for its attempts to address itself to many of the dominant problems of modern capitalist society. He notes also that, given the debased conditions of modern society, the materialistic conception of history or economic determinism is of considerable pertinence. Indeed, we are in for some kind of socialism, call it by whatever name we please, and no matter what it will be called when it is realized. Economic determinism is now a fact, not a theory. 5. While granting the usefulness of particular aspects of the socialist diagnosis of the ills of capitalism, Dewey nevertheless vigorously criticizes the Marxist prescription for a cure. Marxism's most pernicious, as well as most revealing, error he holds to be its promulgation of the monstrous belief that class struggle civil war is a means of social progress, instead of a register of the barriers to its attainment. 6. In Dewey's view, social progress must be achieved by application of the method of intelligence, not through Marxism's reliance on increasing tension and strife. What Dewey regards as the underlying reason for the failure of Marxism, and of the other 20th century isms as well, becomes clear through consideration of the second major objective of his reconstruction in philosophy, the development of the method of intelligence as the chief tool for the solution of social problems. To mankind's failure to achieve social justice, while understandable in past ages, is now tragically unnecessary, according to Dewey. An instrument is now available for the effective solution of the problems which have perennially plagued mankind. This instrument is the method of intelligence, or scientific method, as Dewey frequently terms it. It is defined in Reconstruction in Philosophy as but a shorthand designation for great and ever-growing methods of observation, experiment, and reflective reasoning, or again, as the threefold technique of observation of facts, construction of hypotheses, and testing of consequences. Dewey gives chief credit for the discovery of scientific method to Francis Bacon, whom he describes as the real founder of modern thought. The method of intelligence, which Bacon sought to usher in, is distinguished in part from non-Baconian science by its resort to active experimentation, in contrast to the passive contemplation of nature. The traditional, contemplative approach is inadequate because scientific principles and laws do not lie on the surface of nature. They are hidden, and must be wrested from nature by an active and elaborate technique of inquiry. Paraphrasing Bacon, Dewey contends that the true scientist must force the apparent facts of nature into forms different to those in which they familiarly present themselves, and thus make them tell the truth about themselves, as torture may compel an unwilling witness to reveal what he has been concealing. 7. Through such subjugation of nature, mankind has opened up marvelous possibilities in industry and commerce, and new social conditions conducive to invention, ingenuity, enterprise. 8. Accordingly, enormous advances have been made possible in the industrial, agricultural, and medical arts. A far happier and more abundant life has become possible for all mankind. Why then, he is led to ask, have these seemingly boundless goods made possible by the method of intelligence remained largely unrealized? Why has the greater part of mankind fallen victim to new evils? How has it come to pass that the new science has played its part in generating enslavement of men, women, and children in factories? Why has it maintained sordid slums, grinding poverty and luxurious wealth, brutal exploitation of nature and man in times of peace, and high explosives and noxious gases in times of war? 9. Dewey believes that the cause for the tragic frustration of the method of intelligence can be traced to defects in the practice of politics. Obsolete and unjust political institutions whose origins antedate the development of Baconian science are found to have been chiefly responsible for the abortion of the benefits promised by the conquest of nature. Archaic social institutions unsuited to an epoch of scientific technology and production have persisted, a phenomenon which Dewey summarizes by the term cultural lag. He concludes that the new industrialism was largely the old feudalism, living in a bank instead of a castle and brandishing the check of credit instead of the sword. 10. These outmoded institutions are perpetuated and controlled by the manifestly unjust rulers of mankind, kings, aristocrats, the possessing and acquisitive classes of modern society, who have consistently misappropriated the benefits of science for pecuniary ends to the profit of a few. That is, the benefits of science largely serve the interests of a possessing and acquisitive class, whereas a democratic dissemination of the benefits of science would signify that science was absorbed and distributed. 11. In short, it is only within a genuinely democratic social order that the benefits promised by the Baconian understanding of science can be effectively applied to the relief of man's estate. 12. Realization of the benefits of the new science requires democracy, but the requisite development of democracy depends, in turn, on application of the method of intelligence to social problems, on its application to human relations, political, economic, and moral. Dewey's plea for such application of scientific method is reiterated through his entire work. He is convinced that the acknowledged triumph of the natural sciences in the physical realm can and must be extended to every sphere of human existence. This hope is strongly expressed in his 1946 Introduction to the Public and Its Problems. Science bears exactly the same relation to the progress of culture as do the affairs acknowledged to be technological, like the state of invention in the case, say, of tools and machinery, or the progress reached in the arts, say, the medical. A considerable part of the remediable evils of present life are due to the state of imbalance of scientific method with respect to its application to physical facts on one side and to specifically human facts on the other side. The most direct and effective way out of these evils is steady and systematic effort to develop that effective intelligence named scientific method in the case of human transactions. 13. There are, then, according to Dewey, no insuperable difficulties involved in applying to human and moral problems the method by which understanding of physical nature has been brought to its present pitch. 14. The scientific method of observation, hypothesis construction, and evaluation of consequences is applicable to the social as well as the natural sciences. Dewey does, however, take note of a complicating factor in the application of scientific method to the solution of social problems. His point, simply put, is this: the evaluation or testing of consequences in the natural sciences is facilitated by the existence of general agreement regarding objectives. For example, there is usually little disagreement about at least the immediate goals of invention in the case of tools and machinery. 15. Or in the medical art. Consensus as to the goals facilitates the measurement and thus the evaluation of the consequences of introducing newly invented tools or machines. A similar argument may be made as regards the medical art, the agreed purpose of which is the maintenance or restoration of health. Consider, for example, a number of medical scientists engaged in cancer research in a large clinic. Observation of the same patients, analysis of roughly the same data, may give rise to diverse hypotheses regarding the nature and treatment of cancer. Yet the testing of the consequences of these various hypotheses presents no insuperable difficulty, since there is consensus on the goals of research, namely, prevention of cancer or reduction of its incidence and ravages. Dewey acknowledges that testing consequences proves to be considerably more difficult when one attempts to apply the method of intelligence to human relations, to political, economic, and moral problems, because consensus for judging consequences is notably lacking in these spheres. As he grants, every serious political dispute turns upon the question whether a given political act is socially beneficial or harmful. 16 We are therefore forced to consider the question of how the application of scientific method to human concerns can overcome the difficulty which results from the fact that parties to human disputes have sharply divergent opinions as to what is socially beneficial or harmful. An example suggested by Dewey may illuminate this problem. Suppose that in a hitherto unorganized steel mill certain workers initiate measures to form a labor union. Their action may be motivated by certain evident facts on which there is no disagreement, example wage rates, hours of work, lack of worker participation in controlling conditions of labor. The very facts which lead workers to the hypothesis that union organization will prove beneficial often lead management to the opposed hypothesis. How then will application of the method of intelligence assist management and workers in resolving this disagreement? Dewey's answer appears to take the following form. He calls, first of all, for a detailed statement of the specific consequences which would ensue from unionization, as well as those consequences which would follow from maintenance of the status quo. Unquestionably, strikingly different consequences would stem from the failure or the success of the union movement. In the event of success, there would probably be general increases in wages, changes in hours and other conditions of labor, and some reduction in the autonomy of management. In similar fashion, the consequences associated with maintenance of the status quo could be traced out at considerable length and in great detail. The next step required by the method of intelligence, Dewey says, is to contrast and evaluate these differing consequences. Still, it is at precisely this point that the crucial difficulty in applying the method of intelligence again presents itself. Would not workers and management insist on applying different standards in evaluating consequences? Would not this disagreement, in turn, stem from sharply divergent understandings of what will contribute to their well-being or self-interest? Not necessarily, Dewey contends. Genuine application of the method of intelligence makes possible the evaluation of consequences by a standard which transcends the selfish interests or limited perspectives of such disputants. This higher standard he terms growth. The meaning of growth and its place in Dewey's political teaching can be understood only through consideration of his evolutionary understanding of man and society, the last aspect of his reconstruction in philosophy with which we must be concerned. 3. It was Charles Darwin who freed the new logic which had produced such revolutionary effects in the natural sciences for application to mind and morals and life. 17. In an essay entitled The Influence of Darwin on Philosophy, Dewey delineates the consequences of his understanding of evolution for his social philosophy, thereby further distinguishing it from traditional political philosophy. The latter is understood by Dewey to have been engaged in a misguided search for fixed species and essences within a closed world, a world consisting of a limited number of fixed forms. Following Darwin, Dewey decries the notion of fixed species, especially in its application to the nature of man. Such an understanding, he argues, reduces human life to the monotonous traversing of a previously plotted cycle of change, a principle and prospect as little challenging as that in virtue of which the acorn becomes the oak. 18. In opposition to this drab vision of traditional philosophy, Dewey offers the bright promise of an evolutionary understanding of human potentialities, a view which presents boundless possibilities for development, for novel and radical deviation. From an evolutionary perspective, change becomes significant of new possibilities and ends to be attained. It becomes prophetic of a better future. 19. Change should be associated with progress rather than with lapse and decline. The position he ascribes to traditional political philosophy. Dewey further argues that general acceptance of the evolutionary perspective has been impeded by yet another of the deficiencies of traditional philosophy, its postulation of a rigid hierarchy of fixed ends. While Dewey grants that the ethical standards that exist side by side with those ends may have been compatible with a static conception of social justice and human nature, an evolutionary understanding of man demands that they be replaced by a standard of the human good which provides for progressive change. This standard he terms growth. The concept of growth provides Dewey with a criterion of the good which is universal and at the same time compatible with an evolutionary understanding of man and society. It permits Dewey to reject the alleged absolutism and inflexibility of traditional philosophy without embracing that radical relativism which points to nihilism. Human growth is understood by Dewey as the progressive realization of human possibilities produced by a complex interaction between habit and impulse, a formulation which he develops exhaustively in Human Nature and Conduct, his treatise on social psychology. The crux of his teaching on this point is that the direction of native activity depends upon acquired habits, and yet acquired habits can be modified only by redirection of impulses. 20 Since the content of neither habit nor impulse is understood by Dewey to be determined by the fixed nature of man, the outcome of this interaction may produce infinite human variation. Whatever the substantive content of the habits or impulses, Dewey asks only that the outcome of their interaction produce growth, hence growth itself is the only moral end. 21 Since Dewey eschews any substantive definitions of growth, the standard remains always formal, thus providing a relativistic understanding of human development within a universalistic framework. For example, growth is said to signify the realization of an organism's full potential, the full release, as Dewey frequently terms it, of its latent capacities. Indeed, reality is the growth process itself. Real existence is the history in its entirety. 22 With respect to man, Dewey calls for all-around growth, by which he explains that he means growth, or growing as developing, not only physically but intellectually and morally as well. 23 The scope and significance of this standard is well summarized in Reconstruction in Philosophy, where Dewey concludes that government, business, art, religion, all social institutions have a meaning, a purpose. That purpose is to set free and to develop the capacities of human individuals without respect to race, sex, class or economic status. Democracy has many meanings, but if it has a moral meaning, it is found in resolving that the supreme test of all political institutions and industrial arrangements shall be the contribution they make to the all-around growth of every member of society. 24. Growth serves as the capstone of Dewey's Reconstruction in Philosophy. As such, it subsumes and makes more intelligible the other aspects of this reconstruction. Thus, it is the concept of growth which guides philosophic investigation to those contemporary problems that require solution, for it is precisely growth retarding stresses and strains in community life which must be eliminated through application of the method of intelligence. Since the sweeping social reconstruction required for the sake of growth must be carried out to a certain extent through political means, Dewey has concerned himself primarily with those aspects of political theory which appear to bear on this objective. Dewey's democratic political theory may, for present purposes, best be considered under two headings. In his terms, they are, 1. A modified pluralistic conception of society, and, 2. The indirect consequence test for defining the legitimate scope of state authority. 1. The public and its problems emphasizes that human growth takes place primarily within associations. Man's very existence depends on associated activity, inasmuch as each human being is born an infant. Immature, helpless, dependent upon the activities of others. That many of these dependent beings survive is proof that others in some measure look out for them. Human beings are associated, then, in virtue of their very structure. They are made that way, it is the nature of the beast. 25. Among the many associations contributing to human growth, Dewey takes special note of the family, clan, and neighborhood, as well as schools, trade unions, business and industrial corporations, and a variety of groups and clubs designed for scientific, artistic, and athletic pursuits. These associations may be divided into two categories for purposes of investigation. The first category includes those groupings which are characterized by relatively permanent, face-to-face relationships, the family, clan, neighborhood, and even the small village. These groupings have always been the chief agencies of nurture, or growth, since there is something deep within human nature itself which pulls toward settled relationships. Such vital, steady, and deep ties can be developed only in an immediate community. It is here that the basic, human dispositions are stably formed and ideas acquired which form the very roots of character. Dewey is led to conclude that the local is the ultimate universal, and as near an absolute as exists. 26. It is important to note that Dewey initially excludes these immediate associations from the realm of political concerns, since the face-to-face relationships have consequences which generate a community of interests, a sharing of values, too direct and vital to occasion a need for political organization. 27. Informally established customs and special measures improvised to meet emergencies, as they arise, are said to suffice for such regulation as may be needed within the local community. Those groupings which transcend the local community give rise to the need for political regulation for two reasons. First, certain associations may find themselves working at cross purposes or locked in conflict, as in the case of the labor management dispute cited previously. Such conflicts abound, in one form or another, in all complex societies. School and church dispute their respective spheres of influence. Organizations intent on securing equal treatment for downtrodden minorities are opposed by associations seeking to preserve the status quo. Such conflicts lead frequently to civil strife, and, in any event, they consume energy and resources which might otherwise contribute to the growth of the members of the associations involved. The method of intelligence, we will recall, demands the peaceful resolution of conflict, a reordering, as Dewey says, of the contending associations for the common good. Since this supervision and regulation cannot be effected by the primary groupings themselves, 28. A special agency must be created for this purpose. This agency Dewey terms the state. Thus understood, the state is a secondary form of association chiefly empowered to facilitate the smooth and effective functioning of all other associations. Dewey compares this function of the state with that of the conductor of an orchestra, who makes no music himself but who harmonizes the activities of those who in producing it are doing the things intrinsically worthwhile. 29. It is in the necessity for harmonizing the relations of other associations that Dewey has found the initial justification for the state. He grants that the figure of the orchestra conductor has obvious points of contact with what is known as the pluralistic conception of the state, and he finds much to recommend that position. Pluralism appears to provide a safeguard against the totalitarianism allegedly inherent in the dominant formulations of traditional political philosophy, which are said to permit the monopolistic absorption of all associations into the state, of all social values into political value. The strict pluralistic conception, by contrast, permits the state to act only to fix conditions under which any form of association operates, thus preventing the glorification of the state and magnification of its power. For that matter, it often happens that the state, instead of being all-absorbing and inclusive, is under some circumstances the most idle and empty of social arrangements. 30. The locus of growth continues to be found in other associations, and this is as it should be, he concludes. Although pluralism provides the foundations for Dewey's formal political theory, he nevertheless finds conventional pluralistic theory insufficient. Strict pluralism limits political action to settling conflicts among other groups, thereby tending to restrict the state to the role of a mere umpire. Dewey is anxious to retain this aspect of the theory as a safeguard against totalitarianism. At the same time, he has an extremely important and interesting reason for wanting to go beyond strict pluralistic theory. He is determined to transcend the umpire conception of the state in order to realize the positive contribution which the state may make in fostering growth. This potential contribution of the state is unduly restricted, Dewey argues, if the state may do no more than fix the rules under which any form of association operates. To be sure, there would be no difficulty if, in fact, all associations contributed to growth, but Dewey acknowledges that such is not always the case. The state must therefore be empowered to evaluate, even to look behind the avowed objectives of associations in order to determine their real intent, the factual consequences of their operation, and to undertake appropriate action. Dewey illustrates this aspect of his theory in Democracy and Education, where he discusses certain characteristics of some of the less desirable associations found in society. There are, unfortunately, associations of men banded together in a criminal conspiracy, business aggregations that prey upon the public while serving it, political machines held together by the interest of plunder. 31 Now, the problem posed by the criminal conspiracy may indeed be adequately met by conventional pluralistic theory, for it may be argued that upon the perpetration of crime, the criminal association violates agreed conditions or breaks rules of the game. The umpire state may accordingly suppress such criminal activities and the associations from which they stem. On the other hand, those business aggregations that prey upon the public while serving it, and political machines intent on selfish gain present conventional pluralistic theory with a more serious difficulty. As long as the activities of such businessmen and politicians remain within the framework of the law, the umpire state has no legitimate grounds for interference with their operations. Yet these are the very associations which, in Dewey's view, require the most thoroughgoing, even radical, reconstruction. We may recall his reiterated castigation of the disastrous effects on men of the malpractices of modern capitalistic industrial enterprises. It is pertinent also to take note of his further contention that these destructive practices are sustained and abetted by the machine politicians, the bosses, as he often terms them, who have formed an alliance with business interests. Together, they dominate contemporary public life and misdirect the activities of the state. Characterizing this relationship in the public and its problems, Dewey finds that the forms of associated action characteristic of the present economic order are so massive and extensive that they determine the most significant constituents of the public and the residents of power. Furthermore, they inevitably reach out to grasp the agencies of government, they are controlling factors in legislation and administration. Dewey is unwilling to permit the tenets of conventional pluralistic theory, which provide for only the umpire function of the state, to stand in the way of the reformation of the rapacious business associations and political machines, for they seriously interfere with the growth of the multitude of ordinary citizens. Growth, the universal nurturing of growth, is always Dewey's ultimate standard for political action. He therefore insists that the state must not confine itself simply to fixing the conditions under which all associations may operate. The good state, therefore, renders the desirable associations solider and more coherent, indirectly it clarifies their aims and purges their activities. It places a discount upon injurious groupings and renders their tenure of life precarious. In performing these services, it gives the individual members of valued associations greater liberty and security. It relieves them of hampering conditions which if they had to cope with personally would absorb their energies in mere negative struggle against evils. 32. Dewey provides two standards by which the state may determine whether the activities of a particular association should be fostered or discouraged. They are precisely summarized in Democracy and Education as follows: how numerous and varied are the interests which are consciously shared? How full and free is the interplay with other forms of association? Dewey clarifies these standards by applying them to such destructive associations as the criminal band, the rapacious corporation, the self-seeking political machine. Each of these associations he finds restrictive of growth in that the ties which bind its members are few. This is most apparent in the case of the criminal band, membership in which is based on a common interest in plunder. By the same token, the tie that binds entrepreneurs in a rapacious business aggregation is limited chiefly to an interest in pecuniary profit. It is the narrow quest for spoils, rather than a broad concern with the common good which characterizes membership in a political machine. It follows that participation in such associations tends to isolate its members from other groups with respect to give and take of the values of life. 33. By contrast, Dewey speaks glowingly of the possibilities of growth which stem from membership in associations devoted to scientific and artistic pursuits, education, social service, and the like. The full measure and meaning of democracy cannot be realized, Dewey adds, until a second qualification is made to conventional pluralistic theory and practice. The material conditions of life have generally been such as to handicap severely the growth of a substantial part of the citizenry, even in a country as rich as the United States. Concentrated economic power has consistently and persistently denied effective freedom to the economically underpowered and underprivileged, 34 thereby depriving many of an opportunity for sound development. Such deprivations, as Dewey argues in The Public and Its Problems, tend to perpetuate themselves, since the underprivileged have often been unable to provide their children with adequate education and the other essentials for full growth. When such primary associations as the family are unable to provide adequate conditions for growth, the state must accept the responsibility. Thus Dewey welcomes the steady tendency for the education of children to be regarded as properly a state charge in spite of the fact that children are primarily the care of a family. The cooperation of the state in such matters is indispensable, since the period in which education is possible to an effective degree is that of childhood. If this time is not taken advantage of, the consequences are irreparable. The neglect can rarely be made up later. Of course, those who are not parents are taxed to make possible sound education for all, since it is the responsibility of the state to provide sound conditions for the maximum growth of everyone, regardless of economic or other handicaps. The principle underlying this argument is elucidated by Dewey's further contention that other dependents, such as the insane, the permanently helpless, are peculiarly the wards of the state, for when the parties involved in any transaction are unequal in status, the relationship is likely to be one-sided, and the interests of one party to suffer. If the consequences appear serious, especially if they seem to be irretrievable, the public brings to bear a weight that will equalize conditions. 35 The full application of this principle would obviously require extensive taxation of the wealthy in order to equalize opportunities for all citizens. It would also result in an increase in the power and complexity of state machinery, as administrative agencies were created to collect such taxes and to carry out or supervise state-supported programs. The human wants and needs which require something like the democratic welfare state for their satisfaction are not to be denied by the limitations of conventional pluralistic theory, so far as Dewey is concerned. It is in the light of this conclusion that one may better understand Dewey's insistence that the precise size and character of the state cannot be determined in any universal or a priori fashion, but must be discovered anew within the context of particular circumstances through application of the method of intelligence. The standard for guidance must be the empirical determination of which consequences of private activity are sufficiently serious or irretrievable to warrant political intervention. This argument points to two further questions: who, precisely, is to make this determination, and what are the criteria by which it may be determined whether the activities of a given association are conducive to sound growth and thereby to be fostered, or the opposite. The very great breadth, if not to say vagueness, of such criteria as growth or seriousness makes all the more relevant the question of who is to define and apply them. These questions assume even greater significance when one considers the fact that Dewey's progressive modification of pluralistic theory has extended the sphere of legitimate state activities even to those face-to-face associations which were initially said to lie outside of the political realm. In order to provide compulsory public education, protect the weak and dependent, and equalize opportunities for the growth of all, political authority would necessarily intrude into the affairs of even the family, clan, neighborhood. It would seem that if such pervasive political authority were to fall into unjust hands, the threat would arise of that very totalitarianism which Dewey is so intent on avoiding. Dewey's awareness of this threat leads to his formulation of the indirect consequence test of the legitimacy of any exercise of state authority. The test is the second major element of his formal political theory which must be considered. The application of Dewey's indirect consequence test may be most easily understood through an illustration. Suppose that the workers in a steel mill are attempting to organize a union. At its inception, the union movement may be limited to a few workers, who might utilize a portion of their lunch hour to talk shop, i.e., to discuss the problems which they encounter in their work. Such discussions, even if regularized, are characterized by Dewey as private according to the rule that an action is private so long as its consequences are confined, or are thought to be confined, mainly to the persons directly engaged in it. 36. As such, the discussions are of no concern to the state and may suffer no interference. Suppose, however, that the participants in these initially private discussions decide to form a union and then take action to implement their decision. In order to achieve their goal, they may bring other workers into their meetings, outside organizers may be introduced into the plant to help the cause, a strike may be precipitated in order to force recognition of the union. Should the union movement succeed, there will be extensive indirect consequences that will affect the lives of many. Increases in the cost of steel may have important effects on the operation of associated industries. Rising labor costs may induce management to introduce automatic equipment, an action which would give rise to further, indirect consequences. The ramifications of all these consequences will, in one form or another, finally reach the consumers, the buying public. Those who are seriously affected by such indirect consequences form a public, as Dewey defines it. The public's welfare requires that such indirect consequences be controlled. It is for this purpose that the members of the public must select representatives who, in turn, will exercise political power. Dewey is little interested in the institutional details of the state. He contends that the only statement which can be made is a purely formal one: the state is the organization of the public effected through officials for the protection of the interests shared by its members. 37. It is apparent to Dewey that the complex, industrial society of the 20th century gives rise to many such publics, for conjoint actions which have indirect, serious, and enduring consequences are multitudinous beyond comparison, and each one of them crosses the others and generates its own group of persons especially affected. Given this diversity of publics with overlapping membership, Dewey is necessarily led to wonder whether there is any way in which these different publics can be brought together in an integrated whole. 38. This question is of fundamental importance, since the terms of Dewey's theory authorize the members of each public to elect representatives to deal with the indirect consequences generated by particular private activities, as in the example above. This would appear to require the election of an enormous number of representatives, or the devising of a system by which one individual would be elected to represent many publics. Dewey does not, unfortunately, develop his doctrine of representation much beyond this point. Such further guidance as he provides is largely negative, as, for example, his argument against the idea of functional representation on the grounds that such a system affords political expression to interest groups rather than to those affected by their operation. Dewey is insistent that political democracy requires some system of representation, but he willingly leaves to others the task of working out the institutional forms and details of his political teaching. He does so for two reasons. First of all, he argues that political institutions must be subject to constant modification in order to give prompt expression to the endlessly changing conditions of associated life. Consequently, any attempt to fix their shape would prove to be dangerously restrictive. Second, and far more fundamental, is Dewey's view that it is the character of the citizen body which is virtually all important for the achievement of the good polity. Throughout his political writings, Dewey deliberately minimizes the importance of institutional and constitutional arrangements. He thereby places almost full dependence for the achievement of the good, democratic regime upon the existence of an educated, enlightened, public-spirited, and active citizenry. Such a citizenry, he proclaims throughout his work, could bring into being a new era in democratic living, an era which, for the first time in human history, would make possible the realization of the rich and abundant potentialities of life. A citizenry which, by contrast, is predominantly ignorant, selfish, and apathetic promises a different outcome. Dewey's indirect consequence test of the limits of state authority, as well as his theory of association, have been seen to place in the hands of the publics and their representatives complete responsibility for determining the limits of political power and its mode of implementation. It is they who must determine whether indirect consequences are sufficiently serious or extensive to warrant political control. The misunderstanding or misapplication of such standards by publics swayed by passion or misguided by demagogues might obliterate the sphere of the private. Tyranny of the majority presents itself as a distinct possibility. The only sound protection against misgovernment now and in the future lies in the development of a citizenry which is fully democratic in every respect. One of the most important instruments for producing democratic men, Dewey has consistently argued from virtually the beginning of his work, is a school system designed for the purpose. In the schools, the future citizens must be so formed that the society they will create as adults will be somewhat better than their parents' society, and each generation in its turn will repeat the process, thus engendering endless growth. The task of the schools therefore is not simply to link the minds of the generations but to form personalities by the organization or method as well as by the content of instruction, and so doing to prepare and safeguard the progress of the society. What democracy requires is men whose natures have been so democratized that they can tolerate, not to say benefit from democracy, as purified of the institutions that now contaminate it. Uncooperative men would threaten the democracy of Dewey's dream, as would men inclined to grasp coldly for wealth or power and men who do not wish to grow in every direction. Therefore, in their impressionable years children should be conditioned by life in their classrooms to strive without competing, to study and work cooperatively in groups, and to acquire the expansive habits of self-expression that will fit them for life in ever more perfect democracy. It is well known that the influence of Dewey upon the theory of education has been considerable. Dewey's efforts in the field of education were consistent with his belief that all theory should be brought into the service of democracy and that all aspects of life must be democratized in practice if democracy is to be secure and progressive. From the latter it might be thought that Dewey had recurred to the traditional view of a comprehensive political order, the all-embracing political community in which there were no institutionalized strongholds of resistance against the legitimate ruling principle, but every citizen's life was guided by the laws toward the good. How far this was from being in fact Dewey's position may be seen by recalling his own judgments on traditional political philosophy. He denied the existence of a fixed, substantive good for man and asserted instead that the good is a process of growth and change. Moreover, he did not conceive the community as primarily political, i.e., a unity determined in the fundamental respects by the Constitution. He believed rather that the influence of psychological and economic factors was decisive in forming the dispositions and thus the behavior of men. The measure of Dewey's depreciation of the political is his refusal to treat democracy as primarily a form of government, instead it is a way of life, and political or legal democracy is more in the nature of an effect, though a very important effect, than a cause of psychological and economic democratization. Political democracy, then, stands firm only as it rests on foundations secured through a democratic reconstruction in philosophy and in every aspect of life. Dewey's awareness of the enormousness of this task was relieved by his unquestioning faith in the capacity of men everywhere to achieve the growth which is the indispensable concomitant of democracy. Always hopeful, he did not permit the calamities of the 20th century to destroy his sanguine expectations for the future of mankind. His work rests always on the assurance that with the progress of the democratic reconstruction for which he calls, we have every reason to think that whatever changes may take place in existing democratic machinery, they will be of a sort to make the interest of the public a more supreme guide and criterion of governmental activity, and to enable the public to form and manifest its purposes still more authoritatively. In this sense the cure for the ailments of democracy is more democracy. 39. Readings. A. Dewey, John. The Public and Its Problems. Chicago, Gateway Books, 1946. Chap I, pages 3 to 36, Chapter 2, pages 37 to 74, Chapter 6, pages 208 to 19. Dewey, John. Reconstruction in Philosophy. New York, New American Library, 1950. Introduction, pages 8 to 28. B. Dewey, John. Human Nature and Conduct. New York, Holt, 1944. Chap 4, pages 125 to 30, Chapter 6, pages 223 to 37. Dewey, John. Experience and Education. New York, Macmillan, 1938. Chap 3, pages 23 to 32. Dewey, John. Liberalism and Social Action. New York, Putnam, 1935. pp 74 to 85. Dewey, John. Democracy and Education. New York, Macmillan, 1916. Chap 7, pages 94 to 102. Edmund Husserl Part 5. 1859 to 1938. The student of politics may well wonder if an essay on Edmund Husserl should be included in a history of political philosophy. Surely one will not find in such an essay a rich articulation of political matters, virtues and vices, regimes and laws, prudential considerations and the knowledge of politics acquired by the statesman through long experience, empiria, of its particulars. Yet the inclusion can be justified. Many hold the view that Husserl introduced a revolution in philosophy comparable in importance to that of Kant or even Descartes. Many would argue that Husserl's work marks the end, or the beginning of the end, of modern philosophy. We must acknowledge that such judgments are made by men who are close to being Husserl's contemporaries. Husserl's significance cannot receive final assessment from us. Nonetheless, we must, as students of political philosophy, regard it as highly revealing that such a fundamental and comprehensive form of thinking, as Husserl's surely is, contains relatively little in the way of political philosophy. This absence is not due to indifference on Husserl's part, or his followers, to things that concern political man. On the contrary, Husserl's intensely ethical conception of the philosopher's aim includes the ambition to provide philosophic guidance to political reflection and action. Paradoxically, the absence of political philosophy is due to Husserl's having extremely high expectations about what is possible in the practical realm. Reflection on this state of affairs may further our understanding of what makes political philosophy possible. To be more precise, Husserl makes the assumption that the highest way of life, that of pure theoretical inquiry, is a potential, a hidden telos or consummation, waiting to be realized in every human being. Husserl believes that all men can achieve the kind of autonomy characteristic of the ancient philosopher, full independence of prejudice, of distorting attachment to one's own. Earlier philosophers, at least until Kant and Hegel, had been more cautious about harboring any assumptions or hopes of this kind. Seeing the enduring tension between the striving for the truth and the blinding attachments that make political life possible, they assumed the permanent necessity for prudence in the presentation and application of theory to practical life. Thus Descartes and Leibniz, although their writings on political subjects are not extensive, employ a rhetoric suited to the non-philosophic reader that tacitly acknowledges the intractability of practical life by theoretical argument. Husserl, also not writing much on politics, is nonetheless closer to philosophers such as Marx and Nietzsche in his understanding of the relation of theoretical discourse to practical life. A certain extreme optimism in Husserlian ideals is connected, as we shall see, with suggestions that the political realm may not have a distinctive and enduring nature. In his philosophical activity, Husserl essays, in a remarkably single-minded way, to disclose the ultimate grounds of rationality, so as to rescue rationality from the falsifying interpretations of positivist and historicist modes of skepticism. The fundamental insight of Husserl, one could say, is that all earlier accounts of rationality have tended toward a self-undermining conclusion, wholly apparent to us in the skepticism of late modernity, insofar as they have failed to grasp that reason's essence is absolute autonomy. In order to uncover this hidden essence of autonomy, Husserl undertakes to examine the premises of the tradition of scientific and philosophic thought, an examination that makes evident the autonomous constructive activity of reason in the production of such premises. Thus we can no longer take the truth of such premises for granted. For the student of politics, there are three things of immediate significance in Husserl's endeavor. 1. It proposes a notion of rationality as essentially normative and sees the task of rescuing rationality to be in the service of the human good. 2. It proposes critiques of positivism, or, as Husserl prefers, psychologism, and historicism, which are of course immediately relevant to political science. 3. It engages in a close examination of the inherited premises of the philosophic tradition, an examination that has provided an impetus to fundamental historical inquiries into the sense of the Greek beginnings and the early modern foundations of philosophy. Phenomenology and the Western crisis. Husserl is the principal founder of the 20th century philosophical movement known as phenomenology. He is not the first thinker to employ the term phenomenology for a kind of thinking that seeks to uncover and describe the primary phenomena of consciousness precisely as they appear, without the intervention of theoretical constructions. He is the first, however, to propose an ideal of a rigorously scientific phenomenology that has two salient features. 1. The science of phenomenology must be absolutely presuppositionless, i.e., it must be able to ground any assumptions or concepts in the absolute self-evidence of the inspecting consciousness, and hence it will not take for granted the truth of any assumptions or concepts made by existing sciences, including logic, or made by ordinary experience. 2. Scientific phenomenology is the true first philosophy and the foundation of all sciences, and is not merely a propedeutic to first philosophy, as a form of phenomenology was for Hegel. Not all forms of 20th century phenomenology are Husserlian, yet nearly all phenomenologists after Husserl owe something to his formulation of the ideal of phenomenology, and to his suggested programs for realizing this ideal. Most areas of intellectual life on the continent of Europe in this century have been touched by the phenomenological way of thinking. Husserl's theoretical ideal and methods are inseparable from a message to the later modern age, which has been unmistakably pertinent to the sense of a crisis in European civilization since 1914. The message can be put as follows: not only philosophy but our civilization as a whole can no longer take for granted the validity of the starting points and the results of established sciences. A certain account of knowledge taken from these sciences has become even the ordinary citizen's understanding, or prejudice, concerning knowledge. Yet that account is extremely questionable. It rests upon basic confusions and errors which eventually result in doubts about the meaning and the value of science and, therewith, of reason and knowledge themselves. 1. Doubts about our ability to ascribe rationally a positive value to reason and knowledge in Husserl's time were receiving powerful voices in such men as Nietzsche and Weber. It is Husserl's great merit to have exposed through critical and historical analysis how such doubts would inevitably arise from errors existing at the very basis of modern scientific philosophy, and to have pointed toward a way of resolving such doubts in an affirmation of reason as the ultimate good. All of Husserl's writings and his teaching after 1900 are thus addressed to resolving the crisis in the self-understanding of the sciences in the modern West that has become, in Husserl's view, a crisis in the self-understanding of the ordinary man of his own tasks, standards, and purposes. In Husserl's view, Western man must see his life as having a telos, an end, or purpose or meaning, based upon reason and norms derived from reason. Yet Husserl notes that many in his generation and the one following are evincing a hostility towards science and reason that is based upon the experience of the failure of science and reason to say something of weight about the questions of freedom and the meaning of life. 2. Accordingly, Europe, or the West, is threatened with the loss of its unique telos. It is on the verge of spiritual collapse and a barbarian hatred of spirit. It is Husserl's sense of his own mission to avert this collapse by means of a demonstration that the failures of reason are only the failures of modern, post-Cartesian, misconstruals of reason. 3. Phenomenology thus is above all else an attempt to give reason the correct construal as the source of meaning, value, and ultimate telos for humanity as such, but especially for the West. For the latter has already acquired some awareness of its rational end, and the habit of regarding itself as the bearer of a special enlightenment for all humanity. But thus far in his history, Western man has had only an obscure anticipation of the true essence of reason as autonomy, as giving itself all meaning, value, and ends. Husserl is thus one of the chief analysts of and respondents to what has been called the fact, or the threat, of nihilism. The thinking of all of his followers and students lies within the ambit of such concern, the recovery of the Western spirit in the face of imminent nihilism. Yet it must be said that many of Husserl's students and readers defected from his account of that spirit in terms of a heroism of reason, whereby Western man's telos consists in the uncovering of the true essence of things and of being by means of rational inquiry. 4 Husserl claimed that the discovery of this telos was first made by the Greeks in antiquity. Those students who rejected the rational view of the West's telos were thus required either to show that Greek antiquity pointed to, but failed to realize, another and higher telos, or to show that the spirit which can save the West and the world is not Greek in origin at all. The first of these efforts was made chiefly by Heidegger and is at the heart of what is now called hermeneutical philosophy. The second effort was made by those who sought to recover the sources and power of various orthodoxies, and could only questionably retain the name philosophy. Can some responsibility for the defection from Husserl's vision be laid at the door of Husserl himself? The critics among Husserl's students make one criticism with one accord. Whereas Husserl claims that his thinking is presuppositionless, he has nonetheless presupposed that rational inquiry is the human telos. His phenomenological groundings of our primary beliefs have not grounded this belief. In fairness to Husserl, one must say that he attempts fully to ground his account of the human essence as rational, in his last investigations. Such grounding is central to the turn to the life world as an object of inquiry. At the same time, Husserl's thinking brings him nearer to something like political philosophy, as he takes up the theme of the life world. We shall see that Husserl's writing is engaged on at least two occasions with a problem recognizably crucial to the whole tradition of political philosophy, that begins with Socrates, that of the relation of the philosopher to the context of practical and political life that his activity presupposes, or of the sources of philosophy and science in the pre-philosophic and pre-scientific world. We might note in advance that Husserl's way of taking up this Socratic problem is in some respects widely divergent from the original Socratic way. These divergences help to account for the defection of later phenomenologists from Husserl's stress on rationality. Whereas Husserl agrees with Socrates that reason is essential to humanity, he is unable to say that reason belongs to human nature. 5 That is, one can speak of human essence but not of human nature. Man's essence consists in a rationality that realizes itself through the formation of structures of meaning. The manner in which reason so constitutes meanings has certain invariant features, and one can thus speak of the invariant essence of reason. But the constituted meaning structures can vary historically, and they include such crucial human features as the discovery of theoria in antiquity. Otherwise put, the manner in which man regards nature or, as Husserl says, objectifies nature, undergoes historical change. The power of reason to form new meanings is infinite and thus its power to create history is unlimited. Nature then belongs to the historicity of spirit, in other words, the manner in which man relates his rationality to a surrounding world is historically changeable. 6 It indeed is reason's unchanging essence to seek clarity about ultimate grounds, but those grounds are to be found in its own activity. How the surrounding or natural world is conceived, as something external to rationality, has nothing permanent about it. When one speaks of human nature, one really means to speak of reason's relation to the surrounding world, which includes the human body. Thus the discussion of human nature is generally replaced by Husserl and phenomenologists with the discussion of culture or civilization as the sphere of constituted relations between reason and the surrounding world. One can say that this replacement is possible because phenomenology is far more rationalistic than the thought of Socrates, Plato, and antiquity. It claims that humanity's whole essence is reason, or consciousness. All the same, Husserl is one of the strongest critics of historicism. Yet he is a devoted critic who knows his affinity with his opponent. His critique of historicism is a crucial aspect of his attempt to rescue rationality as the Western telos by the achievement of rigorous science. Eventually Husserl finds that he must give historicism its due. He arrives at the view that reason, in its quest to define its own telos, must combine historical investigations with systematic ones. 7 The telos of reason, furthermore, cannot be defined except in the terms of a philosophy of history. One can say that Husserl's political philosophy takes the form, in his last writings, of a philosophy of history. The critique of psychologism. The discussion of Husserl's critique of historicism and his own later reflections on the importance of history must be prefaced by some further account of the concepts and arguments of phenomenology. Husserl began as a mathematician. His point of entry into the problems of the modern crisis was reflection upon the philosophical foundations of arithmetic and logic. In this region of inquiry he discovered the issue which opened up to him the whole realm of philosophy, the tendency of modern thought since Descartes and Locke to psychologize all problems of knowledge by the reduction of the mind's directedness toward intended objects to mere psychological attributes or states of mind. The 19th century had witnessed notable attempts to ground logic and arithmetic in psychological processes. Against such attempts, Husserl argued that mathematical and logical concepts are ideal entities and wholes of meaning that cannot be understood as causally produced by physical or quasi-physical events within the psyche. Such concepts, and many others, as Husserl would discover, have an irreducible objectivity. Different thinkers can grasp the same objective meaning regardless of real or apparent differences in their psychic processes, physicalistically understood. The errors of the psychological accounts of the basis of the sciences are then twofold. 1. Such accounts assume that the human mind or reason can be understood in the same terms as physical objects, or in quasi-physical terms modeled upon those used to explain bodies, example sense data and their laws of dependence, association, etc. This is the error of naturalism. 2. These accounts also assume, or argue, that a psychology based on such principles is the true first philosophy and the foundation of all sciences. This is the error of psychologism. Husserl saw in psychologism a chief source of modern subjectivism, skepticism, and relativism. His critique of its principles moved from the narrower question of its harmful consequences for the account of the exact sciences, to the broader question of how to extricate the account of rationality as the giver of norms from psychologistic falsifications. 8. Since psychologism presupposes naturalism, it is necessary to articulate an alternative account of the psyche as something wholly unlike nature as understood by modern principles, as the realm of extended body governed by causal laws. Husserl does not immediately subject that account of nature to a critique, rather, he objects to the inclusion of psyche within nature so understood. This is crucial to grasping why psyche, and hence reason, can have an essence but not a nature. 9 The naturalization of the psyche is according to Husserl apparent in Descartes regarding it as a kind of substance, parallel to, but not the same as, the bodily substance. All the same, Husserl avows his debt to Descartes. The latter opened up the world of subjectivity as a field of inquiry, when he found the common denominator for all acts of awareness in the I think, the cogito. But while Descartes discovered the universality, and foundational role, of consciousness, he did not stress that which is absolutely unique to consciousness, making it unlike anything natural. Awareness is always implicated in a world of meanings which is present to it whenever there is consciousness. The I think can never be empty, it is always directed beyond itself, and beyond what is most immediately present, i.e., sensation, to an object. The relation of consciousness to its object, called intentionality, is unlike any relation between objects or events in mere nature. The scientific account of intentionality, the essence of reason, must replace naturalistic psychology as the true first philosophy or metaphysics, thereby both imitating and departing from Descartes' laying of the foundations of all knowledge in the account of consciousness. One must see how this new account of the psychic is meant to rescue, or make fully evident for the first time, the essence of reason as giver of norms. It is often said that Husserl sought to preserve the articulation of the common sense world as it appears to us, prior to distortions by theory. This is correct to the extent that Husserl, in opposition to modern scientific reductions of experience, insists that all appearances to consciousness have a logos, an immanent reason for appearing the way they appear. they are not reducible to hidden and underlying processes or substrata. This logos is also called meaning. There are structures for various kinds of meaning, which Husserl calls ida. The various basic types of conscious acts, willing, desiring, remembering, imagining, etc., have their different eidetic structures. Point 11 Husserl argues that the evidence of these structures, or different ways of intending meanings, must be directly intuited, in the acts themselves, wherein the kinds of objects, meanings, being sought are indeed found, or fulfilled. Thus the object or meaning I really intend in a certain act cannot be of a wholly different type from the one I believe I intend. Thus one cannot accept the statement of a reductive psychologist that when I intend to uphold justice I am in reality only expressing repressed animal lust. The source of all evidence about our reason is intuition, rather than inference or derivation of the rational from the non-rational, or of one type of rational act from another type. 12 It is evident then that Husserl's account of reason must entail a defense of the common-sense view of the integrity of normative thinking. On the other hand, Husserl's account of the rational is far from being simply a justification of common-sense realism. One is tempted to say that in defiance of common-sense realism, Husserl maintains a peculiarly radical view of the absolute autonomy of reason. One might say that he departs from common sense precisely insofar as he characterizes reason as normative or law-giving and as nothing else. The rather one-sided account of reason can be understood as arising in part from a criticism of the bases and methods of modern science, or certain versions thereof, insofar as a physicalistic psychology cannot accept the normative as an irreducible datum of psychic life, it is wholly unable to account for itself as scientific activity. All science rests on ideal norms of truth. Inductive method is itself an ideal norm that cannot be arrived at inductively. Reason is essentially normative, through and through, for we cannot even encounter facts as facts without the presupposition of the ideal. 13, thus all meaning is ideal and irreducible to the factual. Phenomenology, which discloses this idealizing and ideal-making structure of reason, thus can claim to be the science of the scientific, disclosing how science is possible. But just on this issue of the thoroughgoing ideality of reason, Husserl finds the common-sense view to be wanting, and to be allied to the naivete of physicalistic psychology. Rigorous reflection upon rationality discloses that its structures have nothing at all to do with nature as the realm of the existent. Reason as norm-creating is not in any way limited by the facts of existence, the mere contingency of the a posteriori. Thus all assumptions about existence must be suspended, not denied, if one wishes to have access to the essence of the rational. This suspension, epiche, which first makes possible the access of consciousness to the phenomena of experience as phenomena, without the intervention of assumptions about their metaphysical basis in anything existent, is the first moment of Husserl's famous phenomenological reduction. Ordinary consciousness with its naturalistic attitude takes the existence of nature for granted. It tends to objectify or to regard all reality as thing-like. It thus does not focus upon the phenomena as phenomena, precisely because it does not aim at rigorous analysis. Existence always eludes rigorous description, because reason cannot constitute existence, it can constitute only the ideal realm of meaning. 14 Whereas nature as the realm of the existent can be of no concern to phenomenology, nature, insofar as it has ideal meaning, example in scientific law, is of concern to it. Nature in that sense in fact is the product of law-giving reason. Thus to engage in phenomenology and to focus upon the pure realm of ideal meaning require a strenuous discipline of disengaging oneself from the ordinary preoccupation with nature as existing. Philosophy prior to phenomenology as rigorous science has failed to make this radical disengagement, and thus has always tended to naturalize reason. In so proceeding, it has revealed that it is merely the victim of the unexamined prejudices of common sense. This has been evident in its tendency to regard nature as a self-sufficient whole of things existing independently of mind, as in the earliest Greek cosmology, and to regard mind as a dependent variable upon nature, or body, or as a parallel, nature-like entity. 15 In sum, one can say that Husserl's recovery of the appearances is most concerned with uncovering the absolute autonomy of the rational. The Critique of Historicism. In the essay Philosophy as Rigorous Science, 1911, Husserl makes a powerful rhetorical argument in favor of the new approach in philosophy. The fact that this is one of Husserl's most rhetorical writings indicates that it is also one of his most explicitly political. Its rhetoric discloses rather than masks the deepest levels of the intentions of phenomenology. The argument again turns upon the disclosure that modern naturalistic and psychologistic thinking unwittingly undermines itself, and thus appears to undermine all of reason. When reason seems to be undermined, the consequences are disastrous for all of human life, since all of human life rests upon rational norms. Man must look to rigorous science for the satisfaction of the highest theoretical needs and of the needs for norms of an ethical, even religious, nature. The claim that science can satisfy such needs was raised in antiquity and has never been wholly abandoned, in spite of interests allegedly in conflict with the pursuit of free inquiry. 16 Oddly, in the present age free inquiry is its own agent of dissolution. The notions of absolute truth and ideal norms are giving way to a relativism of multiple standpoints. The scientific spirit is being weakened by an enervating skepticism that has no source but science itself. 17 The various forms of early modern philosophy grounding the natural sciences inaugurated these skeptical tendencies. But the naturalistic positivism of the 18th century was followed by the flowering of a much more skeptical spirit, the historicist positivism of the 19th century. That century alleged that the experience of history had disclosed the transience and time-bound character of all ideals. The proof of this thesis, i.e., the experience offering the evidence, was nothing other than the mere fact of the rise and fall of all cultures and forms of spiritual life. But such positivist historicism is self-refuting. Facts alone can never determine the truth of ideals. The judgment all ideals are valid only for their age is clearly not merely a statement of fact about the history of beliefs but is intended prescriptively as a statement about the validity of all ideals, past and future. As such it cannot be valid only for its age, and it cannot be derived from mere past experience. The various forms of positivism are thus manifestly self-refuting. The result of this self-destruction should have been a strengthening of the scientific spirit with a return to classical ideals of absolute truth, instead of its weakening. Thus one must take note of a more seductive form of skepticism, which is winning the battle with rigorous science to be the successor to naive positivism. Husserl refers to an especially German phenomenon, the rise of Weltanschauungsphilosophy, the philosophy of worldviews. This recognizes the independence of spiritual life from a basis in mere fact, and in so doing is akin to phenomenology, and regards all truth, including that of fact, as the product of great personalities that interpret the destiny and the aspirations of humanity for their own generation and perhaps for those coming after. These interpretations are the great worldviews. 18 The scientific spirit is weakest in this form of philosophy. Science is here replaced by a wisdom that is in the service of the immediate interests of life. It aims at an elevation of those interests, yet it lacks the critical standards of rigor that are needed for determining what the highest form of those interests might be. The older historicism discredited all ideals and thus served no interest of life. The enhancement of life is the burden assumed by a new historicism in scholarship and philosophy. Husserl directs his arguments against the Lebensphilosophy of Dilthey, who, unlike Nietzsche, attempts to incorporate the new telos of inquiry within relatively traditional canons of scholarship and research. Husserl observes, prior to 1914, that the spirit of the time is essentially anti-naturalistic and inclined to historicism of the more radical, life-affirming sort. The exhilarating emancipation from a humanly banal science is unfortunately also an emancipation from reason itself. The mood of emancipation has relative value, with respect to what it leaves behind, but it must not be forgotten that the highest interests of human culture require a rigorously scientific philosophy. 19 The philosophy of worldviews, however, proposes that there is a human need for a unified and unifying, comprehensive and all-clarifying knowledge, and that science cannot provide that knowledge. The knowledge required exists in the form of the complete educational and spiritual formation of the individual, Bildung. Such formation cannot be advanced by means of propositions and doctrines, but rests upon a many-sided experience, aesthetic, religious, ethical, political, as well as scientific. Bildung is virtue in the fullest sense, as the habitual excellence of all powers of knowing, willing, valuing, and self-justification. A great personality having Bildung, for Dilthey and most Germans, this meant Goethe above all other possible prototypes, possesses the germ of this virtue or wisdom in a rich but unconceptualized wisdom. The role of science is ancillary to this wisdom, it articulates this wisdom into the systematic worldviews or philosophies that offer the relatively most perfect answer to the riddle of life and the world. 20. The history of philosophy is the history of worldviews. One learns from this history the variety of possible great human types, the creators of worldviews. The essential meaning of philosophy, therefore, can be grasped only by means of interpretative empathy with these creators, and not through mere logic alone. Husserl will not deny that the aims of worldview thinking are in many respects both noble and necessary. It intends to serve a necessary teleological function in the life of man. 21. In his view, however, the worldview philosophy relativizes all truth to the subjective standpoint of individuals, albeit the greatest individuals. It is not unlike positivism in encouraging a slavish submission to the authority of reigning realities. 22. Whatever is highest in the great individual should be expressible as some form of universally valid ideal, not merely as the unique possession of a great soul. Husserl's objection, otherwise stated, is that worldview thinking does not maintain the distinction between science as cultural phenomenon and science as valid theory, and is thus like positivism in failing to see that facts teach us nothing about the truth. 23. On the other hand, the ideal of Bildung has the merit of obscurely foreshadowing a true universal idea of humanity. Every striving human being is a philosopher in the most original meaning of the word. 24. Philosophy must indeed serve the interests of life, but these are not the transient interests of a particular people or age, and they can be served only by a rigorous science that attains a universal standpoint. We are in danger of sacrificing the well-being of future generations, which rests upon the uninterrupted progress of reason, to the immediate pressures of life, the practical need of taking a stance. Worldview thinking loses sight of the infinite goal of science and is preoccupied with finite practical goals. The difficulty our age experiences seems to disclose that man is a complex and unstable being with two goals, one for one's time, one for eternity. Nonetheless, rigorous science correctly understood signifies nothing other than the convergence of these two goals upon an infinite point, which the human species must approach asymptotically. 25. Our age with its unbearable need for a worldview should seek out a rational worldview. At the same time, there is a clear difficulty in this proposal. Public life requires particularly significant personalities who can effect the public good in practical spheres, and their wisdom is not the impersonal and painstaking knowing of pure science. Such individuals are better served by worldviews not based on rigorous science. It is then unclear in Husserl's account how the non-scientific worldviews will acquire a non-relativistic legitimation, if rigorous science is not able to legitimate them. The difficulty does not seem to be addressed by Husserl's remark that the most needful step philosophy must take at the present time is the clear separation of worldview thinking from philosophic knowledge in the genuine sense. 26. The life, world and history. The difficulty just mentioned, and others that one can assume were brought to Husserl's attention by his critics and by the deepening moral and political crisis of the time, provoked Husserl to take up some new concerns and to give phenomenological inquiry a new direction. The most striking and fundamental of the new concerns is the reflection in Husserl's last great work, The Crisis of European Sciences and Transcendental Phenomenology, begun 1934 and unfinished, on the science of the life world. In Husserl's view, such a new science is needed to provide a more perfect grounding to all the radical inquiries of phenomenology, and therewith to all sciences. One can isolate the following considerations leading to the conception of such a science. 1. Phenomenology is always concerned with disclosing the unexamined and naive assumptions made by the sciences and earlier philosophy. It becomes evident to Husserl that the most fundamental and pervasive of the naive assumptions of science is not merely the existence of nature but of the world horizon of man as practical being, governed by the interests of ordinary life. These crucially include man's interests in the life of the political and religious communities to which he belongs. Point 27. Husserl supposes that many of the most basic conceptions and concerns of man as scientist are not the products of that science but are presupposed by it. They are constituted within the primary experiences of ordinary life. Phenomenology must reenact or reactivate the primary constitutions of meaning that include the purposes of science. Point 28. It is still the case for Husserl that pure reason is responsible both for the original and forgotten constitutions, and for the reactivations. The turn to ordinary life in the life world is not simply a description of the attitudes of a common-sense observer. Even such an observer, or especially such a one, is naively unaware of the original constitutions of his assumptions. These have occurred anonymously, for the most part, and therefore naively. Thus the phenomenological recovery of the basis of the life world is not identical with the self-understanding of the life world. The latter must first be ascertained in order to be grounded in yet deeper inquiries. 2. Husserl discovers that his phenomenological thought has hitherto been limited by a naivete of its own. It has taken the ideal of pure theory as given, as already constituted, and as only needing a more faithful following. That ideal itself must be reduced, that is, its original constitutions must be recovered. Phenomenology cannot be presuppositionless without such recovery. Yet the ideal of pure theory arose in a particular place at a particular time. In Greek antiquity, it arose there as a theoretical attitude contrasting sharply with the prevailing mythico-religious attitude. At the time it arose as a new possibility for life. Pure theory could not be taken for granted. The motives governing the first philosophers would reveal how a transformation of pre-philosophic interests had occurred in their adoption of a new attitude. Husserl points to three significant transformations. A. Philosophy takes the world as a theme, thus directing its attention to what is implicit but unnoticed by practical humanity immersed in its various interests with partial aspects of the world. B. The attitude of theory is detached from those interests that immerse one within the world, especially the interests connected with the mythico-religious account of the world as governed by powers that affect human destiny and that humanity seeks to influence or control. This new attitude is one of wonder rather than one of obedience, reverence, and fearful submission or supplication. C. The earliest philosophy is, like all true philosophy, a universal science of the totality of what is. 29. But the first form philosophy takes is cosmology, i.e., the account of the whole as nature, understood as an objective structure of body, independent of mind. Exploring fully the implications of these transformations entails undertaking historical investigations. History and systematic philosophy cannot be wholly divorced. There is some question as to what exactly Husserl hopes to find in this exploration. He can claim to find some grounding for philosophy in the pre-philosophical world with respect to aspects, A, and, C, of the new attitude. Thus, A, shows that philosophy reveals the human capacity to turn to what is implicit but hidden in ordinary awareness of things. C, shows that early philosophy still in some way partakes of the naivete and naturalizing tendency of ordinary or natural attitudes. But can one show that the attitude of wonder, B, is a transformation of other attitudes? In any case, Husserl is correct to stress the rupture that the emergence of the new attitude introduced between new sects guided by a newly discovered telos with an infinite character, and with the potential for creating a cosmopolitan community based on inquiry, and the conservative and ancient communities based on tradition. The new telos, in other words, was inevitably the source of conflicts within human life. 30. Husserl is thus unwilling to follow Heidegger in regarding pure theory as merely a derivative attitude that has wrongly asserted its autonomy over against the poetic mythical traditions that provide man's primary access to being. 3. The science of the life world pursues the goal of clarifying and affirming pure theory as the ultimate telos of the West and, through the West, of humanity. In so doing, however, it must take seriously the questions of why the telos is not always evident, and why it becomes forgotten or obscured. To raise these questions in a serious way is to go to the sources of the great conflict just mentioned. For Husserl this means to examine how the natural attitude, with its naivete and resistance to pure theory, seems to belong to the essence of reason. On the basis of his earlier account of phenomenology, such a view of reason as inherently self-concealing or self-forgetting was impossible. Thus in the essay Philosophy as Rigorous Science one could find no evidence that reason itself might be at the source of the conflict between rigorous science and the pressures of life, which must distort the aims of science. Husserl now makes the attempt to show that because science, rationality in its perfection, must develop historically and has conditions in history, it is also subject to distortion and forgetfulness. Husserl now thinks that the deepest problem of all philosophy is the meaning of reason in history. 31. For the science of the life world must be especially a consideration of the Western life world. It is in this life world that pure theory has emerged as the highest telos of man's being, so it is here that the problem of history, of the ongoing struggle of man to remain faithful to this telos in spite of forces that compel him to forget it, actually unfolds. An examination of the history of Western efforts to achieve rigorous science is indispensable to the completion of the inquiry announced in 3. above, the account of reason's essence, which reveals self-concealing to belong to its essence as much as disclosure of its telos. Holding central place in the drama of this history for Husserl is the creation of modern mathematical physics. This physics, or rather its philosophical basis, contains both the promise of the discovery of a true rigorous science, and the seed for the falsifications of science in modern forms of skepticism. We can find the roots of our present crisis in the foundational work of Galileo, Descartes, Locke, and Newton, who are followed by the great analysts of the first crisis in these foundations, Berkeley, Hume, Kant, and Hegel. Husserl's crisis is much devoted to a historical investigation of their thought, with the expectation that a hidden telos is working itself out in their efforts to establish a scientific philosophy. 32 In other terms, there is a design evidently unfolding in history whereby reason proceeds through error toward full clarity about its autonomy. One must ask, however, what such a history has to do with the life world. In the first place, Husserl offers an account of the origins of the mathematical or, more precisely, of Greek geometry in terms of anonymous constitutions of meaning taking place within ordinary activities in the life world, measuring, calculating, surveying, etc. 33 Husserl shows that the precision of the mathematical derives from a process of idealization of ordinary perceptions. Once such idealizations have been constituted, they are embodied in symbolic and notational forms that enable them to be transmitted, taught, more easily manipulated, and thus to become the basis of bodies of knowledge that are scientific. The same symbolic embodiments, however, conceal their own origins in the primary constitutions of the life world. The premises of sciences are sedimentations of forgotten original meanings. The price paid for the establishment of transmissible sciences and progress made on the basis of beginnings that are not reenacted by later generations is an increasing superficiality, an evaporation of meaning in the ideas passed down. A body of original insights thereby becomes mere technique. 34 A difficulty in Husserl's account lies in the notion of the anonymity of the original constitutions. It is hard to see how anonymous insight is truly insight, and how what was never truly seen by anyone can be forgotten and reenacted. What is true of mathematical knowledge is true of all knowledge, teaching, learning, application, validation, and further development all presuppose that original insights have become communicable, that is to say, that they have become traditional. The traditionality of knowledge is the source of its dual character as self-forgetting and disclosing. The pressures for this creation of traditions arise from reason itself, in Husserl's account. We do not have to leave the plane of theoretical concerns in order to discover distorting pressures. We are not reducing theoretical to extra-theoretical concerns. But we do have to take note of an aspect of theory that becomes evident only from the standpoint of the life world, the tradition-creating character of reason. Furthermore, pervasive in Husserl's discussion is the claim that the tradition of mathematical knowledge has played an enormous role in the distortion of Western science and philosophy and, through them, of the Western life world. Briefly stated, it is Husserl's view that Galileo interpreted nature in terms of number in such a way as to conceal the idealizing activity of reason involved in the interpreting, and so to mislead all later Western science into regarding his mathematicization of nature as the reality of nature. This is decisive for the naturalization of the realm of mind along mathematico-physical lines. 35 Mathematics to a preeminent degree permits the merely technical and self-forgetting use of concepts. Thus when philosophy itself becomes mathematicized, the potential for the distortion of all the norms and ideals that must be grounded in philosophy is very great. At the same time, Husserl suggests that the pressure to mathematicize nature comes to some extent from the life world itself, in the form of the various demands for the technical mastery of nature. 36. One can say that Husserl considerably understates the nature and degree of the pressures arising from practical interests, concentrating almost wholly on the distortion of theory through its own exigencies, and of the life world through theory. It seems that this asymmetry of emphasis is related to certain fundamental assumptions underlying phenomenology that may be called Enlightenment assumptions. The distorting pressures arising from the life world do not seem to be permanent or insuperable for Husserl. He believes that ideas are stronger than experience, 37, and that philosophy properly assumes the role it has had in the modern West of exercising leadership in human affairs. Modern philosophy, however, has assumed this role with false principles that ground new prejudices. Phenomenology is the kind of philosophy that can, by contrast, overcome the prejudices of millennia successfully. 38 Western history is thus seen as culminating in the prospect which may take humanity millennia to approach of man's becoming fully responsible for himself, fully autonomous, abandoning ancient habits of thought. 39. Behind this sanguine view of human affairs is a rather particular version of modern enlightenment, one that emerged during the modern age's first crisis in the 18th century. This is the view that the ills of society and the forces standing in the way of general virtue and decency arise from theory itself. This view is clearly expressed in the Kantian subordination of merely dialectical speculation with its injurious influence to practical reason and its basis in the goodwill of the ordinary person. Whereas such thinking seems to be taking the standpoint of common sense or common reason, it is in fact ascribing central importance and power for good or for evil to the theoretical man. The obverse side of the view that our world is corrupted principally by false theories is the view that it will be set right by the true theories, or, perhaps, the end of all theory. A version of this thinking is certainly found in Husserl. It has been claimed for Husserl that he takes the tremendous step of reinstating for Dasein, or opinion, its rights as the ground of all philosophy, in the primary constitutions of the anonymous subject, and shows the error of the Platonic elevation of episteme, knowledge, over and against Dasein. 40 That is to say that nearly all is right with the common understanding, philosophy does not transcend it but elaborates its implicit rationality, the noble telos within it. Some of Husserl's successors modify this position through the rejection of the rational telos, but remain as phenomenologists committed to the elaboration of the human world that constitutes itself through the primary experiences of existence. Reflection upon this phenomenological focus should help to throw light upon the relative absence of political philosophy in phenomenology. Readings. A. Husserl, Edmund. Philosophy as Rigorous Science. Transaction with introduction by Q. Lauer, in Edmund Husserl, Phenomenology and the Crisis of Philosophy. New York, Harper & Row, 1965. Husserl, Edmund. Philosophy and the Crisis of European Man, Transaction Q. Lauer, in Ibid. B. Husserl, Edmund. The Crisis of European Sciences and Transcendental Phenomenology, An Introduction to Phenomenological Philosophy. Transaction with introduction by D. Carr. Evanston, Northwestern University Press, 1970. Martin Heidegger. 1889–1976. Martin Heidegger was the first philosopher since Plato and Aristotle seriously to consider the question of being. Indeed, his devotion to this question has marked him out as the preeminent continental European philosopher of the 20th century. His status as a political philosopher, however, is less clear. In his early magnum opus, Being and Time, Heidegger demonstrated little concern for ethics or politics and shortly thereafter rejected the suggestion that he write an ethics as emanating from a fundamental misunderstanding of his thought. Moreover, late in life he asserted that his thinking offered no help with social and political problems. Why then should he be considered in a text devoted to political philosophy? There are two answers to this question. On the practical level, Heidegger's assertion that his thought is politically irrelevant must be understood in light of his affiliation with Nazism from 1933 to 1934. This incident bespeaks a political significance to his thought that he was later less than anxious to acknowledge. The more profound importance of his thought for ethics and politics, however, arises out of his concern with nihilism. Nihilism has both a metaphysical and a moral meaning. Metaphysically, it means that nothing is, i.e., not that there is absolutely nothing, which would be absurd, but that there is no unchanging ground, no eternal God or being such as the Western tradition since Plato has imagined to underlie the flux of experience. Thus, the innumerable things that according to our experience so evidently are, in fact only seem to be and are actually constantly changing, constantly becoming something other than what they are in a chaotic and utterly unpredictable way. Without some unchanging ground or foundation to this flux, however, it is difficult to see how truth, justice, and morality are possible. If there is no being or if God is dead, as Nietzsche maintained, then there is only becoming and hence no fixed standard or eternal truth. But, if nothing is fundamentally true, then, as both Dostoevsky and Nietzsche recognized, everything is permitted. The consequence of metaphysical nihilism is thus moral nihilism. The denial of an eternal God or being entails the destruction of all fixed or immutable standards of good and evil or noble and base, and hence the destruction of the basis for either a universal moral law or natural standards of human excellence. In this light, all standards are revealed as historically relative, as mere prejudices or ideologies serving to maintain the explicit power of some group, race, caste, or class. This recognition of the historical relativism of all standards has two different but related consequences. On one hand, it leads to the abandonment of all higher human aspirations, since nothing is ultimately of any more value than anything else and there is thus no reason to strive and sacrifice for difficult and distant goals. The result is a banal hedonism that pursues the path of least resistance and thus is guided by whatever desire happens to predominate at a given time. Concomitant with this gentle nihilism is a brutal nihilism that seeks to destroy all standards and to establish itself as the be-all and end-all of human activity. This is nihilism as the will to power that in the form of science and technology aims at the conquest of nature and in the form of a politics of power at the subjugation of mankind. In these two practical forms of nihilism, the most abstract and remote metaphysical doctrines come to have real and quite ominous moral, ethical, and political implications. The world into which Heidegger was born was only beginning to become acquainted with nihilism. Indeed, late 19th century Europe was generally characterized by a pervasive faith in the progress of reason and science, a faith which philosophy with a few notable exceptions shared. World War I shattered this faith, however, and gave the philosophic debate a seriousness and urgency it previously had lacked. Some attributed this disaster to the deficiencies of capitalism, some to excessive nationalism, but to many others it seemed that the philosophic presuppositions of modernity and perhaps even of the Western world as such were horribly defective, that the nihilism which Nietzsche heard knocking at the door had found its way into the heart of European civilization. Heidegger too became concerned with this problem, first only within the horizon of phenomenology, as developed by his teacher and later colleague Edmund Husserl, but increasingly within the context of the Western tradition as a whole. Nihilism in Heidegger's view is the final consequence of a fundamental misconception of being, of what he calls the forgetfulness of being. It is a peculiarity of Heidegger's thought that he ascribes the profoundest practical importance to what are apparently the most abstract and remote theoretical considerations. On the surface, Heidegger's attempt to convince the reader that a pervasive misconception regarding being can, and in fact has, characterized all of Western civilization seems absurd, since it seems highly unlikely that such an abstract metaphysical question could ever concern more than a handful of individuals. However, this is not Heidegger's meaning. Rather, he assumes that those thinkers who have developed the basic framework within which we think and act, those whom we might justly call lawgivers in the most fundamental sense, have misconceived being and forgotten its original meaning. The failure of these thinkers to recognize the truth about being, i.e., the truth about what is most fundamental, has led in Heidegger's view to a fundamental distortion of the categories of language and thought. This distortion not only prevents us from coming to terms with being or understanding its importance for our everyday lives, but also establishes a framework for thought and action that cuts man off from authentic human understanding and activity. In this sense, it renders an authentic ethical and political existence impossible and ultimately casts man into nihilism. Heidegger locates the source of this misconception of being in the thought of the Greeks and especially Plato. The forgetfulness of being that ends in nihilism is the result of Plato's redefinition of being as eternal presence, or what stands in place unchangingly forever. This notion was so persuasive that it seemed to provide the definitive answer to the question of being, and as a result the question itself was forgotten. In Heidegger's view, however, this Platonic answer is insufficient. The forgetfulness of the question of being that it engendered, however, subsequently made it impossible even to recognize this insufficiency. The Platonic conception of being thus became the guiding premise of the Western tradition. The ever-deepening error that this insufficient premise engenders culminates in nihilism. But nihilism, as Heidegger understands it, is not merely a negative phenomenon. Rather, it represents two different possibilities. On one hand, the forgetfulness of being that ends in a denial of being and thus a denial of all categories and standards allows the most banal and brutal passions to come to predominance. On the other hand, this obliteration of categories and standards clears the horizon and makes possible an original experience of the mystery and wonder of existence that has been impossible since the time of Plato and Aristotle. Nihilism is thus both the greatest ethical and political disaster and the greatest philosophical possibility in the last 2,500 years. Heidegger thus believes that nihilism contains the possibility of its own destruction and hence the possibility of mankind's salvation. This, however, remains a possibility that must be grasped and actualized and consequently can be bypassed and lost. The danger for man, as Heidegger sees it, is that he may believe nihilism is only a recent deviation from an otherwise healthy tradition that can be restored by a minor correction. It is necessary instead to recognize the irremediably nihilistic essence of the Western tradition as a whole and turn away from it altogether toward a recollection and reconsideration of the forgotten question of being that nihilism makes possible. Heidegger's first and greatest attempt to come to terms with the question of being was being and time. The specific task of this work was to raise the question of the meaning of being, sen, through an analysis of human being, Dasein, in terms of temporality, or, in more familiar terms, to come to an understanding of the relationship of being and time by examining the way in which they are united in man as a historical being. On the surface there is little indication that this project has a practical or political motive. Indeed, the work presents itself only as an attempt to recover the foundations of science. In this sense it stands within the horizon of phenomenology. A somewhat closer examination, however, reveals a fundamental continuity of the theoretical and practical. The question of being, according to Heidegger, is the source and ground of all ontologies or orderings of beings and thus of all human understanding. In forgetting this question, man thus forgets the source of his own knowledge and loses the capacity to question in the most radical way, which is essential to both real thought and authentic freedom. Without it, man is reduced to a calculating beast concerned only with preservation and pleasure, a last man, to use Nietzsche's terminology, for whom beauty, wisdom, and greatness are mere words. The nihilistic banality of this last man thus seems to lie behind Heidegger's concern with the foundations of science. To come to terms with this implicit nihilism, it is necessary in Heidegger's view to overcome the forgetfulness of being. Being, however, is not forgotten in any ordinary way. The question of being is forgotten because being itself is accepted as self-evident, as the most universal but also the emptiest of concepts. Being is forgotten, in other words, because people all think they know what being is. This, in Heidegger's view, is the result of a misunderstanding of the relation of being and time. Since Plato, being has been understood in opposition to actual things as that which is beyond time and does not change. All actual things in this sense stand between being and nothing. All things come to be and also pass away. In opposition to the unchanging realm of being, actual things thus exist in the realm of becoming or time. The Western tradition in this sense is characterized by the antithesis of being and becoming or being and time. What has become apparent in modern times, however, is that this distinction, which lies at the heart of the categories of our understanding, prevents us from adequately grasping our concrete historical reality, what Heidegger calls the facticity of human existence. Thus, we cannot understand the truth about ourselves as historical beings because the tradition that informs our way of thinking rests upon the understanding of being as eternal presence, which proves to be the understanding of being in terms of a defective notion of time. What is necessary is to come to a fuller understanding of being in terms of the deeper conception of time that has come to light as a result of the discovery of history. Heidegger attempts to raise the question of being and time through an investigation of man because he believes humanity stands in a special relation to being. Man is the only being which has its own being as a question, i.e., man is the only being who is concerned about what he is to be, about his future, his possibilities of being. There is no question for an acorn about what it will become. Accidents aside, it becomes an oak. Man, in Heidegger's view, has no such determinate end. His end and thus his future is always a question for him. In contradistinction to the acorn, he thus cannot dwell merely in the present but is continually concerned with the future. Indeed, in contradistinction to the acorn he has a future. The future of the acorn is something only for man. In this sense man is likewise the only being who is authentically historical, who is actively involved in planning and shaping his future, in making history. It is because of this conjunction of being and time in human being that Heidegger believes man can serve as an entrance to the question of being itself. By examining the way in which history arises out of man's concern with the question of his being, i.e., with his undetermined end, Heidegger hopes to come to a more profound understanding of the question of being as such, i.e., of the ends not only of man but of all the things that are, and thus to show how time as such arises out of being. Heidegger attempts to open up this question of being by means of an analysis of human being that lays bare the basic structures of human existence, that shows not what man is but how he exists, how he is in and through time. He begins with an analysis of everyday existence that focuses on the fact that man everywhere and always finds himself thrown into a world that is characterized by a particular ontology or order of beings. Man as human being is thus what Heidegger calls being in the world. Man consequently finds himself by things and with others, i.e., within a particular structure that determines the relations between all beings, that defines their purposes and hence their activities, that thus determines how man and everything else is. For the most part, man is simply absorbed in the prevailing order and is determined on a practical, ready-to-hand, and theoretical, present-at-hand, level by the concerns that arise within it. For the most part he is thus characterized by what Heidegger calls fallenness and exists inauthentically as they do, they being the generality of ordinary mankind. In this mode of being, man is dominated by what Heidegger calls the they-self, which accepts the world as given and never seriously questions the prevailing order of things. According to Heidegger, the question of being arises for humans only when this everyday existence is called into question by an authentic confrontation with death. As being in the world, man is always directed toward the future, because his own being is always a question for him. His being in this sense is characterized by what Heidegger calls care. As a futural being who cares about what will happen to him, man inevitably encounters the question of death. This is true even for man in his mode as the they-self. This self prepares for death, however, only inauthentically, grasping death only in terms of the death of others, as what happens to one or to them. This inauthentic experience of death confirms and does not transcend the prevailing order of things. An authentic understanding of death requires another experience altogether. Heidegger discovers the possibility of authentically understanding death in the phenomenon of anxiety, especially as it appears in the call of conscience, which he argues is the call of one's own being, as care for future possibilities of being. This experience of death in anxiety liberates man from the prevailing order of beings. It is the recognition of the finitude of one's own being and opens up the possibility for the experience of the question of being itself. Life is generally understood in terms of the possibilities available within a particular world or order of beings. These possibilities seem to the they-self to be given and immutable. The authentic experience of death, however, reveals these possibilities as possibilities, since it reveals that we cannot do everything. In this moment of vision we confront death as that which is most our own, as the ineluctable possibility that limits all of our other possibilities. We recognize that we are thrown into a determinate world that we must leave. The experience of death thus reveals the particular horizon of our world and our own personal fate within the larger destiny of those with whom we are, our people or generation. Appearing as the question of our own being, death directs us toward a specific set of answers or possibilities. Discovering these answers or realizing these possibilities becomes the goal of our activity. The question of our being that arises out of our authentic recognition of the inevitability of our own death thus is the source of the goal which is projected in front of us. This projected goal in Heidegger's view is the source of our future, since the authentic future is always only as we foresee it, as that which we are on the way toward. It is on the basis of this future goal or end that we then grasp the past and keep it from slipping away, for it is only on this basis that it becomes at all relevant to us. The revelation of the possibilities of our own being in the moment of vision in the face of death thus opens up an entire world of beings. Heidegger has not, however, thereby grasped the fundamental conjunction of being and time. Indeed, it is understood only from the perspective of human being, only negatively in terms of death. The goal of being and time was to understand being and time in their own right, independently of man, but Heidegger was unable to complete the work to his own satisfaction. He had intended in the unfinished portion of the book first to raise the question of being explicitly and then to undertake what he called the destruction of the history of ontology, or what we might call the destruction of metaphysics. He had thought when he began Being and Time that it would be possible to circumvent the entire history of Western metaphysics and raise anew the question of being by a direct investigation of human being itself, and on that basis to reinterpret this history. He discovered in the course of writing Being and Time, however, that the language and especially the philosophical terminology he had to use was derived from, and was thus fundamentally dependent upon, metaphysics. The categories within which he tried to rethink the question of being were thus constituted in a manner that concealed the question itself, i.e., in a manner that made it impossible even to grasp the question adequately. Because of this dependence upon metaphysics, Heidegger was unable to finish Being and Time as he had intended. The failure of Being and Time thus made clear to him that the destruction of metaphysics would have to precede and not follow the explicit confrontation with the question of being. This destruction of metaphysics is carried out in a number of later works and is basically a critique and reinterpretation of Western philosophy that traces the increasing forgetfulness of being and thus the growth of nihilism. This is accomplished not by demonstrating internal contradictions or subliminal psychological or economic motives, but by showing how each thinker accepts the prevailing notion of being and thus leaves the guiding question of Western philosophy, the question of being, unthought. This critique and reinterpretation, however, is not essentially negative but, rather, aims at coming to terms with being itself, for while it demonstrates the ever-deepening obliteration of being, it also points to the emptiness of the place being has vacated, where being is left unthought, forgotten. In this way the destruction of metaphysics is also what Heidegger calls the history of being, i.e., the history of the misconception, forgetfulness, and what Heidegger often calls withdrawal of being that constitutes the essence of Western civilization. As we have seen, there is already an implicit critique of metaphysics in being and time. But this critique remains within the general horizon of the phenomenological concern with the ground of science that Heidegger inherited from Husserl. Heidegger's critique of the Western tradition in the years following being and time shows a deeper appreciation for the ethical and political consequences of the forgetfulness of being, or what he increasingly called nihilism. This turn in his thought was the result of a number of factors, but perhaps none was so important as Nazism. Heidegger became involved with the Nazis during the early 1930s at Freiburg University. 1 In the midst of the revolution that followed Hitler's rise to power, Heidegger was asked by his colleagues to become rector of the university in order to help preserve its independence. He hoped for more than this, however, and believed that the Nazi revolution could be directed toward a more fundamental experience of human existence that could serve as the basis for a more authentic ethics and politics. In this scheme for reform and redirection, the German university in Heidegger's view would have to play a leading role and give the political movement an intellectual substance that it hitherto had lacked. Such a fundamental refounding of German life thus presupposed a refounding of the German university. It was this that Heidegger thought he might effect. The decidedly un-Nazi title of his inaugural address as rector, the self-assertion of the German university, reflects such an aspiration. Heidegger's hopes soon revealed themselves as illusions. He found himself at odds with the Nazis as a result of his resistance to the Nazification of the university and his unwillingness to dismiss Jewish faculty members, and his attempts at compromise failed to satisfy the authorities. Nor were these Heidegger's only difficulties, for the positive forces in the German university that he had hoped to unite behind him resisted his attempts at reform. His hopes for a political transformation on the basis of an antecedent academic transformation thus were shattered. Confronted with Nazi demands he was unwilling to fulfill and faculty intransigence he could not overcome, he resigned. As a result, he was viewed with growing suspicion by the regime and subjected during the rest of the Nazi period to a variety of punitive measures, including surveillance of his seminars and forced labor on military fortifications. Whatever his aversion to Nazism, Heidegger apparently also saw something positive in it, for in 1935 he spoke of the inner truth and greatness of this movement in his lectures on the Introduction to Metaphysics and included this passage when they were published in 1953. Does this mean that Heidegger was a Nazi? Heidegger tried to defend himself against this charge in two ways. First, he argued that to alter the text would be a historical falsification. 2 Indeed, this would have left him open to the charge that he was trying to conceal his Nazi past. Second, he drew attention in the 1960s to a parenthetical gloss on the offending passage, which ran, namely the encounter between world technology and modern man. It was Heidegger's contention that his serious audience understood him correctly in 1935, while the stupid and suspicious interpreted the passage to their own satisfaction as a sign of his affection for the regime. All intricacies of fact and speculation aside, it remains incontrovertible that Heidegger never publicly repudiated his Nazi utterances. This said, what does this gloss tell us about Heidegger's understanding of Nazism? Modern man, as Heidegger understands him, is fundamentally bound up with technology. As Ernst Jünger, in Heidegger's view, had insightfully shown in his book The Worker, the model for man's being in the contemporary technological world is the worker. It was apparently the attempt of the Nazis to give a new meaning to man as worker that Heidegger admired and that he believed offered a possibility for a new and more authentic ethics and politics, although how this might be achieved he never made clear. He recognized that those in power were too unskilled in thinking to come to grips with technology in an adequate way, but believed they might listen to those capable of thinking more profoundly. Here he was clearly wrong and failed to appreciate the dedication of the leaders of the Nazi movement to an ideology of genocide and apocalypse. The philosophical result of this experience for Heidegger was a new appreciation of the power and pervasiveness of metaphysical thinking and its connection to nihilism. Metaphysics culminated, not merely in the gentle nihilism he had recognized in being and time as the banality of the everyday world and the they-self, but also in the brutal nihilism of the Nazis. His failure to complete being and time was thus bound up with his failure to transform either the German university or the Nazi movement. A more fundamental analysis and critique that would explain the origin of the brutal nihilism that manifested itself in Nazism was thus necessary. Such an analysis in the first instance meant an examination of modernity. According to Heidegger, modernity is characterized by subjectivity, i.e., by the fact that in modern times man himself serves as the measure and ground of all truth. Modernity is thus also the realm of freedom, for the predominance of subjectivity frees man from the theocentric structure of traditional Christian society and establishes him on himself alone. The source of this new notion is Descartes' interpretation of man as self-consciousness, which establishes man's absolute independence as the measure of all things. Henceforth, only what can pass before the tribunal of consciousness, i.e., only what can be perceived and ascertained, counts as a thing. When man takes his stand upon himself alone, however, he loses his place in the ordered cosmos of traditional society. Modern freedom is thus bound up with an alienation that catapults man into the pursuit of security through the subordination of nature to his own will. Nature thus no longer provides guidelines for human action but is an uncertain and therefore dangerous other that must be mastered. It is subdued on an intellectual level by modern science, which develops a mathematical picture or model of the world and thereby reduces the world to a predictable and hence controllable object. Heidegger calls this process objectification. Modern technology then unites this new science with human labor to subdue and transform the natural world into an object suitable for human use and habitation. The attempt to secure subjectivity and human freedom through the technological subjugation of nature fails, however, because it necessarily entails the subjugation of human nature as well and thus brings people into conflict with one another. This increasingly competitive conflict leads to the formation of ever larger and more technically organized political entities and thus in reality leads only to the subordination of all humans to the world technological task. Conflict in modern times is thus for Heidegger not the consequence of passion, human partiality, the will to power, class antagonism, or disputes about the nature of justice but the result of the attempt to secure human freedom in the natural world through technology. Conflict is therefore also unavoidable, since what it means to be human in the modern world is to measure, master, and subdue nature, i.e., to be technological. Heidegger traces this development from Descartes through Leibniz, Kant, Hegel, Schelling, and Nietzsche to the world technology of the 20th century. 3. It is the story of the ever-growing nihilism of modern thought in the journey of modern man as subject, from Cartesian self-consciousness to the Nietzschean will to power, that in Heidegger's view lies at the heart of world technology. It is likewise the story of the degeneration of man from self-conscious lord of creation to worker and mass man. Modernity culminates as Heidegger had already recognized in being and time in the complete forgetfulness of being and the utter dehumanization of man, who himself becomes a mere raw material for a world technology that aims only at its own nihilistic self-perpetuation and growth. Uprooted and alienated from traditional society, we moderns attempt to construct a place for ourselves in the midst of becoming with the help of history. History allows us to measure and demarcate time so that we can determine our origin and place with respect to all other things. We can thus secure ourselves from the terrifying uncertainty of an aimless becoming. This project, however, at heart attempts to make time into an object of exploitation and thus is analogous to the objectivization of space undertaken by modern natural science. It thus succeeds, however, only in severing man more completely from the metaphysical tradition that gave him a true place and meaning by joining him on some basic level to the long-forgotten question of being. Cut off from this question entirely, man is also cut off from the direction it gives to his thought and activity. Without such direction, however, history can be interpreted in any way since there is no longer a standard of truth and reality. Man, in Heidegger's view, thus falls prey to the confusion of historicism and relativism, from which he can escape only by giving himself up to ideology, by adopting an arbitrary and irrational worldview that provides a simplified but totalistic explanation resolving all uncertainty and insecurity. History and ideology thus only serve as two more tools in the service of the technological conquest of the earth. Indeed, they augment the competition to secure mastery and give rise to an ideological struggle that ends in world war, which in turn is the means for further securing a total mobilization and a total control of mankind that ultimately obliterates the very difference between war and peace. The end of modern subjectivity and freedom in this sense is a universal homelessness and alienation under the hegemony of an ideological totalitarianism that aims at the universal mastery and exploitation of both man and nature. Under such conditions, Homo sapiens is reduced to Homo brutalitas. Heidegger describes three forms of political life at the end of modernity: Americanism, Marxism, and Nazism. 4 In his view, all three are forms of subjectivity and nihilism and thus metaphysically identical. All are characterized by the dictatorship of the public over the private, and by the predominance of natural science, economics, public policy, and technology. Americanism in his view is not liberalism or democracy but a particular form of logical positivism that serves as a handmaiden to science and technology. The reality of Americanism is the industrial complex, the central agency of economic and technological planning, which organizes the labor of the common man and extends its rule through the world market. Marxism is likewise not merely a party or worldview but is, rather, the elevation of the process of production to predominance and the consequent reduction of man to a socially produced being. Both Americanism and Marxism misconstrue human spirituality as calculative intelligence and consequently fail to grasp the necessity for the consideration of the question of being. The most extreme form of this thoughtlessness is Nazism, which completes and reverses modern thought by replacing reason with instinct. Instinct is intrinsic not to the individual but to the race and is given voice by leaders, who speak for the subjectivistic racial essence. Their instincts rise above the nihilistic paralysis of reason to deed and thus give the illusion of certainty and security. Nazism, however, fails to recognize that its fundamental distinction of overman and underman is arbitrary since both have in principle been reduced to beasts. The various forms of modern life thus represent only an institutionalization of nihilism. This, however, is not due to the defective character of modernity itself, for modernity and hence nihilism are only the final consequences of the metaphysical project that begins with the Greeks. To grasp the origin and true extent of nihilism, Heidegger maintains, it is thus necessary to examine the Greeks. The Greek world and Western civilization as such began, in Heidegger's view, with the revelation of being, with what he sometimes calls, using the Greek aletheia, truth or, literally, unforgetting 5 in this revelation being appeared as chaos or nothingness, as the violence of the abyss that overpowered man in all its mysteriousness and opened up a new way of thinking and acting, a new world, brought new gods, a new ethics, a new politics, and a new conception of man's humanity. Man, in other words, was struck by the fundamental mystery and incomprehensibility of existence. This Heidegger holds to be the concrete experience of being, the way in which being appears to man. Being in this sense appeared for the Greeks as a fundamental question. As a question, however, it directed them toward answers and thus away from the question itself, away from being. The pre-Socratics stood in the midst of this struggle between being as the fundamental mystery or question of existence and beings as determined by categories or answers to this question. This struggle was carried out in art, or what Heidegger often calls language, not merely by poets but also by sculptors, architects, thinkers, and statesmen who took part in establishing the laws, customs, and institutions of the Greek world. They all confronted the mysteriousness of existence that the experience of being evoked and constructed a new way of understanding and a new world as an answer or solution to this mystery. The foremost creation of the Greeks was the polis. For them it was not merely the place where the business of state is conducted but the place at which gods and men take up relationship to one another, where man first recognizes his earthly mortality in opposition to a heavenly immortality. The Greeks, as Heidegger understands them, thus were able to embody an authentic understanding of death and hence of their own finitude and fate in their art, religion, and philosophy, and above all in their political institutions. It is in this sense that the polis is the source of man's humanity as human being. Insofar as man recognizes his own mortality and fate in opposition to the immortal gods, he has a particular place or ethos of his own and thus becomes capable of ethics. The character of his place and thus of his ethics and politics is likewise a reflection of the particular character of the gods and man's relationship to them. The polis in this sense is always the place of the gods and is characterized in its laws and institutions by the particular pantheon that has been revealed. This pre-Socratic experience of being, in Heidegger's view, is fundamentally tragic. The abyss of being that evokes wonder and thought also casts man out of the everyday order of things. Being calls everything into question, and those like Antigone, Oedipus, and Heraclitus who encounter the question of being become apolis, without city and place, alone, alien, without a way out in the midst of being as a whole, at the same time without statute and limit, without structure and order, because as creators they must first ground all this six in a heroic tragic sense, cast out of ordinary life. These founders represent for the Greeks the highest human possibility. The tragic age in which such figures have meaning and significance comes to an end with the disappearance of the revelation of being. This world ended when the question of being became submerged in its answers and failed to reappear as a question, i.e., when in Heidegger's terms being withdrew and was forgotten. Why this occurred is, in Heidegger's view, dark and mysterious and lies not with man but with being itself. That it occurred is the central and decisive fact of all Western history. This withdrawal of being as a question began with the Sophists and culminated in the thought of Plato and Aristotle. 7 The exception to this trend was Socrates, who followed being in its withdrawal, i.e., who followed the dialectical path backward through the answers to the question of being itself in an attempt to come to the mysterious and often contradictory beginning of thought. 8 Plato, on the contrary, turned away from the question of being and indeed closed off the question by giving it a decisive answer. Being as he portrays it is eternal presence, the unchanging form or idea in contradistinction to the ephemeral things of the world of becoming. Being in this way disappears as a question and reappears as the highest answer, as the being of beings, as the immutable essence of all things. On this basis Plato, Aristotle, and the scholastics were able to articulate an ontology or hierarchy of beings in terms of their proximity to being itself. It is this metaphysical hierarchy that in its various transformations constitutes the structure of the Western world. The first of these transformations gave birth to Christianity and the Middle Ages, the second to the modern world. In the former, being withdrew out of nature and into transcendence, thus undermining the ancient cosmos. The immediacy of the being or essence of things in their natural form gave way to the notion that this form was only one of many possible creations of a transcendent and ultimately incomprehensible God, who alone truly is in the highest sense. Christianity itself was undermined by the withdrawal of being, in which man replaced a disappearing God as the ground of all being and hence as the center of all ontology. Man as the self-conscious subject is henceforth what truly is. Insofar as man grasps himself as being, however, being loses its last vestiges of mystery and hence the ability to evoke wonder and thought, for man, as Descartes argues, knows himself immediately and completely. Western history in this sense is determined by the original question of being and its successive withdrawals. It is thus the history of the forgetfulness of being as a question and the triumph of being as an answer. With Nietzsche's interpretation of being as just another among many different beings, being disappears completely, and the West, which had been guided by the concealed question of being, comes to an end. Heidegger thus turns against the Enlightenment tradition to reveal the darkling character of modern life. But he does not draw our attention to this pervasive nihilism merely to provoke despair or self-disgust but because he believes he discerns in its depths the dawning light of a new revelation of being. To demonstrate this, however, is to show the inner concealed connection of being and nothing. In this inquiry Heidegger takes his cue from the pre-Socratics. In particular, he sees a parallel between the pre-Socratic experience of the question or abyss of being and the contemporary experience of nihilism. Nihilism is ordinarily understood as the assertion that nothing is, i.e., not that absolutely nothing is but that there is no ground for beings and thus no unchanging standard or order. Heidegger, for his part, wants to understand nihilism as the realization that the ground is quite literally nothing, i.e., no thing or no being. This means that the ground must be understood as something other than beings, and that means being in its primordial sense as chaos or abyss. Nihilism is thus the dawning recognition of being, of the fundamental question or mysteriousness that is the source of the wonder that evokes all thought, all categories, and therefore all order. In nihilism, being appears as chaos or abyss and undermines all ontology and therefore all ethics, politics, and religion. The advent of nihilism thus signals the end of Western civilization, hence the possibility of a return to a pre-Western perspective, and perhaps even a rapprochement of East and West. Nihilism, however, is not a return to the pre-Socratics and in fact directs us away from the world they opened up. The early Greeks experienced the question of being in Heidegger's view as the question what is being. The guiding question of Western thought is thus the what question. It is this question that philosophy and the sciences sought to answer. Hence, ancient biology sought to explain what the different forms of life are, i.e., to discover and describe the categories or species of things. The question of being that appears out of nihilism, on the contrary, is not the what question but the how question, which in many ways has always been central to modern thought and is concealed, for example, in the heart of modern science, technology, and history. Our thinking is thus not directed toward answering the question what is it, but, rather, the question how does it work. Modern biology is thus not principally interested in discovering the division of nature according to genera and species but in explaining how organisms work. Nature is consequently not understood as a beautiful cosmos to be contemplated and emulated but as a conjunction of forces or as a mechanism that can be used to secure human preservation and prosperity. Insofar as being occurs as the howness of what is, i.e., as how things are, it is incomprehensible within the categories of language that have been determined by a metaphysics that has always understood being and beings as things, as whats. The framework of our understanding thus precludes the recognition of being. Hence, as Heidegger concluded after the failure of being and time, being necessarily remains concealed and consequently unthought and forgotten. Fundamental to Heidegger's thought is the attempt to show the conjunction of being as the how of what is with history or time. 9 History, Geschichte, for Heidegger is not a causal series or the unfolding of human freedom or the dialectical development of the means of production but the destiny, Geschick, of being itself. Heidegger draws this notion of destiny from the Greek moira, fate, destiny, which is the dark and mysterious source of change that establishes the horizon for beings but itself remains beyond that horizon. Moira is being itself as the fundamental question that provokes man and directs him to answers but thus withdraws and is itself concealed by the answers and forgotten. It is as this directing question that being is history or destiny. In this light, Heidegger's thought seems to be radical historicism. Hegel understood history as the dialectical development of reason to its culmination in absolute knowledge. Marx accepted this notion of the dialectical character of actuality but denied it had come to its conclusion. Nietzsche in turn denied even this dialectical rationality and asserted instead that the world was sheer becoming, governed only by the will to power and the eternal recurrence. Heidegger seems to bring this progressive development of historicism to an end with his assertion of the identity of history and being. Such an interpretation, however, at least in part misconstrues Heidegger's thought, for he attempts to show not that being is history but that history is the revelation of being. He thus aims not at the historicization of being but at the eternalization of history or time. For Heidegger, history as destiny unfolds itself forward and backward out of the revelation of being. For whatever dark and incomprehensible reason, being appears to man as a particular, fundamental question. This question then directs man, as we have seen, toward a particular realm of answers and thus establishes a goal or future and a past appropriate to this goal. History is then a series of unique projections of eternity upon temporality, of unique revelations of being that are unpredictable and incommensurable with one another. Each age believes it has the truth and indeed does have the truth, since it understands in its own way what is eternal, is itself an expression of the eternal, of being as the how, as the history or destiny of beings. Heidegger suspects that modern nihilism is the advent of such a revelation of being. It opens up the possibility for an immediate encounter with being not only because it obliterates all the categories within which being has been imprisoned, concealed, and forgotten, but also because it obliterates all of our misconceptions about our own human being, all notions of immortal fame, immortality of the soul, or actual biological immortality, and thus makes possible again an authentic experience of our own mortality, of death as our own most possibility. Nihilism thus cannot be simply rejected or overcome. It is, rather, the contemporary reality and contains both the possibility of utter degradation and the possibility of salvation in a new revelation of being. What is crucial for man is to prepare himself to receive this revelation. This does not mean rejecting the modern technical and political world which is the basis for man's contemporary human being. Heidegger believes rather that this new revelation will lead to a fundamental reinterpretation of the relation of man and technology that will give a new meaning and significance to human existence and thus to human activity. The recognition of being as the how of beings, as technology and history, is thus nothing other than the liberation of man to accept his own essence as human being. The substantive character of human life and thus the shape of ethics and politics in the context of this new world, however, remain obscure and depend in Heidegger's view upon the full revelation of being as well as the human reception and response to the question it poses. While Heidegger thus explains how the future will be shaped, he does not know and cannot explain what shape it will take. Although man cannot overcome nihilism, he can prepare for a new revelation. Indeed, Heidegger's project is such a preparation. It involves, 1. Liberating man from all metaphysical categories and standards through a fundamental destructive reinterpretation of the history of Western thought, 2. Fostering an authentic experience of contemporary nihilism by calling man to a resolute confrontation with death and meaninglessness, and 3. Convincing man to accept his particular fate within the destiny of his people or generation made manifest in the revelation of being. Heidegger of course cannot guarantee that even under such circumstances being will reveal itself, that the mysterious essence of existence will strike man again with all its great force, thus engendering wonder and authentic thought. The result of all the efforts and sacrifices Heidegger demands may thus be nothing. Perhaps more ominously, however, Heidegger does not explain how to distinguish an authentic revelation of being from the projections of subliminal prejudices and passions. Indeed, his destruction of metaphysics would seem to render such a distinction impossible, since it destroys all the categories on the basis of which such a distinction could be made. Similarly, his emphasis upon a new authentic existence in contradistinction to the inauthenticity of our contemporary existence leads Heidegger into an identification of Americanism, Marxism, and Nazism that dismisses the most important political issues of the 20th century as epiphenomenal and undermines the basis for any differentiation of decent and monstrous regimes. Finally, because Heidegger is unable to foretell what shape even a genuine revelation would take, it is unclear whether the new God Heidegger believes necessary to save us would in fact be preferable to the gentle nihilism of the technical world. Indeed, such a God might well be a rough beast whose solution to gentle nihilism was in fact a monstrously brutal nihilism, which offered perversion in place of pleasure and terror in place of banality. This perhaps offers some insight into Heidegger's attachment to Nazism and the dangers that await others on the path he marks out. Heidegger was hardly ignorant of the dangers he faced. The last line of his inaugural address as rector, "Everything great stands in the storm," is drawn from the sixth book of Plato's Republic, where Socrates describes the dangers run by the philosopher who tries to take the city in hand. Heidegger saw his age as akin to that of the pre-Socratics. Both offered great opportunity but also great danger, especially for those who opened up the unsettling question of being. Heidegger here might well have taken a lesson from the story of Oedipus, for which he shows such respect. Or perhaps we must conclude that he was all too well aware of its lesson, that the man who seeks to found a new politics on the basis of a new revelation is not merely cast out of ordinary political life but also becomes entangled in the most heinous crimes and most horrible degradations. Here Heidegger's failure ever to criticize the Nazis explicitly for their atrocities weighs heavily against both him and his thought. Aristotle remarks that the man who lives outside the city is either a beast or a god. Heidegger may well teach us that those who pass beyond the city in their search for a new god often find themselves worshipping at the feet of the beast, that those who derive reason from revelation all too easily become entangled in the highest and most monstrous unreason. His thought and his example thus seem to lead us in opposite directions and open up anew the question of the relationship of the philosopher and the city. Readings. A. Heidegger, Martin. An Introduction to Metaphysics. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1959. Heidegger, Martin. Being and Time. New York, Harper and Row, 1962. Introduction. B. Heidegger, Martin. Nietzsche. 4 volumes. New York, Harper and Row, 1979 to 1987. Volume 4. Heidegger, Martin. A Letter on Humanism. In Basic Writings, ed. D. F. Krell. New York, Harper and Row, 1977. Heidegger, Martin. The Question of Technology and Other Essays. New York, Harper and Row, 1977. Epilogue. Leo Strauss and the History of Political Philosophy. A student using this book might legitimately and naturally wonder about the approach to the teaching of political philosophy presented here. The originator of this approach was the work's senior editor, Leo Strauss. Born in Germany in 1899, he studied philosophy, mathematics, and natural science there, and attended courses by Husserl and Heidegger. After working as a researcher at an institute for Jewish studies in Berlin, he left Germany in 1932 and eventually settled in the United States, where he taught at the New School for Social Research from 1938 to 1949, the University of Chicago from 1949 to 1967, Claremont Men's College in 1968 to 69, and St. John's College until his death in 1973. He was an extraordinarily influential teacher. His many students include most of the contributors to this book. More important, he wrote 15 books, the first 3 in his native German and then a dozen in English, interpreting a wide range of texts and authors and investigating the fundamental problems of political philosophy. The turn to the history of political philosophy. Strauss appears primarily as a historian of political philosophy. He presents his turn to that history, however, as motivated not by antiquarian curiosity about the past but by what he diagnosed as the present crisis of the West and of modernity. Only the most apparent sign of the crisis of the West, according to Strauss, was the practical danger to its survival coming from the East from a communism that, as both a form of modern Western political theory and a form of Eastern despotism, constitutes an unprecedented form of the tyranny of old. 1 The true crisis was, rather, that the West, under the influence of its highest intellectual authorities, no longer believed in itself, in its purpose, in its superiority. For Strauss understood the modern West to be constituted by a specific purpose or project, the construction of a universal society of free and equal nations of free and equal men and women enjoying universal affluence, and therefore universal justice and happiness, through science understood as the conquest of nature in the service of human power. This purpose, so familiar to us living in the century of Wilson's 14 points and Roosevelt's 4 freedoms, came to characterize the West only in modernity. In contrast, pre-modern thinkers accepted both the plurality and the particularity of political societies and politically significant natural and conventional inequalities among human beings. They emphasized the social pursuit of virtue or salvation and the avoidance of luxury and the corruption it engenders. And they understood science as the contemplation, and technology as the imitation, of nature. The loss of belief in the new purpose was therefore specifically a crisis of modernity. And since the purpose that has come to animate the West was originated by modern political philosophy, Strauss came to the apparently strange conclusion that the general crisis of the West was fundamentally the crisis of the particular discipline of political philosophy. Point 2. Strauss viewed the West's loss of certainty about its purpose not as a psychological want of willpower or as a moral lack of courage, but rather as the result of theoretical challenges. The challenges rested partly on specific doubts about the particular premises of the modern project, such as the worth of universalism, the connections between affluence and justice and happiness, and the understanding of science as the conquest of nature in the service of human power. These doubts derived in part from 20th-century experience, of continued political divisions as a bulwark against universal tyranny, of the persistence of evil and misery in the midst of affluence, and of the dangers to both man and nature from unfettered science. Point 3. But, even more fundamentally, doubt about the superiority of the purpose of the West rested on late modern doctrines that denied the possibility of rational knowledge of the universal validity of any purpose or principle. Social science restricted its competence to facts as distinguished from moral and fundamental choices and principles, which it understood as values or irrational preferences. The doctrine Strauss called historicism asserted that all human thought and action are essentially dependent on historical situations, the sequence of which proves to have no rational goal or meaning. Relativism claimed that all apparent absolutes are only ideals relative to particular frames of reference. All these doctrines therefore rejected political philosophy in its original form. Point 4. This situation constituted a true crisis for modern political philosophy because these doctrines were the ultimate implications of the understandings of nature and history that were the presuppositions of modern political philosophy itself. This theoretical crisis had consequences, in Strauss's view, for the practical crisis insofar as it made the wholehearted defense of the West impossible except as a matter of fanatical obscurantism. Point 5. The practical consequences included not only vulnerability to external danger but, more important, an internal tendency for liberal democracy, deprived of belief in the rationality of its purpose and standards, to degenerate into permissiveness or conformism and philistinism. Point 6. The practical problem for Strauss, therefore, was not liberal democracy itself, of which he considered himself a friend, but the need to defend it against both external and internal dangers. To show the practical need for a solution, however, is not to prove a solution to be true. Strauss never lost sight of the distinction between utility and truth. The practical need could dictate only an inquiry without a foreordained result, one conducted without squinting at our present predicament. 7. The crisis of the West, of modernity and of liberal democracy was, for Strauss, most clearly exemplified by the Jewish problem, which he regarded as the most manifest symbol of the human problem insofar as it is a social or political problem. 8. The Jewish problem reveals, in the first place, the limitations of liberalism, liberal society, constituted by universal morality rather than by religion, which it regards as private, seems to offer Jews equal membership, but, precisely because it recognizes a private sphere, it also recognizes, and can offer no guarantee against, private anti-Jewish feelings and consequent social inequality. More important, by holding up assimilation as the model, liberal society deprives Jews of the self-respect deriving from loyalty to their own heroic tradition, while it gives in return too often only shallow self-satisfaction and membership in a non-existent universal human society. Yet, for all its inadequacies, this non-solution is manifestly superior to the solutions resulting from the destruction of the liberal state by the anti-Jewish states of National Socialism and Communism. As for political Zionism, of which Strauss as a young man was an ardent adherent, 9. That attempted solution offers Jews assimilation not as individuals but as a people, with their own liberal secular state like those of other peoples. The otherwise empty form of that state, however, requires Jewish culture as its content. And Jewish culture in any serious sense means first and foremost Jewish faith, which, as faith or trust in God rather than in men, must regard as blasphemous the notion of a human solution to the Jewish problem. 10. In the second place, the Jewish problem therefore manifests a tension that transcends modernity and its crisis, the tension between human reason and divine revelation, the rival claims to human dedication represented by Athens and Jerusalem, a tension Strauss considered the core, the nerve of Western intellectual history, Western spiritual history, and the secret of the vitality of Western civilization. 11. Strauss denied that modern philosophy had put an end to this conflict by refuting revelation. Indeed, its unsuccessful efforts to do so through transforming philosophy into systematic certainty had only blurred or destroyed that awareness of ignorance that is the philosopher's primary evidence of the need for philosophy. 12. Strauss's response to the crisis of modernity was a study of both modern and ancient political philosophy. Since the crisis resulted from the most recent expressions of what was implied in the deepest premises of modern political philosophy, it was impossible to go forward directly and resolve it on the basis of those most recent doctrines. It was necessary instead to go back, at least provisionally, and try to recover those premises in their earlier and original forms to see whether the crisis could be overcome on their basis. To understand and question those original modern premises, it was necessary in turn to try to counterpose them to classical political philosophy, since they originally emerged partly on the basis of and partly in opposition to that now all but forgotten alternative. Not only the modern belief in progress but the fact-value disjunction, relativism, and historicism, the very doctrines that constituted the crisis, had prevented most modern scholars from considering the possibility that past doctrines, which were not only past but committed to the rationality of what these recent doctrines stigmatized as absolute values, might be true. Thus they lacked the openness that is necessary for understanding. Strauss therefore doubted that adequate understandings were available of either earlier modern or ancient political philosophy. He had to engage in and encourage historical investigations that did not presume the truth of current thought or the falsehood of past thought. 13. Strauss's inquiry into ancient and modern political teachings had to be historically as well as philosophically serious. Historically serious by first inquiring into the original understandings of their authors, philosophically serious by then inquiring into their truth. This double character of Strauss's inquiry was paradoxical. Whereas historicism, in opposition to which Strauss was hoping to show again the possibility of political philosophy, takes historical inquiry into past, non-historicist, thought seriously but is closed to the possibility of the truth of such thought. The non-historicist philosophy Strauss hoped to recover did not take historical inquiries seriously. Classical political philosophy was an inquiry into the nature of political phenomena and the best or the right political order, not into the particular phenomena statesmen and states with proper names that concern political history, let alone into the history of political philosophy. Plato, for example, Strauss admits, had such unconcern with, or even contempt for, the merely historical truth that he considered the philosophic question of the best political order infinitely more important than the historical question of what this or that individual thought of the best political order. 14. Strauss therefore had to show how his resort to historical inquiry was necessary only because he lived in exceptionally unfavorable circumstances, and not because he was superior to the earlier thinkers, whose resort to non-historical inquiry was in turn a sign of their more favorable circumstances. 15. Only in this way could he hope to be open to the possible truth of the thought of the past, an openness needed, in the first place, for understanding it, and then for learning something from it that might address the present crisis. Strauss therefore explained that while political philosophy naturally begins with the direct analysis and clarification of the opinions that surround it, the analysis and clarification of modern opinions first requires historical understanding of them as modifications or transformations of earlier opinions. For he understood modern opinions to be modifications or transformations not just accidentally, as opinions that happen to succeed others, but essentially so that they can only be understood as modifications or transformations. 16. These opinions permeate the intellectual atmosphere in such a way that people are often unaware of even holding them, let alone of their historical character. This peculiar character of modern ideas is due in part to their traditional or inherited character and in part to the specifically modern belief in progress, the belief that the continually new results of science or philosophy rest on premises that have long been settled and need no longer be the subject of examination. 17. In this way, modern opinions differ from those which were the subject of the analyses of classical political philosophy, which can be understood without a further regress of historical inquiry and can be regarded at least in that respect as the natural opinions or starting points of philosophy. Point 18. In particular, Strauss argued that his historical studies were peculiarly necessary in an age dominated by historicism. He gave several reasons for this. First, historicism, which ultimately produced the crisis of the West, can be understood and questioned best through confrontation with the non-historicist philosophy of the past, accessible through non-historicist historical studies. Point 19. Second, historicism claims to rest on the experience of history, which is supposed to show the failure of non-historical political philosophy to answer definitively its own non-historical questions and the dependence of its transient answers on their historical situations. To question this experience and examine whether it can be otherwise interpreted also requires non-historicist historical studies. Point 23. Consistency demands that historicism be applied to itself, that the supposedly final and universal insight into the essential dependence of all human thought on transient historical situations be itself understood as essentially dependent on a transient historical situation. This self-contradictory application of historicism to itself leads ultimately to a non-historicist understanding such as the one that Strauss himself sketched in Natural Right and History of the Genesis of Historicism as perhaps only an artificial and makeshift solution to a problem that could arise only on the basis of very questionable premises. 21. Finally, the experience of genuine historical understanding itself liberates one from the shackles of historicism. This is the self-destruction of historicism. 22. More generally, Strauss pointed out, historical studies are of philosophic importance only in ages of intellectual decline, when there are good reasons for believing that we can learn something of utmost importance from the thought of the past which we cannot learn from our contemporaries. 23. Strauss's study of the history of political philosophy therefore presupposed a radical dissatisfaction with contemporary thought and a resulting interest in that earlier thought which did not start from the premises responsible for the present crisis. The conduct of the history of political philosophy. The distinctive reasons for Strauss's turn to the history of political philosophy dictated the distinctive characteristics of his way of studying it. Strauss's understanding of the crisis of the West prompted him to struggle to achieve that genuine historical understanding of the thought of the past which historicism originally aimed at but was constitutionally incapable of. To try to understand past thinkers as they understood themselves required that one seek to suspend one's own questions to see their questions, that one attempt to rely as much as possible on what they say directly or indirectly, and as little as possible on extraneous information, and that one strive to use their own terms and premises and avoid using alien modern terminology and premises. For Strauss, this historical effort to understand the meaning of past thought necessarily involves the philosophic effort to take seriously the claim to truth of that thought. One must think the thought, one must question an argument's logical connections and relations to the world in order to follow it. Point 24. This approach contrasts sharply not only with the history of political philosophy as conducted on the basis of the belief in progress, the faith in the superiority of the thought of the present to that of the past, but also with that conducted on the basis of relativism or historicism. To appreciate that contrast, it would be useful for students to compare this book with the most influential such textbook at the time Strauss Cropsey first appeared, George H. Sabina's A History of Political Theory, 1937. The original preface to Strauss Cropsey claims to take past political philosophy seriously as a phenomenon from which to learn about questions still alive. The original preface to Sabina asserts that political theories can hardly be said to be true insofar as they include valuations, which distort even their factual judgments, and that they cannot step out of the relationships in which they stand to the problems, valuations, habits, and even prejudices of their times. In sharp contrast to Strauss Cropsey, Sabina's preface avows a preference for the fact-value disjunction and an intention to write the history of Western political theory from the point of view of this sort of social relativism. 25. Strauss took seriously the claim to truth of past political philosophers, that means he regarded it as most urgent to accept it as true or reject it as untrue, or make a distinction or recognize my inability to decide and therefore the necessity to think or learn more than I know at present. Sophisticated scholarly attempts to treat such thinkers as reflections of their times, or to derive their thought from psychological or economic causes, were therefore distractions or distortions for him, at best appropriate only after those claims to truth had been found to be mistaken. Indeed, he preferred to understand their times, and even psychological questions and economic developments, in light of their thought. In this he exemplified his general view that it is safer to try to understand the low in the light of the high than the high in the light of the low. In doing the latter one necessarily distorts the high, whereas in doing the former one does not deprive the low of the freedom to reveal itself fully as what it is. 26. As in the preface to the first edition of this work, Strauss emphatically directed students to the original texts, but his emphasis on texts and thought did not amount to the absurd notion that they are self-sufficient objects of inquiry, which can be understood in isolation. He readily admitted that to understand a text of political philosophy we may need information not supplied by the author, information not easily available to every reasonable reader regardless of time and place. But he insisted that such external evidence be integrated into a framework supplied by the author. We may have to learn a terminology familiar to the author's contemporaries but no longer to us. We have to learn to see his contemporaries, his predecessors, and the philosophic tradition as he saw them. Indeed, the tradition and the continuity disappears once one begins to interpret. We have to read even a great text in its context, but we have to understand what its author understood that context to be, not insert it into some context constructed by our scholarship. 27 Strauss was especially concerned with establishing whom a book was intended to argue against and whom it was intended to persuade, but in looking at such external facts he tried to take his cues from the book itself. Strauss indeed stressed the importance of the historical situation not because the thought of a political philosopher of the past must unwittingly reflect it but because he may have deliberately adapted the expression of his thought to it. 28 Above all, Strauss insisted that to understand as well as to judge a book of political philosophy one has to look not only at the book itself but at the phenomena the book directs us to, just as political philosophy itself requires knowledge of politics. 29. From Strauss's concern with the historical context of past political philosophy flows probably the most controversial aspect of his approach to the history of political philosophy, his suggestion that some past philosophers engaged in exoteric writing. As indicated just above, Strauss's doubt of historicism led him to wonder whether the apparent relation between the thought of past political philosophers and their historical situations did not reveal deliberate adaptation rather than unconscious reflection. This led him to try to distinguish those parts of their political teachings which were merely desirable or necessary under their particular circumstances, their exoteric teachings, from what they considered to be the political truth always and everywhere, their esoteric teachings. It led Strauss to emphasize in particular the dialogue form in which Plato wrote, which says different things to different people, the need to understand its arguments in the light of the dramatic setting and action, and the irony of Socrates, who is shown conversing with particular individuals, none of them his equal in wisdom. 30. Strauss's discovery of exoteric writing was not an invention but a recovery of a previously well-known phenomenon. His concern with the Jewish problem had led him to Spinoza, the philosophic originator of both assimilationist liberal democracy and political Zionism, and thus to Maimonides, whom Spinoza seemed to take as the representative of theology, then to Farabi, whom Maimonides regarded as the greatest philosophic authority of his period, and finally to Plato and Aristotle seen in a fresh light as the teachers of Farabi and Maimonides. Strauss differed from many other scholars in being willing to believe that medieval thinkers who took ancient writers seriously as philosophic teachers were more likely to understand their writings than were modern scholars, who regarded them only as objects of historical curiosity and who rejected their views of the relation between philosophy and society. Farabi explained that the wise Plato did not feel free to reveal and uncover the sciences for all men. Therefore he followed the practice of using symbols, riddles, obscurity, and difficulty, so that science would not fall into the hands of those who do not deserve it and be deformed, or into the hands of one who does not know its worth or who uses it improperly. 31 Maimonides, in the introduction to the Guide of the Perplexed, explained that his book contains deliberately concealed contradictions because in speaking about very obscure matters it is necessary to conceal some parts and to disclose others. This necessity requires that the discussion proceed on the basis of a certain premise, whereas in another place necessity requires that the discussion proceed on the basis of another premise contradicting the first one. The author accordingly uses some device to conceal it by all means. 32 These medieval writers made explicit the kinds of writing likely to characterize all thinkers who do not believe that the truth can always be safely told to everyone. 33. Why did some philosophers in previous ages practice such strange modes of communication? According to Strauss, the most obvious and the crudest reason was persecution, the danger to philosophy from society, which required philosophers to protect themselves. This danger and response are more readily appreciated in contemporary tyrannies than in contemporary liberal societies. 34 But a less obvious reason was the danger to society from philosophy. Philosophy, as the intransigent attempt to question and replace opinion with knowledge, inherently endangers society, which requires its members to act on the basis of unquestioned but necessarily questionable opinions. Philosophers must therefore practice political responsibility and respect the opinions indispensable for practical and political purposes. This danger, and the response to it, from philosophy are even harder to appreciate for societies that understand themselves to be founded on universal scientific truth, but ought to be more intelligible to social sciences that understand societies to be constituted by myths or arbitrary values. 35 Another reason for exoteric writing is the requirements of education, which must begin with the initial views of students and lead them toward the truth only step by step and without repelling them. 36. Strauss knew that one cannot prove with absolute certainty either the presence or the absence of exoteric writing in a particular text, and that the dogmatic assumption of either would produce arbitrary interpretations. One must make the best judgment one can on the basis of the evidence in each case. Doubtful that interpretation could be reduced to a method and aware that his suggestion was liable to abuse, Strauss referred to that suggestion as a method only somewhat playfully and pointed out that the alternative methods of modern scholarship for dealing with contradictions in a text, such as attributing them to the author's development, to textual difficulties, or to unconscious psychology, let alone to simple confusion or the inherent contradictions of textuality, are even less able to achieve absolute certainty or universal agreement or to exclude perverse ingenuity. 37. Strauss regarded his approach to the history of political philosophy as a crucial component of liberal education. He understood liberal education as an effort to philosophize primarily through listening to and trying to judge the conversation between the greatest minds, which could be done by studying the great books, thereby reminding oneself of human excellence and greatness. That reminder necessarily contributes to the well-being of the political community and fosters civic responsibility. It is especially needed and appropriate in liberal democracy, which by giving freedom to all, also gives freedom to those who care for human excellence. 38. The history of political philosophy was for Strauss an education in awareness of the fundamental and permanent problems. All that is necessary for such history to be possible is the presupposition or hypothesis, denied by historicism, of the persistence through historical change of the same fundamental problems, not any particular solution to them. 39 Strauss understood that history, as he conducted it, to help confirm the persistence of fundamental problems and even of alternative solutions. 40 Awareness of the persistence of those problems refutes historicism. Indeed, in grasping these problems as problems, the human mind liberates itself from its historical limitations. 41 For Strauss, genuine awareness of the fundamental problems legitimates and even constitutes philosophy itself. 42 Modern political philosophy. Strauss emphasized the role of Machiavelli as originator of modern political philosophy. Despite the frequency of radical change and the immense variety within modernity, Strauss found a basic unity within it originated by Machiavelli and continued by his successors. That unity appears first negatively. The moderns reject classical political philosophy as unrealistic, as culminating in utopias whose actualization is admittedly highly improbable and dependent on uncontrollable chance. 43 In contrast, Machiavelli and modern political philosophy seek to make probable or even guarantee the actualization of the right order, to conquer chance and overcome the obstacles posed by nature and especially human nature. But in order to make the goal more likely of actualization they must also lower it. Whereas classical political philosophy subordinated politics to moral and, above all, intellectual virtue, as the end of man or perfection of the human soul supplied by nature, Machiavelli subordinates virtue to politics, as merely politically useful virtue, finds in the desire for glory an amoral substitute for morality, and initiates the view of philosophy as in the service of the goals of all mankind. 44. Strauss viewed this modern realism not as a true discovery or enlargement of the horizon but in fact as a narrowing of the horizon. It forgets that which essentially transcends every possible human reality, eternity and the whole, or the natural inclinations of the human soul toward them. 45 Strauss accounted for this amazing narrowing as a humane, generous, and public-spirited reaction against the inhumanity, exemplified by the Inquisition, produced by the infinitely high aims of the classical tradition as transfigured by Christianity. 46 Despite or because of that reaction, he understood Machiavelli to have taken Christianity as his most important model for the transformation of the mode and function of philosophy into propaganda or enlightenment that seeks to control the general fate of human thought. 47. The underlying unity Strauss discerned in modernity, the effort to make probable, or guarantee the actualization of, the right order, was also responsible in his view for the many transformations modernity has undergone. Just as the new political philosophy of Machiavelli sought to guarantee the actualization of the right order through rejection of a natural end of man, so the new natural science of Bacon and Descartes sought to guarantee the actualization of wisdom through foolproof method that did not depend on the natural intelligibility of the universe. 48 Similarly, Hobbes sought to guarantee the actualization of the right order on the basis of scientific knowledge and popular enlightenment, by deducing a new version of natural law from fear of violent death as the strongest passion and from the beginnings rather than from reason and the end, telos, of man as did the older version. Hobbes's resulting focus on the pursuit of power, to the exclusion even of the nobility of the love of glory recognized by Machiavelli, amounted to a further contraction of the horizon. 49 Locke, in Strauss's view, took this shift of emphasis from duties and man's end to rights and man as individual even further, through the emancipation of productive acquisitiveness as the remedy for the niggardliness of nature. 50 Rousseau, despite or rather because of his efforts to return to nature and to restore the dignity of virtue, went further and presented the general will as the guarantee of justice that makes appeal to natural law altogether superfluous. 51 The philosophies of history of Kant, Hegel, and Marx explicitly attempted to show that the actualization of the right order is a necessary byproduct of the dialectical conflict of blind selfish passions in the historical process. 52 Finally, even Nietzsche resembled Marx in claiming that the final insight opened the way for the actualization of the final ideal characterized by the end of the rule of chance, though he asserted that its coming was a matter of choice rather than of necessity. 53. Strauss seemed to regard these successive transformations as in a way necessitated by the original impossible effort to guarantee actualization of the right order. He seemed to regard modernity as a kind of necessary progress in consistency, or in ever fuller understanding of the implications of the original modern principle as well as a consequent corrosion or destruction of the pre-modern heritage of Western civilization. 54. Strauss's account of the history of modern political philosophy is, however, more complicated than a simple, unidirectional progress or decline away from the classical understanding. At least at two crucial moments, there were attempts to return to pre-modern thought. They led, however, consciously or unconsciously, to a much more radical form of modernity. 55 The crisis of modern natural right was initiated by Rousseau and led to the effort to derive standards from history rather than from nature. That crisis paved the way for the second or present crisis of modernity, which was initiated by Nietzsche and discredited all attempts to derive permanent standards from history. Both crises were marked by passionate and forceful critiques of previous modern thought, critiques with which Strauss seems to have generally agreed. We cannot return to the earlier forms of modern thought, according to Strauss, because the critique of modern rationalism or of the modern belief in reason by Nietzsche cannot be dismissed or forgotten. He even adds that this is the deepest reason for the present crisis. 56 Similarly, Strauss regards the most radical historicism, the thought of Heidegger, to be the culmination and highest self-consciousness of modern thought. 57. Certain elements of Strauss's account of the history of modern political philosophy, such as the sense of a kind of necessary progression, the attribution of profound practical effects to profound theoretical arguments, the way in which attempted returns turn into advances, and the culmination at the end, seem to elaborate, sketch, or suggest what in the case of almost any other man would be called his philosophy of history. 58 Not only, however, is Strauss's account remote from showing the necessity of the actualization of the right order, but the sort of necessity it evokes applies only to modernity and not to human history as such, and only so long as the premises of modernity remain unquestioned. Strauss's account of the history of political philosophy does, however, both begin and end with what might be called privileged points. Classical political philosophy saw politics with a freshness and directness which have never been equaled because it belongs to the fertile moment when all political traditions were shaken, and there was not yet in existence a tradition of political philosophy. Similarly, the genuine understanding of past political philosophy both is necessary in our time and may be said to have been rendered possible by the shaking of all traditions. The crisis of our time may have the accidental advantage of enabling us to understand in an untraditional or fresh manner what was hitherto understood only in a traditional or derivative manner. 59 Heidegger's radical historicism, according to Strauss, both compels us to reconsider the most elementary premises of philosophy and, by uprooting the tradition, opens the possibility of a genuine recovery of classical philosophy. 60 Strauss's study of modernity enabled him to attempt such a recovery of classical political philosophy. To see classical political philosophy as it saw itself and no longer through the lenses of modern political philosophy. Ancient and medieval political philosophy. The more Strauss progressed in unlocking the original self-understanding of the pre-modern philosophers, the more he inclined to the judgment that the human or political wisdom of the ancient thinkers, and especially of the Socratics, was decisively superior to any of the various modern alternatives. This is not to say that Strauss simply threw in his lot with the ancients or their medieval disciples. One of the preeminent virtues Strauss found in the ancient and medieval rationalism inspired by Socrates was its openness and tenacity in engaging major alternative outlooks, including not only antagonistic ancient philosophic positions but, above all, the claims to divine inspiration advanced in such different ways by the Greek poets and the biblical prophets. Besides, Strauss never ceased being deeply and fruitfully challenged by his recurrent studies of each of the major modern positions. This very rethinking, however, repeatedly confirmed his basic judgment. What are the chief elements in the superior outlook Strauss resurrected from the old books? Like Cicero, Strauss identified himself as a Platonic or Socratic skeptic. Skepsis is the Socratic word for inquiry, see, example Plato Gorgias 487e and Laws 636d, Xenophon Economica 613. Socratic skepticism is a way of life devoted to inquiry into the most comprehensive questions regarding the human situation. Such lifelong inquiry would not be necessary or sensible if the truth about the human situation were already adequately known. Strauss understood Platonic or Socratic political philosophy to emerge out of a profound awareness of ignorance, especially as regards metaphysics and cosmology, but also as regards the human good. He claimed to have demonstrated, from the evidence of the classical texts, that Nietzsche and Heidegger were wrong in their assertions about the dogmatism of rationalism and its account of existence or being. While it is true that rationalism, in its original form, discovers in human existence an unchanging nature from which can be deduced immutable principles of right, It is not true that original rationalism grounds this discovery on a dogmatic assumption that to be means to be always, or to be intelligible, let alone to be an object or to be predictable. Socrates was so far from being committed to a specific cosmology that his knowledge was knowledge of ignorance. Knowledge of ignorance is not ignorance. It is knowledge of the elusive character of the truth, of the whole. Socrates, then, viewed man in the light of the mysterious character of the whole. 61. Yet Socratic rationalism is characterized by the gentle, if firm, refusal to succumb to the charm of humble awe, which this awareness of mystery might be thought to induce. To know that we are situated in an elusive or mysterious whole is to know something of great importance about the human situation, and even about the whole. Knowledge of ignorance in this sense can be, and for Socrates surely was, the solid foundation for a fertile exploration of the enduring elements in the human condition. The exploration lays bare the timeless questions or problems that never cease to define and set in motion human life. Socrates, as Strauss understands him, held that we are more familiar with the situation of man as man than with the ultimate causes of that situation. We may also say that he viewed man in the light of the unchangeable ideas, i.e., of the fundamental and permanent problems. 62. Preeminent among the unchangeable ideas or problems is the problem of the nature of justice, the common good, a question that is deepened and made more puzzling by the conflicting answers offered by the laws, human and divine, of the various political regimes. The question of justice takes precedence because justice or law comes to sight as the highest standard for judging what ought to be done, what is the right way of life, for individuals, households, and political societies. 63. Strauss sharply distinguished what he called the erotic, needy, longing, or zetetic, searching, questing, skepticism of the Socratics from the dogmatic or more absolute skepticism introduced by Descartes and underlying modern science and epistemology. The Socratic awareness of ignorance does not imply that the real world or the things in themselves are unknowable, and that we can therefore know only an apparent world. Socratic skepticism does not involve a radical doubt, as opposed to a questioning, of common sense. It does not suppose that the articulation of the world given in our sense perception and rational discourse is an unconscious construction of our minds, and that therefore true knowledge, science, is possible only on the basis of conscious or consciously creative mental constructions. What is meant by Socratic skepticism is this: we possess an insight, but an incomplete insight, into the natures, i.e., the kinds or class characteristics or ideas of things, as perceived by the senses and expressed in ordinary speech, and we grasp, but only dimly grasp, the whole that is articulated by these natures as parts. Thus, while we can make some progress in our knowledge of nature as a whole, our knowledge in this comprehensive sense remains highly controversial. Above all, it seems unlikely that metaphysical or cosmological or psychological speculation by itself can definitively decide the most important and urgent question, whether our lives can and should be guided by human reason alone, or whether the God or gods revealed by the scripture or the poets exist and therefore demand from us that we follow their laws and piously seek illumination from them. 64. Still, as Plato shows most vividly by his account of Socrates' encounter with the Delphic oracle, and as Maimonides indicates by the very title of his chief work, The Guide of the Perplexed, our perplexity cannot be resolved by our simply bowing to the religious authorities. For the pronouncements and even the commandments of those authorities, be they conveyed in oracles, or scriptures, or poetic verse, are somewhat enigmatic, they require human interpretation, and the official interpreters disagree. Worst of all, there is a variety of mutually exclusive or at least antagonistic gods or purported gods and divine legal codes. The conflicts among the different divine authorities are not merely theological controversies, they are at the same time conflicts among competing moral political systems or regimes, with their clashing conceptions of justice and the right way of life. The various gods or purported gods stand as the guarantors and upholders of various interpretations of the just or right way. The theological question, whether and which divinities exist, is therefore, as Spinoza insisted, more properly termed the theologico-political question, the theological question is a part of, or at any rate intertwined with, the question of justice. 65. It had been the shameful evidence of the seemingly irreconcilable moral disagreements among the various political regimes and accompanying divine commandments that had started Socrates' intellectual predecessors on the line of thought that led them to the conclusion that all civic or popular claims about gods, justice, and nobility are imaginary or invented and merely conventional opinions. From the fragmentary evidence available, Strauss concluded that most of the philosophers and sophists aside from Socrates, the outstanding exception is Thucydides, had tended to brush past the apparently contradictory justifying speeches of citizens and statesmen in order to study instead their actions, especially the actions by which political orders are established. In this light, they argued, every political community is analyzable into those, the majority or a minority, who exploit by ruling and those who are exploited by being ruled. This universal condition of struggle and domination is a necessary consequence of the nature of the goods or pleasures men pursue through political society. It is of the essence of these goods to be either scarce, like material prosperity, or resistant to being shared, like the civic advancement of loved ones, or both, like glory. If one looks from this analysis of the deeds, and of the goals revealed in the deeds, back to the justifying speeches or beliefs regarding the existence of a common good and the nobility of, and divine sanctions for, civic brotherhood and sacrifice or service to the community, these latter opinions appear to be simply the illusions by which men wittingly or unwittingly dupe the exploited and salve their own half-duped sense of shame. 66. From all this, the sophists and their facile students may conclude that the best life, i.e., the most pleasant life, is found in manly dedication to clear-sighted, sly, and ruthless political competition. But the more thoroughgoing pre-Socratic thinkers, the genuine philosophers, point out that so long as one remains a contestant in the political arena, one stays trapped in endlessly anxious, radical dependence on large numbers of supporters and their deluded opinions expressed in honor and dishonor. The only self-sufficient, solid, painless, and consuming or inexhaustible pleasure is the pleasure of thinking and knowing. The best life by nature, as opposed to convention or imagination, is therefore the life of the philosopher, who lives with a few like-minded friends as a more or less harmless parasite on the fringes of society. 67. Strauss devoted a large portion of his writings to an exploration of this pre-Socratic or Epicurean tradition because he was convinced that Socrates' political philosophizing can be understood only if it is seen as the product of a skeptical rebellion against both the traditional authorities and this original, anti-political, philosophic critique of those authorities. Socrates characterizes his new approach as a turn to the speeches, or as the practice of dialectics, the art of friendly disputation. His way, as presented by Xenophon and Plato, is to attend carefully to the justifying arguments given by engaged, active citizens of different sorts and also by their critics, the sophists, and their followers. Socrates tests those arguments by bringing them into debate with one another, by cross-examining them, by unraveling their full and hidden implications. Prudence, not to speak of other considerations, dictates that he usually conduct this inquiry not with the citizens themselves but with the most intelligent among their more open-minded sons. His conversations reveal that the actions of men must be understood in light of the meaning given them by opinions and speeches. In that light, the harsh deeds the pre-Socratic sophists or philosophers focus on become less conclusive. Besides, even if one de-emphasizes what men say, even if one accepts, provisionally, the focus of the pre-Socratics, one finds that what human beings actually do, the way they actually live together, is not as the pre-Socratics claim. 68. In the first place, political life taken as a whole bespeaks a natural human sociability, a need to share life with others, a mutual affection and sympathy and concern that points toward a natural common good. This evidence cannot be adequately explained on the basis of selfish calculation. Moreover, since human sociality expresses itself above all in potentially rational speech, it is also much richer than any mere hive or herd instinct. Of course, for this same reason human sociability remains profoundly ambiguous. Socrates is far from underestimating the ubiquity of the peculiarly human, peculiarly unlimited, competition for superiority and prestige. But shining through even this gloom, in the speeches with which men express their reasons for their actions, he discerns a higher and more important if more fragile dimension to politics. 69. Even in the struggles with economic and military necessity that take up so much of the political agenda, men exhibit an awareness of sacred limitations on what they may do to others and for themselves in order to overcome danger and scarcity. Those limits are frequently breached, but the very fact that shame, and attempts at disguise, attend such violations is a sign of a natural inhibition in human beings. What is more, men admire not only success at enlarging mundane interests but also certain qualities of heart and mind that are deployed in achieving but that are also seen as transcending these beneficial results. In seeking to develop or promote these qualities as ends and not merely as means, men move beyond the constituents of happiness in the primary sense. They aspire to a leisure that would give opportunity for noble deeds of peace and for beautiful or graceful preoccupations. They revere not only war heroes and gift givers but also men like the poets who seem capable of giving content to such aspiration. 70. Nor is it true that the diverse political regimes, and their concrete specifications of the aforementioned limits, traits of character, and noble leisure, are as irreconcilably contradictory as the pre-Socratic critics say. When the opposed authoritative opinions are brought into dialectical confrontation, some appear confessedly narrower, shallower, less consistent than others, some admittedly point beyond themselves or can be seen to supplement one another. As a result, one can begin to discern a rank ordering of the virtues and of the versions of each virtue, ascending from courage or the virtues of war through moderation and generosity, and thence to tasteful patronage of the arts, pride, graceful wit, truth-telling, and friendship. In its civic expression, this emergent ordering of the virtues gives a clearer and richer directedness to public education and hence to justice or the common good understood now as the concern for the health of the souls, in addition to the well-being of the bodies, of the citizenry. The Socratic dialectic discovers that what is right by nature, or in all times and places, comes to sight not as a code of universal rules or laws, such as what later was identified as natural law, or the categorical imperative, but rather as a hierarchy of goals consisting in qualities of character and in joys or satisfactions found in the exercise of those qualities. 71. The full, sympathetic investigation of those qualities and joys lays bare the natural basis and power, in the human heart, of justice and nobility and hence allows us to see with unprecedented clarity the aspects of that natural basis and power that are truly or legitimately, from every point of view, sources of wonder and puzzlement. Virtue or morality shines forth in its nobility when it involves self-sacrifice. It is this tragic dimension of virtue that evokes and establishes, more unambiguously than anything else in human experience, the belief in divine support or recognition, and yet this very evocation of a divinity that will somehow compensate for heroism testifies to the fact that virtue is also seen in the final analysis, with greater certainty and insistence as something that should be good for the possessor, as holding the key to personal happiness and fulfillment. How do these two contradictory aspects of virtue cohere? 72. What exactly are the grounds for human responsibility, guilt, punishment, praise, and blame, given that virtue can be shown to be or require a kind of knowledge? 73. These and other puzzles, when brought home to intelligent men endowed with strength of soul, reveal that the civic virtues of action are by themselves incomplete. Precisely when taken seriously and as a whole, the moral or pious life in its intellectual deficiencies points beyond itself, to a more awakened and intransigently thoughtful life, to the philosophic life, as lived by Socrates. In other words, Socratic political philosophy culminates in a vindication of the philosophic life. Now, however, the philosophic life is conceived no longer as the socially marginal existence of thinkers scornful of politics but, rather, as the life devoted to the politically responsible examination of civic opinions as well as philosophic opinions. Socrates' political philosophizing deepens the city by compelling civic life to become more self-conscious about its own grandeur but also about its own insufficiency, or qualified directedness toward philosophy. 74. If philosophy is to be held up in this way as the surprising summit of human existence, it is incumbent upon the political philosopher to clarify much more concretely than ever before the precise nature of the genuine, as opposed to sham, philosophic way of life. This provides still another reason why the investigation of, and attack on, sophistry in its highest and most sinuous as well as more vulgar forms is so pervasive and dramatic a theme of the Platonic dialogues. Strauss translates this key Platonic theme into contemporary terms by stressing the enormous gulf between the genuine philosopher and the modern intellectual who ranks considerably below the ancient sophist. The intellectual or sophist, as contrasted with the philosopher, is concerned with wisdom, not for its own sake, but for the sake of the honor or the prestige that attends wisdom. Strauss drew from this the discomfiting conclusion that while there are, to be sure, many who have some experience or taste of the love of truth, yet genuine philosophers, men consumed by this love, are so extremely rare that it is a piece of good luck if there is a single one alive in one's time. 75. The vindication, which is at the same time the defining with precision, of the philosophic way of life is of course only the peak of the Socratic tradition's political philosophizing. That vindication grows out of, and in turn inspires, a comprehensive reflection on the good for society as a whole. Partly, no doubt, because they pay such heed to speech, logos, reasoning, about justice, but also on the basis of careful observations of political life. The classics argue that the key social phenomenon is the dispute, in the political arena, over who will have the say in setting the society's highest goals in determining the community's way of life and what that life reveres. This does not mean that the Socratics ever suppose that fundamental political disputes are carried on only in words, precisely because he took so seriously what was at stake in civic argument. Socrates taught an appreciation of the role played by passion, violence, and the threat of violence. To the extent that the fundamental dispute is settled in each society, a regime, politeia, results. Regime means above all what type of human being rules, and is looked up to as exemplifying, and as having the right to enforce through coercion as well as authoritative exhortation, a distinctive way of life. Politics, in this supreme sense, determines the character of society more than any other factor, and hence political science is the architectonic social science. Even a liberal society, which allows the private sphere and the market to eclipse, in some measure, the political sphere, does so only by virtue of a specific political constitution erected by a founding political decision. The central human question then is, what is the best regime for any given society? And the answer to this question depends on some kind of answer to the more general question, what is the best regime? Simply what is the standard? 76. If the political philosopher lives the best life, in large part because he best comprehends the problematic human situation as a whole, if the philosopher, because of his single-minded concern for the pursuit of knowledge, is the most immune to temptations of money, glory, and dominion, it would seem to follow that the best regime is that in which the political philosopher rules, and assigns to each person what is best or what is due. But this best regime is extremely paradoxical. As Strauss shows in his chapter on Plato in this book, the Republic teaches both why the rule of philosophers is so urgently needed and why once it is really thought through it is manifestly impossible or absurd. The life of the political philosopher is a life of relentless questioning, leisured research, and cosmopolitan detachment from one's own for the sake of the universal truth. The life of the statesman demands immediate answers, noble dedication to action that produces results, and loving attachment to and an intimate knowledge of one's own people. Two distinct kinds of men and two different ways of life, each can learn or profit from the other, but they remain divided by a chasm and at some tension with one another. For the philosopher's questions and doubts and detachment tend in themselves to unsettle, to corrode, the habitual and emotional bonds that knit any healthy society together. The great practical teaching of the Republic, as interpreted by Strauss, is then a lesson about the limits of what we can reasonably hope for from politics as well as a lesson about the constraints on political philosophy. There can never be a simply rational or enlightened society, in which knowledge rules, replacing mere opinion and habit. there can never be freedom of expression for the philosopher. Hence the wise philosopher must philosophize politically. He must learn how to employ rhetoric, oral and written, so as to carry on his liberating questioning and reach out to potential philosophers in an unobtrusive or even covert manner. But at the same time, his natural attachment to his fellow men, as well as his knowledge of his dependence on society, impose on him additional and complex civic obligations. The philosopher must respect, even as he tries constructively to criticize and enlarge, the traditional perspective of his own and other societies. 77. The practical upshot is that the regime the Socratic tradition favors as the best practicable, or as the guide to action, is a mixed republic, inclining where possible toward aristocracy. Plato's laws and Aristotle's politics provide models of how the political philosopher acts as an umpire, trying to arbitrate or mix the conflicting claims of poor majority and wealthy minority, of royal or noble families, artisans, soldiers, merchants, laborers, seamen, farmers. The goal is to devise ways the diverse classes or parties may partake in political responsibility so as to bring out the specific virtues, and repress the specific vices, of each. Yet the Socratic speaks from a perspective that looks down on all the major contenders for rule. He favors, when he can find them, the true gentlemen, kaloikagathoi, or aristocrats, the few among the educated and leisured who try genuinely to dedicate themselves to the moral virtues and to some appreciation of the superiority of the life of the mind, even if only as pursued in reflective poetry and piety. As the Socratic dialogues repeatedly illustrate, usually with some comic effect, very few of the rich, well-born, and well-educated fall into such a category of true aristoi. In other words, the Socratics do not entertain great hopes that the few true aristocrats will play a weighty role in most republics, let alone in the despotic regimes that predominate in most places most of the time. Typically, the political voice of the Socratic will be a voice in lonely if loyal and prudent opposition, a voice that quietly but stubbornly reminds of the meaning and the question of true excellence, while calling attention to, and criticizing, the blinding prejudices and the proclivities to fanaticism in the reigning way of life. In oligarchies, the Socratics question the overemphasis on money-making; in theocracies, the slavish obedience to tradition; in military regimes, the stultifying stress on manliness; and in democracies, the leveling zeal of egalitarianism and the licentious interpretation of liberty. Every regime sees all too clearly the failings of its opponents, but it needs to be sternly reminded of the dangerous excesses that may flow from its unqualified attachment to what it regards as obviously right. 78. Strauss's political teaching. Strauss's own teaching on politics, in the narrow sense, can best be understood as an attempt to revivify, adapt, and apply, in the dramatically new circumstances of our time, this centuries-old Socratic tradition. Having come to maturity in the unfortunate Weimar Republic, and having gratefully found in the United States a refuge and protection against fascism, Strauss was a firm supporter and friend, but for this very reason, no flatterer of liberal democracy. 79. However distant liberal or mass democracy may be, in both its theory and its practice, from the civic republicanism of antiquity, liberal democracy remains a form of republicanism. It remains, that is, a form of self-government by the citizenry. It therefore continues to require, Strauss insisted, some version, an attenuated version, to be sure, of the Greco-Roman ideal of an active, proud citizenry imbued with knowledgeable respect for outstanding statesmanship. Strauss consequently deplored the influence of those thoughtlessly egalitarian historians who debunk, rather than make more intelligible, the greatness of statesmen. He vigorously opposed the prevalent tendency to belittle political history, to reduce the arguments and deeds of citizens and rulers to a merely ideological surface masking supposedly deeper, sub-political economic or social forces. He ceaselessly challenged those among his social science colleagues who focused on what they called behavior, and who thus treated the written opinions of judges, the deliberations of representatives, and the formation of public opinion as purely quantifiable and largely predictable elite group or mass phenomena. he argued that these scholarly and teaching fashions not only undermine the already precarious respect for political debate and public-spirited leadership, but also falsified the empirical data, the reality of man as the political animal. 80. Yet in trying to keep glowing the embers of the older Republican citizenship and statecraft, Strauss did not succumb to any kind of nostalgic longing for the polis and its vita activa, public space, or sense of community. In this Strauss differed not only from various contemporary leftist and rightist critics of liberal democracy but also from Machiavelli, Rousseau, Nietzsche, and other radical modern thinkers. Strauss's overriding allegiance was to classical philosophy, not to the classical city or even to classical art. Strauss was too deeply penetrated by Thucydides's dissection of all that is implied in the immoderation of Pericles' funeral oration to be able to celebrate the splendors of imperialistic Athens. Partly as a result, it was not Strauss's habit to speak contemptuously of bourgeois individualism, or to spurn with ingratitude the unprecedented humanity, compassion, social welfare, and protection for diversity brought by the modern commercial republic. Strauss saw perhaps more clearly than anyone the disharmony in the American tradition between an older, nobler, but less influential classical or civic ideal and a new, ever more triumphant, permissive, and individualistic order. But precisely for this reason he saw more clearly both the distinct virtues and the distinct vices of each component of the uneasy combination. 81. In particular, Strauss admired the tolerance and respect for personal liberty that are the hallmarks of liberalism, not only because they provide a haven for persecuted philosophy but also because they allow, if they do not encourage, the emergence of invigorating political disputation that can sometimes extend far beyond current events and controversies. There is then room within liberalism, of the modern sort, for liberalism of the ancient sort. Strauss even found in modern liberalism a native place for the highest ingredient of that older liberalism, the liberalism that consists in liberation of the mind through study and debate of the alternative visions of human excellence developed in the great books. In the liberal university at its best, the ancient idea of liberal education continues to shine, as the crown jewel of modern liberalism so long, that is, as the university resists the distorting pressures of democratic society's ceaseless demands for relevance, service to society, and the endorsement of current moral crusades and dogmas. 82. This threat to the idea of the liberal university is endemic, Strauss argued, because it is only the most acute manifestation of a threat to authentic freedom of the mind that everywhere haunts the steps of modern liberalism. The grave fact is, the very openness of the open society contains within itself a self-destructive germ. This disease to which Strauss pointed is not the one liberals see readily and often resist nobly: the persistence and frequent resurgence of unofficial persecution and discrimination. More insidious and hence more corrosive is the tendency of democratic tolerance to degenerate, first into the easygoing belief that all points of view are equal, hence none really worth passionate argument, deep analysis, or stalwart defense, and then into the strident belief that anyone who argues for the superiority of a distinctive moral insight, way of life, or human type is somehow elitist or anti-democratic and hence immoral. This is the syndrome that Tocqueville characterized, in an earlier manifestation, as the new, soft tyranny of the majority, a subtle, unorganized, but all-pervasive pressure for egalitarian conformity arising from the psychologically chastened and intimidated individual's incapacity to resist the moral authority of mass public opinion. In its most sublime expression, equality promises to every human being the opportunity to ascend to a just rank in the natural hierarchy of talents and attainments, of virtue and wisdom, but especially under the poisonous influence of the leveling moralism that disguises itself as relativism. Equality all too easily degrades itself. 83. Moreover, the problem is not alleviated, it is in fact aggravated, by the thoughtless lurch away from relativism, for contemporary democratic moralism in its overt form tends to overstress the virtues of a rather soft or flaccid sociability. There exists a very dangerous tendency to identify the good man with the good sport, the cooperative fellow, the regular guy, i.e., an overemphasis on a certain part of social virtue and a corresponding neglect of those virtues which mature, if they do not flourish, in privacy, not to say in solitude, by educating people to cooperate with each other in a friendly spirit, one does not yet educate nonconformists, people who are prepared to stand alone, to fight alone. Democracy has not yet found a defense against the creeping conformism and the ever-increasing invasion of privacy which it fosters. 84. There is, in Strauss's judgment, only one adequate response: liberal education is the counterpoison to mass culture. The latter, by which we try to ascend from mass democracy to democracy as originally meant, i.e., an aristocracy which has broadened into a universal aristocracy. Strauss held out no expectation that such a society could be achieved, and he in fact insisted that one not entertain distorting illusions and hopes as to its achievement, but he contended that small steps in its direction could be taken, and that to take such steps was the highest calling of liberal democracy. 85. Yet, to repeat, Strauss never tired of stressing the importance of distinguishing, especially in politics, between what is highest and what is most urgent, and what is most urgent as regards liberal democracy is not its improvement but its defense. In our aspirations to improve liberalism, Strauss argued, we must not lose our appreciation for the precious prosperity, humanity, and freedom we already possess. Strauss found modern democracy endangered, in both its high aspirations and its urgent need for loyal defense, by contemporary social science. It was not only, as we have already explained, that the prevalent methodologies of social science and social scientific history necessarily induced cynicism about the very possibility of autonomous and reasonable political practice. Even worse in its effects or implications was the purported distinction between normative and empirical propositions, between scientific fact and unscientific value. As Strauss demonstrated in his critique of Max Weber, and also of lesser positivist thinkers, the theoretical underpinnings for this fact-value distinction were and are weak. The true, if not always acknowledged, source of the distinction's widespread acceptance is its coincidence with egalitarian relativism, the most simplistic and dogmatic but for that reason most readily available variety of democratic moralism. But this means to say that the supposedly value-free social science masks what is in fact a heedless endorsement, a dangerous extension or promotion, of the worst drift in democratic thinking. 86. Against this tide, Strauss sketched the foundations of a very different political science, inspired by Aristotle's Politics. The impetus for this alternative political science came from reflection on the failings of the scientific study of politics, seen in the light of what could be learned from the history of political thought, but the actual practice of the new political science Strauss had in mind was by no means intended to be limited to historical studies. The alternative approach was to be genuinely empirical, because derived strictly from the genuine experience of actual political behavior and thought. Truly empirical political scientists would start, not from an impossible scientific blank slate, but from prescientific political common sense. They would eschew scientific jargon and invented theoretical terminology, and instead follow the articulation of politics given in the practical language of engaged political men. Their study would attempt to be neither value-neutral, relativistic, nor committed, in the fashion of so-called post-behavioral efforts to muster theoretical or empirical evidence for left or right ideological programs, rooted in Socrates' conversational transcendence of common sense. A theoretically sound political science would begin from and never leave off critical engagement with the perspective of actively involved citizens arguing in defense of various persuasions. From that civic perspective, truly political science would adopt as its basic category of analysis the regime, in the sense earlier delineated. The questions to which political scientists would direct their research, and the criteria of relevance or importance that would guide their selection and weighing of data, would be practical rather than theoretical or scientific. The questions and criteria of relevance would be derived very self-consciously from the burning issues and from the arguments over the regime in each country as well as from the arguments between the distinct regimes established in different countries. The aim would be not only to discover new information that would bear on the assessment of the various competing partisan positions, but also to carry the reasoning of each to its unstated or unthought conclusion, so as to illuminate and arbitrate the full implications of the nation's most basic or overarching disputes past and present. the methods and results of modern mathematics and natural science would be judiciously employed, in a strictly subordinate role. Political science would be less obsessed with trying to make predictions, on the basis of pseudo-universal laws or abstract models. It would know and admit that in politics anything other than the trivial and short-term is largely unpredictable, and would devote itself more to guiding genuine deliberation by enriching the citizenry's awareness of the range, weight, and validity of the factors and principles involved in major decisions. Sophisticated practitioners of such a political science would focus less on characteristics common to all regimes, defense, monetary policy, and more on the diverse political goals that mold and give distinctive meaning to these common things. They would cautiously ascend to man's common humanity by way of arbitration of the different and competing regimes' moral definitions of what is highest in man. 87. This vision of a civic and empirical political science that Strauss tried to resuscitate dictates that our primary concern, as political scientists, should be the study of our own regime. This is the case because such a choice of focus expresses honestly our undeniable, primary concerns as human beings, and because, recognizing this, we know we need to engage in a thorough and critical review of those concerns if we are ever to hope for any objectivity. Political scientists who are informed by Aristotle's and Strauss's stress on the regime, and the radical differences among regimes and their conflicting ways of life, are keenly aware of the awesome hold each regime has on the souls of those who grow up under it. As Plato expressed it in the most famous image of the Republic, each regime is a kind of cave prison of the soul. Political scientists who come to feel this truth in their bones are stung by the knowledge of how very difficult it is even to become aware of the questionableness of one's own ingrained moral and political outlook. They know how easy it is to compound that initial blindness or distortion, by subtly and unconsciously forcing the data from earlier ages, from alien societies and regimes, into theoretical frameworks based on moral and human behavioral assumptions appropriate only to the regime in which one was brought up. They do not trust to a supposedly neutral scientific method to produce neutral results. They know, in the first place, that the initial, basic questions political scientists ask are not generated by the method. They know, second, that no method is proof against the deep-seated moral opinions of its user. Most important of all, they know that it is impossible truly to grasp or understand political phenomena, that it is impossible truly to see them, for what they are, without evaluating them as just or unjust, cruel or benevolent, destructive or constructive. Aristotelian students of politics therefore move out from their own rootedness to a fruitful encounter and debate with foreign regimes, past and present. In doing so they do not act as mere comparativists, comparing political systems as entomologists compare beehives. They engage in challenging debate, with a view to what is better and worse, more and less just. They aim at giving advice that will improve the lives of those they study, and seek to hear criticism that will improve the lives of their own fellow citizens. Like any sensible citizens who travel among or argue with foreigners in order to learn, such political scientists strive to suspend judgment, to cross-examine their own firm beliefs not out of freedom from value judgments but as a direct consequence of the value judgment that the truth is sacred and must underlie the truly just by nature. Especially if they have been touched by the influence of the history of political philosophy, political scientists will go further than the citizen as such in this direction. Their pursuit of truth as citizens will be suffused by a sense of duty as citizens of the world. They will engage as judges and not only as enlightened contestants in the greatest of human controversies. 88. In our age, the overriding political controversy is that between Western liberal democracy, centered in the United States, and Marxism, centered in the Soviet Union. The efforts and hopes we invest in negotiating and maintaining an uneasy peace must not divert us, Strauss insisted, from clear-sighted recognition of this essential and, for the foreseeable future, continuous moral and political antagonism. Well-meaning internationalist attempts to downplay the significance of the conflict manifest both an ignorance of the importance of the political dimension, or the regime dimension, and a characteristically naive or apolitical belief that the leaders of profoundly different regimes nevertheless share the reasonable priorities, if not some version of the pacific and humane virtues, of our liberal regime. It is a principal function of political science, rightly understood, to dispel this illusion by promulgating an adequate understanding of the significance of the conflict among regimes in general and between the Marxist and liberal regimes in particular. 89. This means that Strauss felt a special duty to engage the most thoughtful or fully articulate defenders of Marxism in searching debate. He accordingly devoted attention to more orthodox Marxists like Lukács and Macpherson, but he found the most compelling version of the Marxist conception to be that of Alexander Kojève, the great left Hegelian. It was in his extensive, respectful, but uncompromising debate with Kojève that Strauss developed most fully his reflection on the deepest roots of Marxist thought. In that complex reflection we discern the following keynotes. On the strictly political or practical level, while intelligent Marxism seizes with some clarity certain inadequacies in the liberal democratic conception of human nature, example the overemphasis on man as consumer, the drift toward relativism, the illusion of a value-neutral social science, the vague positive alternative that Marxism offers is, when thought through, indistinguishable from Nietzsche's nightmare vision of the future society of last men. 90. Moreover, Marxism shares with its great enemy Nietzsche a gross underestimation of the value of liberal decency, compassion, civility, and lawful freedom. Worst of all, Marxism fails adequately to recognize the permanent need to devise institutional checks against the abuse of power. It is therefore no accident that Marxism as a historical reality, i.e., as tested in the only test Marxism itself regards as probative, reveals itself as overwhelmingly prone to become the basis for a new and peculiarly cruel form of despotism. On the theoretical level, or with regard to the rational self-consciousness that is humanity's distinguishing and most precious endowment, Marxism in all its forms fails to appreciate or come to terms with the most fundamental, and insuperable, contradiction permeating all social life, the disproportion between the politicized and collectivized thinking nowadays called ideology, a kind of reasoning which, even at its best, never transcends the level of dogma or commitment, and the radically independent philosophic questioning which at its core refuses to make any compromises whatsoever with any need or moral imperative other than the need and imperative to know the truth. True opinion of faith, a loving dedication, a rootedness in one's own age or people that surmounts all doubts is what all political societies, and almost all individuals, need, as the spiritual air they breathe. Genuine rationalism rooted in knowledge of ignorance, possessed by eros for the eternal truth, in its heart longing to flee the atmosphere of the cave can as a result never become the direct basis of any political or even cosmopolitan society. 91. It was his unflinching recognition of this deepest of all human tensions that led Strauss to teach on so many levels the need for a moderation of our political or moral or religious expectations. Human beings will never create a society which is free of contradictions. In compensation, as it were, Strauss invited us to taste an unfinishable but by no means fruitless quest for the truth about ourselves and the whole we inhabit. His political teaching was in the last analysis an instruction in the sacrifices we must make so that our minds may be free. We cannot be philosophers, but we can love philosophy. This consists in listening to the conversation between the great philosophers, i.e., in studying the great books. But this conversation does not take place without our help. We must bring about that conversation. The notion of the beneficence of nature or of the good must be restored by being rethought through a return to the fundamental experiences from which it is derived. For while philosophy must beware of wishing to be edifying, it is of necessity edifying. We cannot exert our understanding without from time to time understanding something of importance, and this act of understanding may be accompanied by the understanding of understanding, by noesis noesios. This experience is entirely independent of whether what we understand primarily is pleasing or displeasing, fair or ugly. It leads us to realize that all evils are in a sense necessary if there is to be understanding. It enables us to accept all evils which befall us, and which may well break our hearts, in the spirit of good citizens of the city of God. By becoming aware of the dignity of the mind, we realize the true ground of the dignity of man and therewith the goodness of the world, whether we understand it as created or as uncreated, which is the home of men because it is the home of the human mind. 92.